A dark-haired woman despairs, wishing for the world to burn. In a memory, a young black-haired boy introduces himself as Velady Elton. Velady Elton, the eldest daughter of Duke Elton, mourns after her mother's funeral. 16 years ago, as a baby, she first remembered being reincarnated into a novel. She recognized her strangely familiar mother from her past life's memories. She realized this was the world of a novel she read before she died. Overwhelmed by her new reality, the baby cried inconsolably for days. To calm her, her mother, a legendary mage, cast a powerful spirit magic spell. As a side effect, she forgot all memories of her previous life. Now, her mother's death has broken the spell, and her past life memories have returned. She stands barefoot, questioning the reality of her reincarnation. She realizes her situation is far from an ordinary reincarnation. Looking in a mirror, she notes her striking appearance and intimidating aura. She once thought she resembled her father, but now suspects a different truth. She realizes she was meant to be the original eldest son in the novel. The novel's story involved a duke's family adopting a young girl who learns spirit magic. She belongs to the House of Elton, the very family that adopts the protagonist. She was reincarnated as the eldest child, who was originally a charismatic son. In the novel, he was the classic, protective, eldest brother character. She wonders why her gender is the only thing that changed from the original story. Clenching her fist, she resolves to continue living as Velady Elton. In her past life, she was also the eldest daughter in a poor family who favored her sibling. She remembers constantly walking on eggshells, scolded by her father for needing money. While she worked multiple jobs, her younger sibling lived carefree with an allowance. After graduation, her parents offered to manage her salary, but she failed to find a job. She became a dejected job seeker, adrift and alone. Her family relentlessly criticized her for her struggles, urging her to just get married. Having had enough, she stormed out with her suitcase to cut ties with them. Crying in the street, she vowed to live only for herself. She rushes with her suitcase to catch a bus, leaving her old life behind. Velady reflects on her cruel life, full of frustration and bitter pills. A soft knock sounds, and she invites the person to come in. A maid announces that the Duke has summoned both Lady Velady and Meldor. Velady commands the maid to bring her formal wear for the meeting. She scoffs at the novel's heartwarming premise of a family welcoming a new sister. Her father, the Duke, and her younger brother, Meldor, wait silently in a parlor. Meldor chides her for being late, questioning her priorities. Now dressed in black, Velady offers a cold apology, internally seething at her brother. As she takes her seat, her father states that it is time to return to their normal routines. Velady observes the exhaustion on her father's face and Meldor's visible depression. She reflects that yesterday, she too felt like her world had ended. Her father announces the postponement of her engagement, to which she quietly agrees. The Duke tells Meldor his swordsmanship lessons will resume, offering encouragement. Meldor reluctantly agrees as his father expresses faith in him, but he clenches his fist. As they leave, Meldor sarcastically comments on how nice it must be for her to do nothing. He mocks her life of dressing up and waiting to marry a nobleman. Enraged, Meldor claims she lives comfortably because of his sacrifices and training. Velady struggles to remain calm, reminding herself they are right outside their father's office. She turns and walks away as her fuming brother yells at her to come back. Velady calmly walks down the hall, followed by her maids, leaving her brother behind. A fist shatters a framed picture on the wall. Velady angrily decries her mother's favoritism for ruining her brother's character. She coldly tells her maids to have the butler fix the broken frame. She recalls the original story, where Meldor was a magic prodigy and her father a sword master. She realizes she has replaced the original eldest son and heir. Because of her gender, Meldor was forced to become the heir and learn swordsmanship instead of magic. Both her mother and father pitied Meldor for being forced into a role he wasn't suited for. Treated as an afterthought, she felt isolated and walked on eggshells, just like in her past life. Her reincarnation only changed her gender and self-awareness, not her innate genius for swordsmanship. Feeling her talent was a burden, she avoided it so as not to worsen Meldor's struggles. She reflects on how she naively abandoned the sword to please her parents. She now questions why she should ever feel guilty toward Meldor. Staring out the window, she realizes how unfair her suppressed life has been. She seethes over a lifetime of unjust misery and her brother's growing disrespect. As she walks, she concludes Meldor's arrogance stems from their father's affection. Determined to reclaim what was stolen, She decides to use her knowledge of the novel to get her father away and stop Meldor's ascent. Her first move is to recruit a key character from the story, vowing to strip her enemies of everything. She sets her sights on Zeppelin Vincent, who was the original son's confidant and the manager of a secret organization. Zeppelin's organization secretly gathered information for the Duke, watched the servants, and eliminated traitors. In the original story, this secret group was known as the Watchers. Zeppelin himself was the leader who controlled the Watchers. Before her memories returned, she never noticed him, and knows she couldn't have won his loyalty then. In the novel, Zeppelin served the eldest son because he was captivated by talented people. Recognizing the original heir's talent, Zeppelin begged his father to let him serve as confidant immediately. The Duke, in the novel, trusted his son completely, so there was no issue with the arrangement. But in this reality, she has no connection to Zeppelin and was never trained as the heir. She remembers being excluded from successor lessons after Meldor complained he couldn't concentrate with her there. When she rebelled for the first time, her mother emotionally manipulated her into yielding for her brother's sake. Enduring Meldor's constant taunts, she studied alone but now resolves to make Zeppelin her subordinate to absorb his power. A cunning smile crosses her face as she plots her next move. The scene shifts to the Grand Elton estate on a bright day. On an outdoor practice range, Meldor stands alone before several targets. Vladi approaches from behind as her brother takes aim with a rifle. He fires the rifle, missing the bullseye and cursing in frustration. As he throws down the rifle, blaming it for being defective, Vladi's voice calls out to him. She appears, chiding him for mishandling the magical rifle while he demands to know why she's there. Glancing at the target, she internally notes that he hasn't landed a single hit. He furiously demands to know what she saw, but she calmly takes aim herself. A magic circle glows around the rifle as she fires with perfect form. Stunned by her perfect bullseye, Meldor demands to know how she's so good, but she simply says she practiced in secret. He angrily tells her to leave, but she taunts him about his plans for the upcoming hunting competition. He knows the heir must attend the prestigious event, while she thinks he'll only become a laughingstock if he goes. Ignoring his outburst, she reminds him that his sword lessons are already behind schedule. Firing another perfect shot, she questions if he has time to be practicing hunting. She feigns concern for their father's honor, stating there's no law requiring the heir to participate. As she speaks, she fires 3 more shots, each a perfect bullseye, reminding him how his poor skills shame the family. With Meldor shocked into silence, she smirks and calls it easy. Meldor finally explodes, telling her she can have the useless shooting skill for all he cares. Seeing his weakness as her opportunity, she aims the rifle and advises him to stay home quietly. Bang! Her final shot obliterates the center of the target. Vladi smirks, musing that it's enough as long as her brother doesn't embarrass himself. That evening, a maid brings news that Meldor will not participate in the hunting competition. At the hunting competition, a man with purple hair on a white horse calls out to Vladi. The man, Zayan Agra, second son of Duke Agra, offers to fix her hat. Vladi confidently replies that she will go in her brother's place. A blonde man on horseback asks what brings her to the competition. He is identified as Mostin Fredo, eldest son of Duke Fredo, who asks if her brother is staying quiet, calling his personality terrible. Vladi explains Meldor couldn't complain after backing out first, while Mostin laments how Meldor's tantrums used to ruin his own hunts. A suspicious Zion asks Vladi if she said something to her brother. Vladi admits she told him his skills reflect their father's honor, leaving the choice to him, which prompts Mostin to call her brutal. As they ride, Vladi asks if they're unhappy she came, and a cheerful Mostin insists he much prefers her company. Zion reminds her that her parents usually oppose her participation and asks if it's okay this time. Vladi recalls her mother hating her violent activities, forcing her to practice shooting in secret, but now she has no reason to hide. Her thoughts turn from her mother to her father. She remembers that her father never paid her much attention either. She flashes back to 2 days ago, when her father was displeased with her request to join the competition. He only relented after she mentioned seeing her childhood friends, warning her not to bring shame to the family. She notes he gave in rather easily. The scene shifts to the bustling hunting grounds, filled with tents and attendants. A blue-haired knight from House Elton introduces himself, here to assist her with the hunt. Vladi smirks, knowing her plans are in motion now that he has arrived. A kingly figure asks if everyone is ready, hoping for some joy this year, while a young man offers to provide entertainment for his majesty. Vladi observes Mostin's sly flattery, acknowledging his political astuteness. Mostyn beams with a charming smile. Basking in the moment, the king announces that everyone must return to the tent within the allotted time. A red flag waves as an official voice shouts, "Begin!" The hunt begins across a vast, sunlit forest landscape. A bird soars through the sky above the trees. Volati takes aim with her rifle, lining up her shot. Riding nearby, Mostyn looks over, a gasp of surprise on his face. A knight collects a fallen bird for the cart, announcing another successful hit. Volati notes that 3 knights are following her and decides to leave one behind. She orders one knight to dismount and gather the game, and he complies, leaving only one man following her. With a cunning grin, she calls out to Sir Vincent. The blue-haired knight, Zeppelin Vincent, responds with a start, "Yes, Lady Volati." Zeppelin reflects that those who serve the powerful live short lives, and he's long abandoned his dream of a healthy life to raise a genius. His dream was to nurture someone like the legendary Duke Theodore Elton. He remembers Theodore as a perfect being, the undisputed sword of the empire with unmatched charisma. A younger Zeppelin recalls that his duty was not the only reason he took on the family's affairs. His recent concern is Meldor Elton, the current heir. Zeppelin feels powerless, realizing he will serve the less talented Meldor for far longer than he served the great Theodore. He notes that Meldor clearly disliked swordsmanship from the very beginning. He laments that he wanted to raise a talent to rival Theodore, and envied his own father for getting to train such a genius. Zeppelin despairs that while his father taught a genius, he is stuck with Meldor, a thought that often brings him down. He recalls his younger sister, an undercover maid, chiding him for being gloomy and telling him to quit being a watcher if he's going to complain. This memory solidifies his decision. He will hand everything to his sister and leave the Duke's house before Meldor's coming-of-age ceremony. Back in the present, Zeppelin recalls this vow, one he knows would make his sister faint. A magnificent stag with large antlers appears in a sun-dappled clearing. Bang! Volati fires her rifle, hitting the deer as it leaps away. A satisfied smile crosses her face as she feels her resolve to leave the house wavering at an alarming speed. She asks Zeppelin for a tally, and he reports 6 birds, 4 rabbits, and 1 deer. She remarks that it's less than she expected. Zeppelin is stunned by her ambition, recalling Meldor only caught 2 rabbits last year. He reflects on her identity as Volati Elton, the Empire's princess, with whom he has no connection. He remembers Theodore always asked him to assist Meldor, so he was initially displeased to be assigned to Volati today. He imagines the nobles praising Volati's surprising skill to the Duke. Watching her, he's amazed she detected beasts that even he had missed. As they ride, he marvels that her instincts are sharper than his, despite her lack of training. He mentally lists her natural gifts: a superior frame, incredible endurance, and tireless stamina. Her effortless confidence on horseback leaves him in awe. He recalls her taming the notoriously difficult horse Alexander with one hand and wishes she were the heir instead. Lost in thought, he wonders if her sword style would resemble Theodore's signature right-side thrust. As he contemplates correcting this potential habit in her, Volati suddenly asks for his thoughts. Startled from his daydream, Zeppelin can only stammer in response. His thoughts are cut short by the sight of a dead red fox on the ground. He knows this is a huge win, as the 2 rare red foxes are worth the most points. Impressed, Zeppelin begins to clap, sincerely congratulating Lady Volati on her excellent work. But as Volati raises a single eyebrow, he recognizes the gesture as Theodore's tell for when something is bothering him. Volati smiles, pointedly asking him again for his honest opinion. He asks her to clarify, and she specifies her hunting skills. He calls them perfect, as great as the Duke's. With a confident smile, she asks if her skills are enough to be acknowledged by the head of the Watchers. Zeppelin is frozen in shock, wondering how she knows about the secret group and his role as its leader. He feigns ignorance with a nervous smile, but Volati's skeptical gaze pierces his facade. He feels her intimidating aura, a slow, suffocating pressure entirely different from the Duke's cold ruthlessness. The sudden sound of a horn echoes through the forest, startling Zeppelin. Volati recognizes the signal to return and sends Zeppelin to retrieve her prized fox while she heads back. She calls his name, and he responds dutifully. Still playing dumb, Zeppelin nervously excuses himself, promising to see her at the tent. As he rides off, her shocking question about training an heir echoes in his mind, and he forces himself to dismiss the ridiculous thought. Volati watches him go, Impressed that he's holding up so well under the pressure, smirking, she confirms that the head of the Watchers is as capable as she expected and that her bait has been cast. The scene shifts as knights walk through the sunlit woods. Suddenly, Veladi's powerful black horse rears violently. She firmly grabs the reins, calming her steed, Alex, with a steady command. She muses that the horse, Alexander, is just like his owner, recalling he was a birthday gift for Meldor. A flashback reveals the Duchess giving the horse to a happy Meldor, while a young Veladi, who actually wanted the horse, looks on. Veladi scoffs, remembering Meldor couldn't even mount the horse without their father's help. Because of this, she took pity on the neglected horse and brought him out from the stable herself. Although Meldor threw a tantrum, their father gave her permission, likely agreeing it was a waste to keep the fine animal locked up. Her thoughts are interrupted as Zion and Moston approach, asking where her escort knights are. She explains they're still gathering her game, and Moston remarks that she must have caught quite a lot. Veladi smugly claims she caught more than them, prompting Moston to boast about placing second last year. When Moston asks who won first place, Veladi playfully asks if he really doesn't know. She reveals the winner was her father, Duke Elton, just as he arrives with a cart overflowing with game. Duke Elton kneels before the king, who welcomes him back and asks if he expects to win again. The Duke replies, he always gives his best. The king announces that with all participants returned, the final tally will begin. The massive hall of hunted animals is displayed as the nobles gather to view the results. Moston's father playfully teases him about being outdone, while Moston confidently retorts that his skill is well known. Zion's father praises his son's hard work, and Zion thanks him warmly. Watching from afar, Veladi notes the easy affection between her friends and their parents. An attendant spots a red fox among the game, immediately assuming the formidable Duke Elton was the one who caught it. The king tells Duke Elton it seems first place is his again, and the Duke humbly accepts the praise. Zion asks Veladi why her knights are so late, and Moston worries the ceremony will end, but she assures them the knights will arrive soon. A group of young men stare in surprise, wondering whose approaching cart is so full. An attendant announces the massive hall belongs to Lady Veladi, who watches with a confident gaze. Her knights kneel and apologize for the delay as the cart, overflowing with game, arrives. Veladi thinks her proof has finally come. Duke Elton stares with a shocked expression, which Veladi observes with curiosity. A satisfied smile graces Veladi's lips as she realizes seeing her father's surprise feels great. As her knights unload the massive catch, Moston calls out her name in disbelief. Moston marvels at her skill on her first hunt, and Veladi smugly replies that this level is required to be called a genius. Her friends praise her incredible skill, with Zion pointing out in amazement that she even caught a rare red fox. As Moston compliments her skills, an older noble asks Duke Theodore why he has kept his talented daughter hidden until now. The king laughs heartily, declaring, like father, like daughter, impressed that she inherited her father's talent as well as his looks. Veladi demurely claims she's far from her father's level, but the king dismisses her modesty, pleased that all his released red foxes were caught. An official begins the tally, announcing that based on the number and size of the foxes, the Duke is the winner. The king clarifies that while the Duke wins on quantity, Veladi's red fox pelts are in far better condition. Veladi knew she couldn't win by quantity, so she focused on perfect shots to showcase her marksmanship. After careful consideration, the king officially declares Theodore Elton the winner of the tournament. The king rewards the victorious Duke, permitting him to take any treasure he desires from the royal vault. The king then praises Veladi for taking second place in her first tournament and expresses his high hopes for her future. With a knowing look, the king announces he's also prepared a small reward for the second place winner. Moston and Zion look on with wide-eyed shock. A magnificent sword is revealed as Veladi's prize. She internally celebrates, knowing this was her true goal and that the story has changed. Duke Elton is visibly stunned, and Veladi notes it's the first time she's ever seen him so surprised. The king allows her to draw the sword, and Veladi accepts the offer. As Veladi draws the sword, it erupts in a brilliant blue light, revealing its power. The king suggests the sword may not suit her, but she counters that she cherishes it more than any gift she's ever received. Pleased, the king reflects on how the sword, once given by an Alton ancestor, has now returned to the family after 200 years. Veladi expresses her profound gratitude for such a rare and generous prize. The king turns to leave while Volati watches, now the proud owner of the legendary blade. Clutching the glowing sword, she vows that no one can ever take it from her now. A narrative scroll explains the sword's history. It was a spirit sword found and gifted to the emperor by the 7th Duke of Elton. Volati's thoughts clarify her motive. She needed the sword for the same reason she took Alexander, because it originally belonged to her brother. She recalls a scene from the original story, where the female lead, Nessia, looked for a coming-of-age gift for her brother. In that story, Meldor told Nessia that the sword was his second-place prize from a hunting tournament when he was 16. Realizing this year's hunt was the very same tournament, Volati remembers the moment she vowed to participate and claim the prize for herself. Holding the sword case, Volati smirks, satisfied with her efficient plan to impress Zeppelin and snag the sword. She calls over Sir Vincent, who dutifully responds. Volati instructs him to carry the sword, leaving him startled by the sudden responsibility. Zeppelin accepts the task, struggling with the unexpected weight and wondering about Volati's incredible strength. Zion approaches and questions Volati, asking if she is truly okay with taking the sword. She smiles, saying she has no reason to refuse a gift from the king, especially one she likes. Mostin excitedly cheers for her, while Zion resigns himself to her decision. Though he didn't win, Mostin is in a great mood, and both he and Zion say they are looking forward to what's next. Volati feels a pang of guilt, remembering how hard her friends tried to persuade her in the past. She flashes back to her childhood, recalling that her friends were the most disappointed by her decision to avoid her natural talent with swords. Mostin, in particular, had urged her to pick up a sword, believing she could become a legendary knight. But young Volati had refused, unwilling to make her brother feel inferior, much to Mostin's frustrated disbelief. Her young friends had pleaded with her, insisting she didn't have to hold back for her brother's sake. Their words had stung, making her feel that all her sacrifices to earn her family's love were pointless. In the present, she smiles softly, admitting to herself that their words hurt because they were true. Volati tells her friends she smiled because she had fun, and Mostin decides he will smile too. Mostin laughs heartily, and Volati smiles, recalling how her friends relentlessly tried to persuade her to learn the sword. The scene transitions to the ducal mansion that evening. Volati enters her father's study, announcing her arrival. Her father praises her performance and asks about her plans for the reward. Volati replies she'll preserve the sword as a family heirloom, but secretly vows to use it herself. Duke Elton approves her decision, and Vel is relieved he didn't suggest giving the sword to Meldor. The Duke offers her an additional personal reward, asking if there's anything she wants. Volati recalls how her father always offered rewards for achievements, but they always went to her brother Meldor. She initially declines, saying the sword is enough, but then boldly asks for permission to tame the horse, Alexander. Her father is surprised, questioning why she'd asked for her brother's horse rather than dresses or jewelry. Volati explains that it's a shame to see such a fine horse confined to the stables. When her father asks if she can tame Alexander alone, she admits she'll need assistance from a skilled knight. The Duke thoughtfully asks if she has anyone specific in mind. With a confident smile, Volati names Sir Zeppelin Vincent as the ideal candidate. The Duke is surprised by her choice, asking why she wants Zeppelin specifically. She explains that she trusts Sir Vincent for his skilled assistance during the hunt, recalling how he handled her horse with ease while 2 other knights struggled. Volati internally notes that while her father is surely shocked by her choice, he'll likely approve, assuming it's only for taming a horse. The Duke reluctantly agrees, assigning Sir Vincent to her task. Volati assures her father that she will turn Alexander into a gentle and loyal horse. With a satisfied smile, she inwardly vows to make Zeppelin loyal to her as well, declaring she won't hand either of them over to Meldor. Sometime later at the stables, Sir Vincent greets Lady Volati. Dressed for riding, Volati suggests they head out. Zeppelin nervously agrees to her request as they ride across a vast plain. Volati reflects on how the estate's land is a rare, comfortable place to ride near the capital. They continue riding on, as Volati's first objective is to get away from the mansion. After stopping in a secluded field, Volati suggests it's a perfect place for swordsmanship practice, leaving a confused Zeppelin to ask what she means. She presses him, asking if he still doesn't understand after she gave him plenty of time to think. Zeppelin concedes, offering to first answer the questions she must have about the Watchers. He explains that an intelligence unit is a necessity for a powerful family, and confirms that she must have learned of the Watchers and his identity by deciphering their coded notes. Zeppelin gasps in shock at the realization of what she has accomplished. Volati smirks, stating that if she could decipher the code, Finding the notes was no challenge at all. With a weary sigh, Zeppelin covers his face in defeat. Bright light shines through the trees as he begins to speak. He collects himself and asks the one remaining question, how she deciphered the code. She simply states that she found the rules and solved it, and Zeppelin marvels at her incredible ability. Velati internally scoffs, revealing she only knew the cipher solution because she read it in the original novel. Proud that she remembered such vital information, she asks Zeppelin for his answer to her proposal. Zeppelin protests that the Duke would never permit it, but Velati counters that she has already created a scenario for them to spend time together. He realizes her true motive, and she confirms with a smile that her goal is to win over not just him, but all of the Watchers. He warns her that winning over the others will be difficult, as the master of the Watchers can only be the head of the ducal house. Velati cuts him off, demanding a simple yes or no answer from Sir Vincent. He answers, yes, and she follows up, asking if he wishes to teach a direct descendant of the Elton family. Moved, Zeppelin dismounts and kneels before her, thanking her for allowing him to achieve his dream. He bows his head and pledges his absolute loyalty as her teacher and subordinate until the day she commands the world. Looking down from her horse, Velati states that this is the least she would expect. Extending her hand, she commands him to follow her even if her path leads to hell. Zeppelin takes her hand, promising to take her words to heart. Having pledged his obedience, Zeppelin officially became hers, and he immediately began her secret swordsmanship training on the secluded plains. Velati reflects that Zeppelin was the original story's most competent subordinate, and though she acquired him late, her game has now begun. She vows that, just like the story's original protagonist, she will rise to a position where no one can ignore her. A voice welcomes Lady Velati back to the Grand Ducal Mansion. Velati asks the butler for her father and brother's whereabouts. The butler confirms her brother Meldor is resting in his room. She recalls Meldor's tantrum over Alexander, which led to him ignoring her. Velati decides his silence is a blessing in disguise. She notices the mansion's oppressive atmosphere and the servants' gloomy expressions. She recalls how lively the mansion was when her silver-haired mother was alive. A bright memory of a smiling, silver-haired girl with flowers surfaces. She worries the gloomy mansion will remain this way until Nessia's arrival. The depressing atmosphere annoys her, and she recalls something from earlier. She remembers being advised to win over the servants to gain influence. Velati summons the butler, Rover, and the headmaid to the drawing room. She requests furniture catalogs, leaving Rover confused by the sudden demand. Her intense gaze shows she is not to be questioned. Intimidated, Rover quickly agrees to her command. She sighs, annoyed that Rover talks back unlike his predecessor Charles. Rover and the headmaid present themselves as requested. In the drawing room, the headmaid presents the latest furniture catalogs. The headmaid apologizes for the outdated decor, but Velati understands it was due to her mother's illness. A narrative explains the tradition of seasonal redecoration, which her mother disliked. However, the decor turned permanently drab due to Meldor's preference and their mother's subsequent collapse. Deciding the mansion is too dreary, she resolves to redecorate completely. She orders a vast amount of furniture, declaring a total mansion transformation. A shocked Rover objects, stating she needs the Duke and Meldor's permission. With a sharp stomp on his foot, she silences his protest with an agonized oath. As Rover nurses his foot, the maid eagerly confirms the order, and Velati turns her attention back to him. She coldly reminds Rover of his place, asking if his father failed to teach him manners. A flashback reveals Rover became assistant butler 2 years ago at his father Charles's request to her mother. Because Rover primarily served her father and brother, she tolerated his disrespect, but no longer. She challenges him directly, with her mother gone, who is now in charge. As he trembles, she dismisses her busy father and inexperienced brother as potential managers. With glowing red eyes, she demands he speak and name the new head of the household. She presses the terrifying question again, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Whose permission do I need to order furniture? Rover quickly apologizes, and at her command, eagerly agrees to prepare the workers. Velati instructs Emily, the head maid, to inform the others of the new plan. She reaffirms her goal, bringing the entire staff under her direct control. To control the staff, she knows she must first control the butler and headmaid. With the headmaid already on her side, only Rover remains a challenge. She is confident that winning Rover over will be simple, securing her command of the staff. A new day begins at the ducal mansion. Vladi efficiently directs the staff, managing the redecoration efforts. She motivates the workers by offering a special bonus for finishing within 3 days. Watching them work, she finds the feeling of command satisfying, understanding the allure of power. With her father and brother away, she relishes her role as the fox ruling the den. She turns her attention to the magnificent greenhouse built by her father for her mother. She scoffs at the magic preserving the flowers, wishing it were a vault for jewels instead. She decides to claim the greenhouse for herself, erasing her mother and Meldor's shared memories. She recalls a time when her brother Meldor picked a fight in the very same greenhouse. Young Meldor had mockingly commented on her pristine hands, unlike his own scarred ones. Vladi resigns herself to another confrontation, knowing Meldor won't understand her values. Choosing to ignore him, Vladi sips her tea as an enraged Meldor slams the table, demanding her attention and vowing to make her answer. A fume echoes as a bright blue sphere of magic materializes in Meldor's hand. Vladi's eyes widen as she recognizes the attack spell, realizing she must deflect it while Meldor prepares to cast. With a blinding flash, their magic collides, and Meldor recoils in shock with a fresh scratch on his cheek. Vladi thinks her brother has finally lost his mind, relieved that she can at least use basic mana to defend herself. Wincing from the pain of suddenly using magic, Vladi wonders why Meldor looks so surprised when he was the one who attacked, figuring he knows he's in trouble. Their silver-haired mother rushes in, calling for Meldor and immediately cradling his face to check for injuries as he stammers. Vladi closes her eyes and lets out a weary sigh. As her mother fusses over Meldor, Vladi tries to explain he attacked first, but her mother immediately accuses her of hurting him. Vladi insists she only defended herself, but her mother dismisses Meldor's attack as harmless, since he's just a beginner. Her mother's harsh words echo in her memory that, no matter what, she must always protect and sacrifice for her younger brother. Vladi recalls that although her mother showed affection, Meldor was always the clear priority. She remembers that bitter feeling, watching her mother leave her behind to comfort Meldor. Back in the present, Vladi resolves that it's better her mother is gone, sparing her from having to seek retribution for past wounds. Yet a fond memory of her mother's embrace reveals that despite the pain, she still loves her. Resolving to erase the painful memories tied to the greenhouse, Vladi looks on as Rover asks if she wants the new furniture arranged inside it. She orders all the old velvet replaced to suit the warmer season, and Rover immediately agrees. As workers move a new chaise lounge into the greenhouse, Rover clenches his fist, sensing trouble. Just then, a furious Meldor appears, shouting at them to stop. Rushing towards them, Meldor demands to know if Vladi is insane, but she calmly dismisses his anger as needless shouting over a simple seasonal redecoration. Meldor accuses her of causing chaos throughout the mansion and acting thoughtlessly so soon after their mother's passing. He turns his anger on Rover, demanding to know why he did not stop her, leaving the butler stammering. Vladi steps between them, reminding Meldor that redecorating is standard practice and telling him not to worry. Meldor furiously declares that as a member of the family, he must set things right, referring to her as an unruly cult, which darkens Vladi's expression. He claims his authority as the heir, invoking their mother's memory and asking if Vladi isn't ashamed to face her. With a swift motion, Vladi grabs his face, coldly stating that, as the eldest, managing the estate is her responsibility. Looming over him, she refrains from violence, reminding herself that she can't actually hurt him. She shoves him away, and he stumbles back, accusing her of threatening him. A vein throbs on her temple as Vladi fumes, unable to believe the nonsense she has to endure. Vowing revenge, Meldor gathers blue magic in his hands again, and Vladi scoffs at his audacity to use magic on her twice. She recognizes the ice magic as their mother's specialty, disgusted that he would use it against her and wondering who made him so twisted. A sly smile crosses her face as a plan forms. She realizes she can use his attack to seize the greenhouse for herself and invites him to strike while preparing her own spell. With a defiant yell, Meldor unleashes a powerful stream of ice magic, which clashes violently with Vladi's defense. The redirected blast of ice soars past her, crashing into the greenhouse structure behind her. A large section of the greenhouse is instantly encased in jagged ice, and Meldor screams in horror for their mother's precious sanctuary. The ice continues to spread rapidly across the beautiful glass building. As the ground freezes over, the staff recoil in shock, and Meldor cries out for the flowers. Meldor furiously demands to know why Vladi didn't just dodge his attack. Vladi feigns innocence, claiming she was too shocked and accidentally deflected his powerful spell, subtly blaming him for casting it. As Meldor blames her for wrecking the greenhouse, she coolly points out that he's the one who cast the spell, and now the place is unusable regardless. Screaming with rage, Meldor lunges forward, shouting that she is dead. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms his full name, Meldor Elton, freezing him in his tracks. Their father, the Duke, has arrived, demanding to know what happened to the greenhouse as Volati calmly greets him. Volati begins to offer an explanation for the chaos. Before she can speak, Meldor erupts into tears, claiming he was only trying to stop her from messing with their mother's greenhouse. Volati internally scoffs at the idea that his age of 12 is a valid excuse for his behavior. The Duke sighs in exasperation, cutting himself off before turning away from his children. He summons Rover, demanding a completely objective report, as Volati watches with a knowing look. Volati recalls her prior warning, confident that Rover will remember her threat to watch himself if he wants to avoid future trouble. Rover recalls Volati restoring the mansion, including plans to change the greenhouse furniture. Rover explains to the Duke that Meldor simply misunderstood the redecoration efforts. An enraged Meldor had accused Volati of arrogance for touching their mother's sacred greenhouse. Volati remembers that the greenhouse became too painful a reminder of the past to visit. She could no longer bear to watch her mother dote on Meldor, a pain they never understood. The Duke asks about the sapphire incident, and Rover explains that Meldor's magic misfired during a scuffle. Meldor claims he only meant to scare her, insisting his spell went off course since she usually dodges. Volati states she acted instinctively and her mana accidentally deflected his spell. Meldor furiously accuses her of lying, screaming that everyone knows she did it on purpose. With a dark, menacing look, the Duke sternly calls out Meldor Elton. The Duke orders Rover and the other attendants to leave the room at once. He watches as the servants are quickly escorted from the grand hall. The Duke closes his eyes in disappointment, telling his son not to let emotions control his magic. Meldor apologizes, but his father warns that another reckless act will mean the end of his magic lessons. As Meldor protests, his father reminds him that magic is a privilege for the heir, not a toy. A whimper escapes as Meldor begins to cry, admitting that he was wrong. The Duke watches his son's tears with a quiet, stern expression. He comforts Meldor, reminding him of his duty as the heir of House Elton to endure. With a tear-streaked face, Meldor meekly promises to do as his father says. The Duke then turns to Volati, questioning her decision to disturb a place so important to her grieving brother. Volati agrees she understands, but he glares with glowing red eyes, demanding to know why she provoked conflict without his permission. He forcefully reminds her that she has not yet been granted authority over the estate. Volati apologizes for getting carried away, privately seething that she's being scolded when Meldor was the one who used dangerous magic. He tells her to lay low and avoid further trouble, an order she quietly accepts. As a smug Meldor walks by, Volati thinks to herself that she's used to this kind of injustice. A sly smile appears as she thinks to herself that she already has a plan for what comes next. Later that night, Volati is summoned to see the Duke. As she heads to his study, she thinks to herself. Finally, Rover asks Volati if the Duke believed the thorough report she gave him about the incident. Volati reveals she briefed the attendants to ensure their stories matched, praising Rover for his flawless performance. She commends Rover for a job well done, and he gratefully thanks his lady. She recalls her foresight, knowing she would need the attendants as witnesses on her side. Volati remembers her childhood, where her usually rational father would become emotional over Melgord and always scold her first. Afterwards, he would privately ask what she wanted as compensation, a gesture she both appreciated and resented. Though it showed he cared, the constant unfair blame wore on her. But now, she no longer cares. His cold gaze is familiar, but it no longer has any power over her. In fact, she thinks, the thought of the reward she will get for this ordeal makes her smile. Volati enters her father's study to answer his summons. The Duke acknowledges the incident in the greenhouse, admitting that he was too harsh on her. Volati accepts partial blame for not considering her brother's feelings, then requests to take full responsibility for the greenhouse. With a look of sorrow, she claims she feels responsible for its destruction. While secretly planning to turn the greenhouse into her personal gemstone vault, she earns her father's permission to control it and finish the mansion's renovations. Her father dismisses her, and she obediently turns to leave. With a parting smile, she advises her father not to overwork himself. He looks up from his papers, replying that he'll handle that himself. Outside his office, Volati realizes his approval means she now controls all internal affairs, including staff management, the key to her ultimate authority. Everything is going exactly as planned as she remembers the things she once had to hide her desire for: a horse named Alexander, a spirit sword, and a man named Zeppelin. Her ambition, however, is far from satisfied. This is only the beginning. She vows to herself that she will not stop until she has taken far more. To truly escape her fate, she knows she must claim more than what is rightfully hers. The Duke sits alone in his dimly lit office, staring at his desk. Placing his hand on a document, he lets out a quiet thought. "I'm so tired." He crosses his arms, his expression weary and burdened by his thoughts. Looking at a family portrait, he laments his inability to raise the children without his wife, and admits he only ever spent time with Meldor. Since his wife's funeral, he's been troubled by thoughts of Volati, noticing the bright light has faded from her eyes. He recalls focusing on Meldor as the heir, which left him feeling awkward and distant from his own daughter Volati. Wondering if he has been too harsh, he remembers deliberately speaking coldly to Volati. He covers his face in regret, realizing he was harsh because he had high expectations for the daughter who resembled him and knew of her talent and swordsmanship. He remembers his wife, Bohemia, tearfully objecting to swordsmanship for Volati, fearing a scar would make her unlovable to a future husband. The narration explains that while Volati's high status as an Elton princess protected her, her mother's past in the slums gave her an outdated perspective. It is revealed Bohemia was raised in a forest with an ice spirit, isolated from the modern world. Because of her isolated upbringing, she couldn't understand the changing times and worried deeply about Volati getting hurt. He recalls his wife telling a young Volati that swordsmanship was too dangerous, admitting he sided with her and denied his daughter training despite her talent. He remembers his wife's reasoning: to focus on the young heir Meldor, assuming the mature Volati would simply understand. A memory surfaces of young Volati begging him not to make her quit, but he ignored her pleas, siding with his wife's words. From that day on, Volati suppressed her opinions, and her silence always left him with a heavy feeling inside. He admits he avoided dealing with the issue, turning his focus to outside affairs because he didn't want to feel tired at home. Back in the present, he sighs, accepting that what's done is done and the past cannot be changed. He reassures himself that while Volati may be acting strangely, she has always been capable of handling things on her own. Setting the portrait down, he dismisses his unease as part of her growing up, recalling Volati's recent confident smile. He reflects that even though she seems different, she still worries about him, and he wonders if he should have been kinder. He quickly dismisses the thought, deciding to forget it as he returns to his paperwork. Gazing out the window, he reminds himself he is responsible for the north of the empire and cannot afford the luxury of being a warm family man. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the Elton mansion under a bright sky. Rover enters an office, presenting Volati with a stack of documents he handled to help her grasp the estate's affairs. Volati is impressed, thinking that while she expected him to be careless, the documents are quite neatly organized. Rover proudly states his father trained him thoroughly in paperwork, and Volati acknowledges his good work. She flips through the stack, stopping on one particular document and asking if it's a personal expense ledger. Rover proudly announces he made it especially for Lady Volati, who questions its purpose. He explains that he wanted to help her with the estate's budget, as she is still young and unfamiliar with her new responsibilities. A shadow falls over Volati's face as she quietly asks, "Is that so?" Rover cheerfully explains that from now on, she can simply fill out an expense report for him whenever she plans to use her personal funds. Volati's red eyes flare with anger as she realizes he's telling her to report her own spending to him. While Rover continues to smile, Volati fumes, thinking he was quiet for a while only to make her furious again. She recalls that the lady of the house oversees personal funds, and butlers Charles and Rover had previously managed them as proxies for her mother. Though she now has the right to spend on luxuries, she thinks about how she has never once indulged herself. She was always desperate to be the good daughter, never wanting to disappoint her parents with frivolous spending. She silently accepted having smaller funds than Meldor, but now she questions Rover's audacity to interfere, thinking he assumes she'll splurge. Rover claims his interference is merely concern from the head butler, but Volati cuts him short, coldly ordering him to get out. Stunned, Rover asks what she means, but Volati simply repeats her command as he protests that he isn't finished. Her furious glare intensifies, a vein popping on her temple as she stares him down. A nervous Rover quickly retreats, calling over his shoulder not to forget the expense report. Volati scoffs at his nerve, a dangerous smile forming as she decides to take matters into her own hands. Holding the documents, she decides she might as well have some fun with the situation. With a confident smirk, she resolves to see how well the arrogant Rover handles being disciplined. A blue-haired maid with glasses enters the room, asking if Lady Velati called for her. Velati confirms the maid's brother has already spoken to her, which she says makes things easier. She announces she's making the maid her personal attendant and that all secret communications will now go through her. The maid agrees, and a narration reveals her name is Stia Walker. An illustration shows Stia with a man identified as Zeppelin, revealing she is his younger half-sister and a disguised watcher in the estate. Stia notes that Velati and Meldor's different mothers explain their lack of resemblance. Velati gauges Stia's loyalty, asking if she could obey someone besides the Duke. Stia pledges her allegiance, trusting her brother Zeppelin's choice to serve Velati. Satisfied, Velati trusts Stia with her first secret task, holding out a sealed red letter. She instructs Stia to deliver the letter to Zeppelin and burn it after reading her assignments. Velati dismisses Stia, who bows and departs on her mission. The narration reveals Stia, like Zeppelin, was a top aide to the previous firstborn. It's revealed she is a powerful mage who easily completed impossible missions. Stia followed the firstborn, simply because her brother had chosen him as his master. Velati reflects that these two praiseworthy pawns have now fallen into her hands. With a wicked laugh, she plots to drive her own father from the estate next. Days later, a storm rages over the Elton mansion at night. A visitor with dripping boots arrives, announcing themselves to Lady Velati. Velati greets a cloaked man, thinking to herself that he has finally arrived. She smiles perfectly, anticipating Rover's reaction to the scarred, formidable man now revealed. Meanwhile, a furious Rover stomps through the halls, shocked by what Velati has done. He seethes, recalling the unbelievable story he just heard from a maid named Emily. The maid cheerfully informed him that Velati is planning a massive shooting range renovation. Emily adds with a giggle that Velati is using all her personal funds without a second thought. Rover is aghast at the news of her large-scale renovation using personal funds. He watches from afar, as construction workers are already inspecting the grounds. Enraged, he fumes that this extravagance is far worse than buying dresses or jewelry. He feels blatantly ignored, realizing she didn't even use the expense report he made for her. Vowing to stop her reckless behavior, he declares her actions are like throwing away gold. Rover bursts in, demanding to know why she proceeded without permission and ignored his report. He stops short, his eyes widening in surprise at an unexpected sight. An older gentleman with gray hair greets him, revealing he is also in the room with Valerie. The man, Lord William, smiles warmly and asks if Rover has been well. William laughs and claps Rover's back, teasing him for being so stiff. A flustered Rover questions Lord William's presence, who reveals Velati invited him, stunning Rover. Velati impatiently tells them both to stop standing at the door and take a seat. As they walk, William playfully calls Rover a squirrel for his energetic movements. Velati coldly asks Rover why he has come uninvited, and he states his concerns over the shooting range. He presents the construction plans, looking nervous as he prepares to voice his objections. Rover is shocked to see a pond in the plans, but Valerie retorts it's her money. He argues it will ruin the house's finances. Lord William chuckles at Rover's tendency to panic, much to Rover's indignation. William calmly states he has reviewed the budget and it's nowhere near enough to harm the household. He reveals Velati's allowance has always been insultingly small, while Meldor's is excessively large. When William blames his father Charles, Rover defensively claims Charles just followed the Duchess's orders. With a sharp gaze, William reminds Rover that he was once the head butler and knows all the estate's secrets. Velati smirks, her plan proceeding perfectly as a narration explains William's history as the former head butler. A flashback shows William leaving with his ailing wife as Charles from the northern estate took his place. Velati thanks William for his help, noting how much easier things are with him, as the narration explains why William would resent Rover. Rover is stunned to see Velati holding the very report he submitted. William points out that he found something odd in Rover's report. He directs Rover's attention to the list of retainers from the north, questioning how it was written. Rover admits he used his father's 2-year-old report, earning a sharp rebuke from William for his laziness. William exposes a glaring error and other mistakes, leaving Rover speechless with embarrassment. Velati sweetly suggests William return to service, smiling menacingly as she thinks about reigning in the meddlesome Rover. She claims Rover would appreciate the help, causing him to protest in a panic. Rover insists he is the head butler and will not have his authority challenged. William prepares to leave, telling Velati he will see her again shortly. The scarred man, Zeppelin, stops in the hall, hearing someone stutter Lord William's name. Velati coldly questions Rover's right to speak, leaving him stammering in shock. Rover apologizes, trying to justify his actions by claiming the project was unfair, while Velati scolds him for interfering and barging in. Velati looks at him, utterly bewildered by his response. As Rover's eyes fill with tears, Velati silently wonders if this grown man is actually crying. She realizes Rover is a pampered young master who doesn't understand unfairness and decides to save her scolding for later. Velati calmly informs Rover that everything he said has been nothing but arrogance. She asks if his father Charles only ever taught him that a butler deserves respect. A memory surfaces of his father's words, which Rover had promised to remember. Rover clarifies that his father taught him loyalty to House Elton, prompting Velati to offer a lesson on its true meaning, which he quickly declines. She presents his documents, pointing out they're just a lazy copy of his father's work from last year. After Rover apologizes, Velati remarks that it's only natural his work hasn't changed much. She warns him that if he intends to be a copy of his father, he should at least not be so clumsy about it. Velati orders Rover to keep quiet about William's visit and then dismisses him. Rover reflects on his lifelong goal of catching up to his father by becoming head butler. He admits that his impatience has always led him to act recklessly, as it did today. Rover turns back and offers a deep, sincere apology, but Velati coldly asks if that's all. He looks up, thinking of the wise Lady Velati, and questioning if he has any choice but to be a copy. Velati tells him the choice is his, but offers to show him another option, piquing his curiosity. With a sly smile, Velati asks Rover to become her person. As he asks for clarification, she specifies she wants someone who follows her words. She elaborates that he must follow her orders even before the head of the houses. Velati repeats her condition. He is to be someone who follows her words, placing her orders above those of the head of the household. A shocked Rover protests that, as a butler, he must remain neutral. He insists he is neutral, then nervously adds, probably under his breath. Velati challenges him, asking how he can escape his father's shadow, while still following his teachings on neutrality. She tells him not to overthink it, pointing out that he prioritizes her father simply because he is the master. After Rover agrees, Velati explains her offer only means shifting his priority to her words before her father's. She argues that since her father is uninvolved in the estate, no one would ever notice the change in his allegiance. She presses her point, asking what the problem is with a butler prioritizing the internal steward's orders. Rover's eyes widen as he nods, realizing she's right. Velati gives him time to consider her offer and dismisses him for the day. Standing at the door, Rover thanks her for her time. Rover quickly recovers from his tears and walks away, humming cheerfully. Following a knock, Velati gives permission to enter. Lord William and Stia appear, with William asking how his acting was. Velati asks if they were seen, but William says it wouldn't matter because he came. A flash of light surrounds his hand as he begins to use magic, in disguise, transforming from the elderly Lord William back into the younger Zeppelin. Stia lightly scolds Zeppelin for playing around with her magic. With a snap, the magical illusion dissipates completely. Zeppelin, now with his natural black hair, laughs excitedly, admitting it's been a while. Velati praises them both for their good work, calling Zeppelin's acting flawless. She then turns to Stia, complimenting her on her excellent use of magic. Velati privately marvels at the siblings' talent, knowing how difficult it is to maintain transformation magic. She considers the estate's magical security, acknowledging that sneaking past its defenses in disguise is an impressive feat. Convinced of Zeppelin's spy capabilities, Velati decides she must use him for a much bigger task in the future. Velati asks what happened to the real William, and Zeppelin explains he was punished as a traitor 16 years ago. Velati recalls her original plan to find the real William, deciding it would have been a waste of resources. She discovered that William was a spy whom her father had mercilessly eliminated. To hide the execution, her father claimed that William left because his wife was ill. Velati muses that this detail was never in the original story, and asks if they ever discovered who William worked for. Stia confirms that William never revealed his master or his reasons for betrayal. After Stia offers to investigate further, Velati declines, saying it's fine. She acknowledges the incident is suspicious, but decides to let it go, having more important matters to attend to. Zeppelin congratulates Lady Velati on gaining control of the head butler, but Stia warns him it's too early to celebrate. Zeppelin points to Rover's expression upon leaving as proof of their success, but Stia seems unconvinced. He describes Rover's face as shining with the joy of a child who received a gift, remarking how easy he is to handle. Pleased with her success in winning over Emily and Rover, Vladi decides it's time to begin her proper training. In a sunlit room, Rover kneels and formally pledges to follow Lady Vladi for the rest of his life. He passionately declares that he will serve only her, fulfilling his childhood dream of being a knight for a single lord. Vladi praises Rover, recognizing that his vow is akin to a knight's pledge of loyalty. 2 seasons fly by, and the bare trees of the estate signal that winter is approaching. Resting during her training in the woods, an exhausted Vladi is asked how she is holding up. She replies that it's manageable, but Zeppelin retorts that she is training harder than the elite watchers. Vladi explains that such effort is the price of genius, but Zeppelin insists she is a genius among geniuses. He adds that the morale of the Knights of House Elton would plummet if they witnessed her rapid growth. When Valerius asks how strong she is, Zeppelin excitedly confirms she has already surpassed most watchers and duchy knights. He internally marvels at her incredible progress in just half a year, passionately declaring her the real deal over her brother Meldor. Taking a drink, Vladi thinks to herself that her devoted follower is kind of a simp. Vladi reflects on having completely won over the staff, who now prioritize her wishes over her father's or Meldor's. Because she directly managed their salaries, with Rover and Emily on her side, the staff had no choice but to follow her. By promising regular stipends and other incentives, she boosted the staff's loyalty even further. She smiles to herself, concluding that the best job is always the one that pays well. Zeppelin reminds her of a meeting, and she asks if her skills are now on par with most knights. After Zeppelin confirms they are, Vladi stands and proposes they finally do what they have both been wanting. She smiles slyly, knowing full well he wants to brag about her accomplishments. A magnificent carriage pulls up to the estate. A blonde man welcomes Vladi, confirming that Zion has already arrived and is waiting for her. The man smiles brightly, admitting he's in a good mood because he finally gets to spar with her. He confesses he has been eagerly awaiting this day ever since she decided to learn the sword. A narration reveals that after winning over Zeppelin and Rover, she immediately told them the truth. Vladi announces her decision to learn swordsmanship, instructing her allies to keep it a secret from her family. Wah! The blonde man Zion grabs a purple-haired man named Mostin, asking in disbelief if this is really happening. Mostin and Zion celebrate, relieved that their mission is complete, and they didn't lose the genius of the century. Zion excitedly asks Vladi to spar, saying he has always wanted to duel her at least once. She smiles, asking for more time to train, but promising to challenge him herself when she is ready. Her expression now serious, Vladi holds her sword and accepts a challenge from Mostin Fredo. Mostin declares he has been waiting for this moment as he faces off against Valerie for the first time. Lying defeated on the ground, an exhausted Mostin weakly pleads for water. Zion rushes to Mostin's side, offering him a water pouch. Zion then offers a water pouch to Vladi, who thanks him. After a long drink, Mostin looks at Vladi in awe, exclaiming that she is just too strong. He explains that his skills were useless against her overwhelming power, which completely negated the gap. Vladi states with a smirk that one must do the nonsensical to be considered a genius. She reflects on the enjoyable duel, her first against someone besides Zeppelin, noting she nearly won in a single blow. A hand gently caresses a piece of ornate blue fabric. Mostin fusses about not providing a handkerchief, but Velarde smilingly tells him to just sit. As Mostin kneels gratefully, Zion remarks on his pampered nature, earning a retort from Vladi about his own upbringing. Zion notes Vladi was always the strong one, but she corrects him, saying she raised herself. Zion fondly recalls Vladi's intense first impression, while Mostin muses that they all grew up similarly. Vladi smiles, the conversation sparking a memory of her first encounter with Mostin and Zion. In a flashback, a young Vladi with her cat calls out to someone off-screen. She approaches 2 young boys, Zion and Mostin, who coldly ask her to go away. An ornate crest introduces the 3 great families as the pillars that support the empire. A map displays the domains of the Eltons, Fredos, and Agras, noting children were born to each in the same year. The narration introduces the trio Vladi Elton, Mostin Fredo, and Zion Agra, noting the 2 boys were friends since infancy. Vladi explains that, due to being a girl, she had no early connection with the two boys. She recalls that at age 10, a significant incident occurred when a new school was completed in the capital. A newspaper article celebrates the first school for commoners, a project won by the late emperor. The project, started by the late emperor, was finally completed during his son's reign. Because all influential families had to attend, young Vladi went to the ceremony with her father. At the event, she saw Mostin and Zion, but stayed with other girls as the ceremony proceeded smoothly. But then, an explosion rocked the school in an event known as the Kenyuv School Explosion Terror Incident. A group of nobles, dissatisfied with the school for commoners, had planted a bomb, but no one died. To avoid escalating the conflict, the terrorists had only bombed the empty annex at the back. Vladi recalls it was lucky the building was empty as she stood nearby with her cat. She explains it was pure coincidence the three of them were in the annex. She had chased her cat there. The two boys had also wandered to the annex to find a place to play, where she then called out to them. Young Mostin, annoyed, tells her to go away so they can play by themselves. She challenges them, stating she was there first, but Mostin points out that they outnumber her. Just as Zion tries to de-escalate, boom, an explosion erupts behind them. A bewildered Zion looks back, confused by the sudden chaos. As the building collapses, Vladi screams a warning, realizing the danger. She quickly shields both boys with her body as debris rains down. A brilliant blue light emanates from her necklace, forming a protective shield around them. The magical barrier holds firm, protecting the three children from the falling rubble. Safely inside the shield, Zion asks if it's over, and Vladi confirms she thinks so. Vladi immediately asks the boys to show her their protective accessories. They reveal their damaged brooches. Mostin's is cracked, and Zion's is completely shattered. The narration explains that high-ranking noble children carry such items for protection. While the boys' accessories also activated, Vladi's necklace, a gift from her mother, provided the main shield. Her necklace was one of only 3 rare magic-engraved diamonds in existence. A serene vision of her beautiful, white-haired mother appears. Back in the present, Vladi tells the boys they should be thankful they survived because of her. A sheepish Zion thanks her, admitting they would have been in real trouble without her. Mostin shyly apologizes for trying to pick a fight with her earlier. Vladi accepts their apologies and announces it's time to leave the wreckage. Zion questions her plan, assuming they should wait for rescue, but she warns that the shield is finite. He seems to understand her point, but remains hesitant. Looking at the debris blocking their path, Zion asks how they could possibly get through. Vladi simply tells them to follow her and begins to walk forward confidently. Stomp! She takes a determined step into the rubble. The two boys stare in absolute shock at her boldness. They grab her, asking if she's crazy, but she calmly assures them the shield will keep them safe. She explains she already noted the exit route and that escaping before the shield fails is the top priority. Zion argues there might be others inside, but Vladi dismisses his concern as speculation, just like his hope for a timely rescue. The purple-haired boy stops his friends, suggesting a better way forward. He offers to use magic to scout for living creatures, asking Vladi to wait. Vladi marvels at his advanced magic, a trait of the Agra family, and agrees. He kneels and begins casting his spell, a glowing magic circle appearing around him. As the circle expands, Vladi asks for the results of his scan. The purple-haired boy focuses intently as Vladi and the blonde boy watch. Vladi and the blonde boy look on, anticipating the outcome. The purple-haired boy confirms the area is empty, surprising the blonde boy. Vladi decides to clear the path herself, but the blonde boy insists on doing it. Zion agrees to let Mostin handle it, and Mostin proudly declares his strength. Eager to leave, Vladi points to a large, glowing blue obstacle. Mostin accepts the task with a cheer, and Zion rushes over to help him. As the boys get to work, Vladi thinks they are almost free. Mostin and Zion struggle to push a massive rock, complaining about its weight. Annoyed by their slow progress, Vladi tells them both to move aside. The boys are shocked, wondering how she can possibly move it alone. Pow! Vladi shatters the heavy rock with a single, decisive kick. Whoa! Mostin and Zion can only stare in disbelief at her incredible power. Surrounded by a shimmering light, Vladi notes the barrier has disappeared just in time. A rescue party finds the children emerging from a collapsed structure, with a man shouting for medics. A concerned blonde man rushes to Mostin, checking to see if he is injured. Zion is tearfully embraced by his relieved mother, his father at her side. When her father asks if she's hurt, Vladi explains that a barrier protected them. Her father sternly says that's all that matters as they walk away. In a heartwarming scene, the children are reunited with their families. Vladi sadly reflects on a lifetime of suppressing her feelings for her brother Meldor. Her father tells her they must return to the estate for a medical exam. Her father calls her name, and Vladi looks up at him. Zion earnestly thanks Vladi for their rescue, but she modestly brushes it off. Zion and Mostin shower her with praise, and Mostin excitedly asks to be her friend. Vladi is taken aback, surprised that they want to be friends with her. Mostin grins, explaining he wants a cool friend since Zion is already the fun one. Asked for an answer, Vladi slyly says she will think about it, much to Mostin's dismay. The three of them share a genuine laugh as Vladi's jealousy finally vanishes. In the present, Vladi smiles, recalling the strange but lasting bond they formed that day. She recalls the original story, in which Mostin tragically dies in a terrorist explosion. In that same timeline, Zion barely survived, but lost a leg while protecting them. Vladi realizes that, by saving them, she unknowingly changed their grim futures. She remembers the necklace's barrier, a moment where she truly felt her mother's love. That feeling soured when the necklace was taken from her and given to her brother, the heir. A painful memory surfaces as she recalls who was behind that decision. It was her mother, who coldly told her to sacrifice for her brother's sake. Vladi pushes the memory aside, reminding herself her mother is long gone. Zion hesitantly approaches, finally asking a question he's held back for a long time. He and Mostin ask why she started sword training when she used to avoid it to not overshadow her brother. Vladi crosses her arms, explaining that she came to a realization. She states that she wasn't blocking her brother's path, he was blocking hers. She declares she will no longer let anyone hold her back from building her influence. After Zion and Mostin eagerly pledge their support, Vladi asks Zion for a favor. She asks him to teach her the advanced subjects of air training she was denied. Vladi explains that after 6 months, her tutor Zeppelin has nothing left to teach her. She believes Zion, a skilled and knowledgeable mage, is the perfect person to provide the advanced lessons she needs. Zion confidently accepts the role of tutor, earning Vladi's thanks while Mostin asks who's teaching her swordsmanship. Mostin wonders if she's training with Sir Brooks, questioning if her father would allow her to train alongside her brother, Meldor. Vladi smirks, revealing her father is unaware of her training because he never pays her any mind, privately keeping her true teacher's identity a secret. She vaguely states she recruited a suitable knight, prompting a shocked Mostin to comment on how much her father favors Meldor. Mostin offers to introduce her to his master, but Vladi declines, impressing him by revealing she's already developing her own techniques. Crash. A sudden loud noise from the doorway startles the trio, interrupting their conversation. Vladi's eyes widen in surprise as she spots a small blonde boy who has fallen just inside the training hall. A shocked Mostin recognizes the child, calling out the name Ryuspel. Mostin rushes to his little brother Ryuspel, and after checking that he's okay, instructs him to greet the others. As Mostin leads Ryuspel forward, Zion and Vladi greet the young boy. Ryuspel shyly asks Mostin for Vladi's autograph, admitting that he thinks she is cool. Laughing, Mostin realizes Ryuspel saw them sparring, and jokes that his plan to only look cool in front of his brother is ruined. Zion playfully offers his own autograph, boasting about his magic, but Ryuspel flatly turns him down. A dejected Zion mutters Ryuspel's name while Mostin and his little brother laugh at his failed attempt to win favor. Mostin proudly kisses his brother's cheek, affectionately declaring that Ryuspel is taking after him. Vladi watches them with a warm smile, thinking to herself that she's glad Mostin is alive. She reflects that without Mostin, his younger brother, Ryuspel, would have grown up miserable and lonely. The narration reveals Ryuspel Fredo is a key character in the original story who is destined to become the male lead. A cute chibi character in a witch's hat promotes the story. The narrative reintroduces Ryuspel Fredo, explaining his gloomy childhood in the original timeline was due to having no family. In the past, the frail Duchess Fredo collapsed after childbirth, leaving a 10-year-old Mostin to comfort his bedridden mother. Mostin's subsequent death in the original timeline devastated the Duchess, and she passed away within the same year. The Duke, overcome with grief, fell into a deep depression and ended up neglecting his youngest son, Ryuspel. The household servants shunned young Ryuspel as well, blaming him for the family's misfortunes and forcing him into a lonely childhood. His solitary life was changed when he met Nesia, though the narration notes his presence faded in the novel's later half. Valati recalls that while Riaspel played a significant role later on, she never finished the novel to learn the details. She ponders a major incident that was set to occur later in the story, but finds she can't remember any of the details. Deciding to worry about it later, she returns her attention to the present, where Zion is fawning over how cute Riaspel is. Mostin proudly agrees that his little brother is the cutest kid he's ever met, while Valati offers a dry yeah. As Mostin continues boasting, Valati cuts him off with a sharp warning to stop, or she'll leave his brat behind. Mostin pouts at her, calling his brother a brat, but Valati menacingly tells him to keep his voice down. Her stern expression melts into a soft, contented smile. While Zion demonstrates a harmless flame for a bored-looking Riaspel, Valati feels relieved that the boy is now living a happy life. Because Mostin survived the school incident, the Duchess's health didn't rapidly decline, and she was able to return to her son's embrace. She fought her illness for 4 more years before passing peacefully, giving the Duke time to prepare and face her death calmly. With his father's love and care, the current Riaspel is growing up cherished, not neglected. Valati playfully reminds Mostin to be grateful, and he complains about her bringing up the incident again, earning a sharp retort. Mostin apologizes, admitting he's been worked to the bone for years using that excuse. But Valati vows to remind him of it forever. Riaspel tattles that Valati is bullying his brother, but Zion asks if Mostin was at fault, much to Mostin's dismay. Valati peacefully reflects on her days spent discussing duels with Mostin and planning classes with Zion. The scene transitions as she makes her way back to the Duke Alton's estate. The grand facade of the Alton estate is shown at sunset, marking the end of chapter 14. Upon her return, a maid greets Valati with a look of distress, prompting Valati to ask if something has happened. The maid hesitates, her anxious expression revealing that something is clearly wrong. Valati looks toward the main entrance, where other servants and a man in a tailcoat stand with worried expressions. Startled, a green-eyed man turns and calls out her name in surprise. A dark aura surrounds Valati as she enters a room filled with the sound of a familiar symphony, and the man tells her she's finally here. The distraught man explains that he and the other attendants tried to stop a woman, presumably her mother, but her decision was too firm. Valati dismisses the attendants, confidently stating she will handle the situation before entering the music-filled room. As music plays, a disembodied voice calls out, "Meldor, get up." Thwack, a hand, abruptly stops the gramophone, silencing the music. An angry Meldor sits up, demanding to know why she stopped the music and questioning her presence. She reminds him their father put her in charge of the space, but he retorts that it originally belonged to their mother. Meldor accuses her of ruining it, and she sarcastically suggests he at least turn it into a music appreciation room. He recalls their mother's love for music and gardening, offering to let her take over the slide if she honors their mother's memory. She flatly refuses, telling him to use his own room, prompting him to order Valati Alton to stop intruding on his memories. Valati reminds him that their father gave her authority and asks if he intends to defy his orders. Meldor furiously asks if she thinks their father will let her get away with changing everything. She coolly replies that he won't, correctly guessing Meldor is just waiting for her to be kicked out so he can take over. She stands her ground, declaring that she will not be his punching bag anymore. With a smirk, she recalls a recent encounter with Meldor in the mansion hallway after his training. In a flashback, Meldor complains bitterly that while he trains day and night, others are out having fun riding horses. Flashback Valati holds a wooden sword, telling him not to blame her just because he's falling behind. Enraged, Meldor raises the sword, calling her a high and mighty freeloader. Just as he swings, a hand suddenly grabs the blade, stopping his attack. She firmly holds the sword, telling a stunned Meldor to fix his nasty habit. He angrily demands to know who she thinks she is, to order him around. Back in the present, Valati warns him she won't be so nice this time and tells him to return to his room. When he again questions her authority, she tells him to stay and throw a tantrum while she returns to her room. As she walks away, she dismisses his sulking, leaving a furious Meldor trembling in her wake. Urge! Meldor screams in frustration and slams his hand against a nearby door. Valati calmly tells the waiting attendants that Meldor is just throwing a tantrum and orders them back to their duties. She reflects on how consistently childish he is and her failed attempts to reason with him over the past 6 months. She understood his resentment. He spent his days in grueling training, while she, in comparison, was free. From his perspective, he was working himself to the bone while she just played. fueling his harsh treatment of her. Their past confrontations were always filled with his simmering anger and jealousy. Though his words made her clench her fists, she held back, knowing that fighting him could cost her the authority she had. She felt her position was as fragile as a candle in the wind, making any attempt to reason with him seem ridiculous. Her greatest fear is the close bond between Meldor and their father, which gives her brother easy influence. She's been patiently waiting for their mother's birthday, which marks the story's start and her chance to send their father to the capital. By creating distance between father and son, Meldor will lose his protector and fall right into her hands. She eagerly anticipates that day, enduring her current struggles with that future moment in mind. A few days later, news arrives at the estate of a strange cave discovered in the northern mountains. During a meal with her father and Meldor, her father explains that the unusual cave was found by an herb gatherer. Recognizing the event, Velati thinks, "It's here!" while her father asks if she has a problem. Her father continues, explaining that scholars have warned the cave is dangerous and the ground is unstable. He then reveals the cave contains a large pooled amount of natural magic, capturing Velati's full attention. The narration explains that while magic usually flows like a river, a cave with pooled magic was discovered 50 years ago. That cave was found to be an extremely rare magical amethyst mine, turning the discovering kingdom into a superpower. In summary, the discovery of a magical gem mine holds immense power. Thanks to the wealth from the amethyst mine, that neighboring kingdom quickly grew into a powerful nation on the continent. While subsequent discoveries of pooled magic were dangerous duds, she knows the cave her father mentioned is a magical ruby mine, a super jackpot. Their family is already wealthy from owning an iron ore mine, but the value is not comparable. Magical rubies, previously undiscovered, hold a value far beyond that of simple iron ore. Introducing such rare gems would bring their family not only astronomical wealth, but also the world's attention. Velati recalls that in the original story, the eldest son convinced his father to give him full authority over the cave's exploration. She knows that no matter how much she insists, her father will never agree to send her to the dangerous northern region. Furthermore, she knows he would consider Meldor far too young and inexperienced to be sent either. Velati considers the limited options, concluding only her father can lead the gem mine exploration. She feels confident in her plan, knowing her knowledge of the future turns a huge risk into a certainty. During dinner, Velati boldly suggests they explore the cave, arguing the potential profits are too significant to ignore. She proposes a slow and careful investigation to mitigate the danger, but Meldor immediately shouts his opposition. Meldor passionately objects, citing the risk of a man-made disaster and arguing that their family has no urgent need for such a gamble. Velati is annoyed by Meldor's sudden opposition, a complete reversal of his actions in the novel, and barely suppresses her anger. Their weary father silences them both, stating that he alone will make the final decision on the matter. Unfazed, Velati calmly continues her meal, having already anticipated that her father would side with Meldor. A cunning smirk plays on her lips as she vows to herself that she won't allow things to go as they plan. A new chapter begins, showing the family's grand mansion illuminated against the night sky. Carrying a lantern, Velati makes her way through the darkened mansion corridors alone. She arrives at her late mother's laboratory, reflecting that the once magically sealed room is now just an empty, abandoned space. She recalls a scene from the novel where a snow spirit told Nesia that a girl named Dohemia hid her precious belongings under her bed. Knowing Nesia originally found her mother's things under the bed, Velati moves to claim them for herself first. She enters the lab, certain her mother's secrets are here, as she spent more time in her laboratory than her bedroom. Velati recalls how she purposefully neglected the lab, ensuring it remained untouched and its secret safe from everyone else. She walks with purpose toward a bed tucked away in the lab's corner. Kneeling down, she peers under the bed and finds a red book, just as she expected. She picks up the magically preserved red book, identifying it as her mother's diary. Memory from the novel shows Nesia using the diary to finally win the affection of her father and brothers. Velati smiles deviously, holding the diary while thinking she has a much different purpose in mind for it. Settling onto a sofa, Velati begins to leaf through the pages of her mother's private diary. She scans the contents intently, searching for a specific passage she knows is hidden within. Thump! She finds the entry she was looking for and snaps the book shut with satisfaction. The diary reveals her mother's thoughts on an approaching birthday and a prophecy she often remembered. Her mother recalled the snow spirit prophesying that a certain treasure would one day belong to a man named Theodore. The diary entry shows her mother's confusion over the prophecy, which she decided to keep from Theodore. Velati's eyes narrow as she puts the pieces together, realizing the treasure was actually Nesia. She recalls how this led the spirit to entrust Nesia to her father, setting the original novel's plot in motion. Knowing her father's deep love for her mother, Vladi is sure he wouldn't refuse a request from the spirit her mother trusted. This means her father will meet Nesia at the Northern Mansion, changing the story's initial setting. Vladi remembers that Nesia was extremely frail and would fall ill whenever her environment changed. Nesia's frail health will force her father to care for her at the Northern Mansion, delaying his return to the capital. A bright image of a healthy Nesia appears, as Vladi realizes this unforeseen delay gives her the time she needs. She sits with the diary, plotting to use the time to raise her status and deal with Meldor once and for all. Tucked within the diary, she finds a loose paper containing an ancient magic formula for contracting spirits. Her mother had used this same formula to summon the snow spirit, Shenion, but the magic was too crude to form a contract. In the original story, it was the heroine, Nesia, who found the diary and completed the magical formula. By perfecting the formula, Nesia successfully formed a contract with Shenion, gaining the spirit's unique power. Nesia's innate energy fused with the spirit's power, transforming her into the beloved hero of the novel. Vladi smirks, uninterested in Shenion, but eager to use the formula to contract other spirits and claim their power for herself. With the formula secured, she closes the diary, her next step being to present this discovery to her father. As she sets the diary down, a photograph slips out, another discovery she had been expecting. She looks down pensively, admitting she had hesitated to seek out the diary because of the painful memories it held. In the novel, her mother cherished a photo of her eldest son's first birthday, proof of her boundless love for him. That photo was the key that helped her brother finally understand his mother's love and accept Nesia as his sister. Vladi, however, was cast as the unremarkable and unloved eldest daughter in that story. She recalls her mother's devotion to her brother in the novel, and wonders if a photo of her was ever kept with such care. With newfound resolve, she decides it's finally time to face the truth. She picks up the photograph and sees a beautiful portrait of her smiling, silver-haired mother. As Vladi gazes at the photograph, she recognizes the infant's face. She stares intently at the image, her mind racing as she identifies the child. She realizes with a start that the baby in her mother's arms is herself. Vladi admits that despite her many bad memories with her mother, some good ones did exist. A memory surfaces of her silver-haired mother, bedridden but finding solace in reading books on her good days. A younger Vladi recalls hesitating at her mother's door, afraid to disturb her, only to be noticed. In the memory, her mother smiles weakly from bed, gently inviting her daughter, Vladi, to come closer. Her mother asks if she's had another nightmare, surprising Vladi that she remembered their conversation. Her mother embraces her, telling her not to worry about dreams, as Vladi recalls having nightmares of her mother's death. Her mother tenderly reminds Vladi that she's prettiest when she smiles. Back in the present, Vladi recalls that moment as her last memory, feeling like an unworthy daughter with so few cherished moments. Looking at the photo again, she feels a pang of unease, questioning if her mother truly loved her. She coldly dismisses any affection as mere leftovers from her mother's love for Meldor and puts the photo away. With a trembling hand, she acknowledges that her lingering feelings for her mother are the cause of her turmoil. She walks away from the memories, wishing the complicated feelings of love and hate would finally vanish. The next day begins at the grand family mansion. Yawning, a tired Vladi decides to visit her father, who should be in his office. She runs into Baron Ryospell, her father's closest aide, and they exchange greetings. She fondly recalls the Baron as her former teacher, one of the few people she feels comfortable with. Vladi sympathetically asks about his long hours, and the Baron sighs that her father is working him hard. Smiling kindly, she offers to send medicinal herbs to help him and the other overworked aides regain their strength. The Baron gratefully accepts her offer before taking his leave. As he departs, she peers into the office he just left. She sees the aides drowning in paperwork, reminding her of an exploitive company from her past life. Observing their exhaustion, she forms a new plan to win the aides to her side by getting her father sent away. Knock, knock. Vladi knocks on her father's door and enters with a bright smile, holding the red diary. Her father looks up from his work as she tells him she has something important to show him. She presents the book as their mother's diary, leaving her father utterly stunned by the revelation. He takes the diary, recognizing his late wife Dohemia's handwriting and demanding to know where it was found. Feigning sadness, Vladi explains she found the diary in her mother's research room while mourning her. Her father praises her for the discovery, and she inwardly smirks, noting his predictable reaction. She tells him there's a specific passage he must read immediately. He opens the diary to the page she marked for him. His eyes widen in shock as he reads the single, powerful word: treasure. Vladi smiles, satisfied that he is shaken, knowing her mother wrote about Nesha. She proposes that they search for the treasure their mother left behind in the north. With false urgency, she worries someone else might find the treasure first, privately calling it the final blow to seal her plan. Provoked by her words, her father slams the table and urgently orders his aides summoned to move up the family meeting. Vladi calmly agrees, her plan succeeding perfectly as she anticipates her father will now approve the northern exploration. At the meeting, her father makes his decision, using the newly discovered cave as the perfect excuse to travel north for the treasure. Following her father's orders, Vladi instructs a maid to summon Baron Ryuspel and Rover. She smirks triumphantly, knowing everything is proceeding according to her will. Her father's sudden decision to travel north throws the entire household into frantic preparations. A night order is hastily assembled, while an aide pays a premium to secure teleportation circles. The news of his impending arrival sends the staff of the northern castle into a state of chaos. A flashback shows her father reminding a young Meldor of his duty as the family's sole heir. The young boy earnestly promises his father that he will not forget his responsibilities. The father then turns his attention to a young Belati who stands beside her brother. He simply tells her not to worry, and she confidently promises to manage the estate in his absence. With a command to open the gates, the father departs on horseback, ready for his journey north. Saying a final farewell, her father rides off with his knights. Her brother, Meldor, scoffs at her newfound authority, telling her to stay quiet. He walks off, belittling her for only knowing how to shop with friends. Meldor smiles smugly, declaring he will act like a proper heir in his father's absence. A maid confirms the northern teleport circle is active, and Vladi dismisses her, demanding privacy. Vladi smiles, realizing that with her father gone, she can finally do as she pleases. Click. The sound of a door opening echoes in the quiet hall. Vladi barges into Meldor's room, who demands she leave, while she plans to teach the brat a lesson. Stunned, Meldor asks what she meant, and Vladi suggests she should teach him the word sister. Her hand moves toward the needle of a vintage gramophone. As loud, grating music fills the room, Meldor shouts for her to get out. With a snap of her fingers, Vladi terrifies her brother, deviously offering to drain his youthful energy. As she advances, a terrified Meldor pleads with her to stay away. Overwhelmed with fear, he screams at her not to come any closer. Vladi leans in with a sinister smile, marking the first day of her rule as his screams for his sister begin. From outside the mansion, Meldor's desperate cries of surrender echo alongside harsh violin music. The household is thrown into chaos as servants rush around, and Meldor is carried away crying. Later, Vladi calmly directs a maid, while a defeated Meldor watches her act like she owns the place. Meldor finally musters the courage to confront her again, shouting for her attention. She turns, her cold gaze silencing him. He nervously calls her sister, and she calmly asks what he wants. Feeling an immense pressure, Meldor wonders how she suddenly became so intimidating and debates retreating. He resolves not to back down, remembering how she used him to destroy their mother's greenhouse. Clenching his fist, he finds strength in his father's last words to him. In a flashback, his father reminds him of his duty as the sole heir of House Elton. Fired up, Meldor channels his father's authority and demands to know what she is doing. She coolly asks if he can't see for himself, but he accuses her of playing dumb. Vladi's expression hardens with annoyance. She reminds him the greenhouse is hers to do with as she pleases, and he stammers in agreement. Dismissing him entirely, she turns her back and tells him to leave. Defeated, Meldor slowly walks away. He trembles with rage, unable to comprehend how the timid Beladi he knew could change so drastically. Running through the halls, he realizes everything changed when their father left, recalling a nightmare. The memory surfaces of his favorite symphony turning into a melody straight from hell. The nightmare continues as a smiling Vladi looms over him, demanding he address her properly. On his knees, he stammers, "Big sister," but she feigns not hearing him. Crying, he screams that she's his sister, calling her a devil. He lunges for the gramophone, but she quickly stops his hand. She taunts him, asking if he no longer enjoys his favorite symphony, as he begs her to stop. Sobbing, Meldor confesses that he now hates the music. Vladi threatens to restart the music unless he keeps calling her big sister, and he tearfully agrees. Back in the present, Meldor clutches a pillow and seethes, cursing Beladi's name. He furiously punches the pillow, vowing to never forget this disgrace and questioning her cruelty. He admits he wasn't kind to her, but insists his actions weren't that bad. In a flashback, Meldor justifies his past behavior, recalling his strict upbringing while Belati was free. He remembers Belati as an easy target, always watching with jealous eyes as their mother doted on him. He recalls her being a background character, a shadow who always took the blame for his misdeeds. He admits to rare moments of pity that quickly turned to rage, but now declares that past is over. He concludes that the day his father left was the day a demon moved into their house. His final memory is of her cruel punishments, like forcing him to hold books, which felt like a living nightmare. Meldor fumes that his parents never scolded him, questioning his sister's right to treat him this way, and recalling her overwhelming pressure. He realizes facing her felt like confronting their father, wondering if she was hiding her true strength all along. Thinking back, he realizes his father's sudden trip north was strange and concludes Belati, that devil, must have orchestrated it. Frustrated, he wishes he were older so he wouldn't be steamrolled, then desperately calls for help before vowing to never forgive Belati. A butler answers his call, and Meldor immediately demands to know where Rover is. He seethes with anger, realizing that Rover has been spending time with Belati lately. He recalls that while the head maid was always Belati's puppet, Rover was a loyal family servant who was close to him. Wondering how Belati managed to win Rover over, he resolves to use a petty move he had been saving. He hands a letter to a butler, ordering him to deliver it to the north using the fastest courier available. Meldor smirks, convinced Belati is finished and that he'll be the one laughing at that demon when their father returns. However, the sealed letter is delivered not to a courier, but directly to Lady Beloti. Russell. After reading the letter, she dismisses its contents as utterly ridiculous. She instructs Rover to report everything Meldor does directly to her, and he readily agrees. Walking away, she knows Meldor is completely unaware that all of his servants now belong to her. She scoffs that the entire staff has been prioritizing her for some time, then contemptuously tosses his letter into the fireplace. She reflects that after 2 weeks of silence, the pampered Meldor surely can't endure this treatment much longer. Surprised he lasted so long before writing to their father, she decides it's time to offer a carrot after so much whip. She thinks that if Meldor were older, she would have crushed him with sheer force to avenge the years she was ignored. Even that wouldn't have been enough, but she reminds herself he's still just a child, by modern standards. Deciding to give him one last chance, she sits at her desk to determine if he's truly rotten or just acting out. She hands a maid her own letter, instructing her to send it to the north. Belati muses that their father must have met Nisia by now, as their mother's birthday recently passed. She believes her father, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of another child, is far more likely to approve her request. She smirks, eagerly anticipating Meldor's reaction to the carrot she has prepared for him as a few days pass. A few days later, a swift reply from their father arrives at the Grand Estate. Reading his simple reply, "I'll leave it to you," she knows her father has softened up. A maid informs Belati that Meldor is at the training grounds, and she heads there, deciding she has something to tell him. On the grounds, a green-haired instructor yells at Meldor to straighten his back during sword practice. Watching from a distance, Belati observes that Meldor clearly has no talent for the sword, his stance still awkward after years of lessons. Startled by her presence, Meldor catches himself and stammers a greeting, calling her sister. The green-haired man, Sir Brooks, greets Lady Belati, who apologizes for interrupting but says she has something to tell him. Seeing the letter, Meldor eagerly asks if it's from their father, and she confirms that it is. He lunges for the letter, but Sir Brooks intercepts him, grabbing his arm and scolding him for his rudeness. Sir Brooks sternly reminds him that proper etiquette must be observed, and a chastened Meldor apologizes to his master. Belati notes that Meldor listens well to his father and Sir Brooks, likely because he admires the knights for having a talent he lacks. She approaches and asks Sir Brooks not to be too hard on Meldor, explaining he is likely acting out of fear. She then offers the letter to Sir Brooks, who asks if it's truly all right for him to read it. After reading the letter, Sir Brooks looks up in shock, realizing the Duke has finally made a major decision. They acknowledge their mutual efforts to persuade the Duke, with Sir Brooks admitting that her words succeeded where his reports had failed. Belati thinks to herself that she never persuaded him at all. She simply piggybacked on Sir Brooks' existing efforts. She reflects that her father, already soft on Meldor and now caring for Nisia, is preoccupied with child-rearing thanks to her perfect timing. Sir Brooks tells a confused Meldor that training is over for the day and his schedule will be adjusted going forward. Beleti dismisses Sir Brooks for the day, saying she will now speak with Meldor alone. A bewildered Meldor asks what's happening, and Belati informs him that his excessive training is now over. She hands him their father's letter, telling him to read it for himself. The letter reveals their father's thoughts. He agrees the training is excessive for Meldor's age, and that his son's well-being is the top priority. The letter concludes by entrusting Belati with reducing Meldor's training and adjusting his other lessons, leaving the boy stunned. Seeing his emotional reaction, she calmly asks him if he's crying. He fiercely denies it, but she teases him for being embarrassed about crying after his outburst the other day. She clarifies she was merely giving him the discipline their parents never did, but he retorts asking if she feels no shame for treating her brother so cruelly. She retorts that she would be more ashamed to let his disrespect continue, but he denies ever disrespecting her. Thinking back on his punishment, she admits it was excessive but felt necessary to discipline the brat who used her as a punching bag. She resolves that his future actions will determine whether they become a family or strangers. A flustered Meldor holds the letter, asking why she'd help him and if she truly hates him. She smiles cryptically, suggesting she might be more affectionate than she appears, leaving him confused. She gives him full authority to negotiate a new schedule with his teachers, promising to respect his choices. He clutches his father's letter, a symbol of his newfound freedom. With his schedule changed to focus on magic instead of swordsmanship, Meldor's tantrums cease, and he seems happier. Belati reflects that Sir Brooks is a true master for recognizing that swordsmanship was bringing out the worst in Meldor. Hearing a knock, Belati tells the person to come in, and a maid enters the room. The maid presents a formal letter, announcing that an invitation has arrived from the imperial family. Reading the letter, Belati realizes the winter banquet season is fast approaching. The narration recounts the harsh winters of the past, where commoners suffered while nobles fled south. The northern lands of House Alton were hit the hardest, but that suffering is now a thing of the past. This was all thanks to one great emperor, Canubi Decardal, who changed the empire's fate. The narrative clarifies she was the late emperor who also founded the Canubi school. In a world where magic was the ultimate weapon in constant wars, one person could be a match for 100. However, 200 years ago, spirits appeared and forced a, quote, peace accord on humanity, ending the wars and beginning an era of peace. The mages of the Magic Tower focused on personal research until one day a new way of thinking emerged. The revolutionary mage, the late Emperor Gridica, declared that magic should be used to enrich people's lives, not just for offense. She combined magic with science, developing practical technologies that converted magic into new forms beyond engraved jewels. This union of magic and science led to a historic first invention. The groundbreaking invention revealed is a simple, magically powered lantern. Gridica, who was also a high-ranking noble, used her influence to advance her cause. She won over the Magic Tower's elders, many of whom were loyal to the imperial family, and they began to cooperate. Their most successful joint inventions were waterworks and heating systems, which gave the people convenient access to water. With improved sanitation and warmth, the once dreaded winter became a manageable season for everyone. As a result of her efforts, the princess's popularity with the commoners soared. Seeing her success, many nobles who had opposed her slowly began to shift to her side. She shrewdly allowed only her allies to. Smirking, she notes that while an emperor's monopoly is illegal, a princess's is not, vowing to grant free access once she takes the throne. As there had never been a princess who ran a business, she exploited this legal loophole to her advantage. She then created a new high society trend, the imperial family's winter banquet, as mentioned in the invitation. This was revolutionary, as people typically stayed home during the harsh winter months. Using a massive heating system, she hosted exclusive, lavish banquets where her allies could enjoy the winter scenery from a warm hall. The attending nobles boasted about the events endlessly, with some even profiting from related merchandise. The nobles left out of the princess's faction grew envious of the comfortable lives and wealth her allies enjoyed. One by one, the opposing nobles joined Princess Gridica, though a few houses remained loyal to the crown prince. Ultimately, she became the first woman to ascend the throne, and the winter banquet has been held annually ever since. House Alton was her first supporter, helping spread heating systems to the north, making the banquet a special event for their family. Belati muses that her father should have returned by now, but is likely preoccupied with taking care of Nisha. She thinks that since she has been absent from society for so long, she is curious how things have changed. Remembering her past as a key social figure, she wonders how the fast-paced social scene has evolved without her. The first day of the winter banquet arrives, and Belati steps toward a grand carriage in an elegant winter gown. She pauses for a moment before the open carriage door, ready to re-enter high society. A man with lavender hair named Sion greets her warmly, holding an umbrella to shield her from the snow. As a flustered servant watches, Vladi asks why he's holding the umbrella, and Sion simply says he felt like it. Vladi thinks to herself that her friend Sion is truly an impressive person. A blonde-haired man joins them under the umbrella, marveling at the heavy snowfall and everyone's fine attire. The blonde man smiles, pleased that they all match the dress code and complimenting how amazing everyone looks. The blonde man, Mostin, explains they all agreed to match dress codes, loving the sense of belonging. Mostin declares them an impressive group, and Vladi replies that praise from Sion means a lot. Zion, that's high praise. Running ahead on the snowy path, Mostin complains about the freezing cold and urges them to go inside. Inside the warm hall, a maid takes Sion's cloak as Vladi stands proudly with her two companions. Two ladies at the banquet stare in surprise, whispering about the arriving group. Mostin asks Vladi about her brother, and she explains Meldor is completely absorbed in his magic studies. She dismisses Meldor's absence as fine, since their father approved it, just as several noblewomen call out to her. Vladi greets the ladies warmly, apologizing for being out of touch and not responding to their letters. Her friends insist it's fine, overjoyed to see her again, and inviting her to sit and chat. Vladi agrees, telling Sion. At a table laden with desserts, one of the ladies asks how Miss Vladi has been. A woman compliments Vladi's amazing dress and coordinated look with the lords, calling their friendship heartwarming. Laughing, Vladi asks for one question at a time, privately noting her own popularity among her peers. She reflects that her trio, herself, Mostin, and Sion, was widely admired, with each having their own fan base. Mostin, she recalls, was especially adored by older nobles, who were won over by his bright, friendly smile. Her thoughts then turn to Sion, as a red-haired woman beside her looks on with interest. The red-haired lady gasps in admiration, her expectations seemingly met. The woman remarks on the incredible popularity of Prince Agla, as a crowd of young ladies surrounds him. She adds that, according to her mother, Sion is even more popular now than Duchess Agla was in her prime. Another lady explains it's because Sion strongly resembles Duchess Agla, the empire's most beautiful woman. This resemblance has led many in high society to call Sion the most beautiful man among them. Taking a sip of wine, Vladi reflects that Sion's gentle personality makes his popularity natural as she watches his admirers. Women eagerly present Prince Agla with gifts, from a handmade handkerchief to an invitation to a private magic lab. One woman even offers a custom perfume, causing Sion to sweat nervously as Vladi labels them his extreme devotees. While some women react with anger to being ignored, Vladi thinks Sion is too kind for always giving his fans attention. She muses that she would simply ignore them, pitying his tiring life, and recalling how his fans used to approach her. In a flashback, ladies question Vladi about a possible engagement to Sion, speculating about a union between North and South. She remembers their persistent questions and the intimidating glare she would give them in response. She recalls how a single intimidating glare from her was enough to make them scurry away. Ladies flinch and back away. She muses that she and Sion are close because their personalities aren't too similar, glad that Mostin is different. Back in the present, a woman asks if Vladi will attend more events and extends a tea party invitation. Vladi graciously accepts, stating she plans to resume her social life and is honored by the Tula family's invitation. The women are delighted, and another immediately asks Vladi to visit her family next. As Vladi happily agrees, she notices a woman with a fan staring at her from across the room. Vladi notices the woman's eyes, recognizing the intense gaze directed at her. She recognizes the woman, who quickly looks away, and wonders why she starts fights only to avoid eye contact. Vladi dismisses the woman as insignificant unless she has powerful backing. She identifies the woman as the cousin of the crown princess, who used her cousin like a puppet to control the social scene. Though the cousin was a minor character, Vladi recalls keeping a close eye on the crown princess's circle. The lady recalls how she made her own dramatic entrance to challenge the cousin's influence over the social scene. She remembers being driven by a desperation to overcome her family's neglect, which led her to dive into high society. At the time, she welcomed noble ladies who were tired of the duo's meddling and welcomed Vladi as a new leader. This created a rift in high society, splitting it between Vladi's faction and the crown princesses. While the other nobles were amused by the drama, Vladi now wonders how the crown princess is faring. One of her friends happily remarks that with Vladi's return, the social balance will be restored, The ladies gossip about a recent tea gathering hosted by the crown princess, wondering if Velati will be invited next. Velati smiles coyly, stating that she's looking forward to that day. Her friends giggle amongst themselves, knowing the crown princess would never dare invite her rival. Velati is confident the crown princess's attempts to win over her allies failed because they view her as their true leader. She proudly recalls helping them re-enter society, securing their loyalty. Velati reflects on gaining support, building camaraderie, and improving her image, noting the good terms between her family and the royal family. Velati thinks about the crown princess's tea invitation, considering it a personal matter, as a black-haired man and a red-haired man stand formally. The blonde woman proposes making the dark-haired woman her head lady-in-waiting, leaving the dark-haired woman stunned into silence. The dark-haired woman sips her tea, finding it amusing that someone without royal blood wants the empire's only princess to be a maid. Velati, with a resolute expression, recalls her refusal to bow to anyone but her family and that the princess's status prevented punishment. The dark-haired woman smiles, thinking about the blonde woman's twisted expression when she delivered her reply. A hand holds a wine glass as news spreads that Prince Killian, who studied in the Megala Empire, has returned, causing a slight flinch. Women at a tea party discuss the shocking news of Prince Killian's return, confirming it was heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The dark-haired woman wonders why Prince Killian's return has been so quiet, with the red-haired woman agreeing it's strange. Velati recalls Prince Killian Allerman Deckardal, the second prince who left for Megala at a young age and never returned. Velati expresses curiosity about the red-haired Prince Killian, realizing his current path likely deviates from the original story. The story announces to be continued and displays a recruitment advertisement for Korean translators, proofreaders, and editors. A notice informs readers that this chapter was translated by Rokara Comics, who will continue translating the manhwa, providing contact information. The gray-haired man reflects on the natural questions surrounding Prince Killian's sudden departure for studies abroad, noting William's earlier spy activities seemed unrelated. The dark-haired woman ponders why Prince Killian acted differently from his original story, realizing she had forgotten about him until now. A surprised Velati is greeted by the purple-haired young Duke Agla, who casually says, "Long time no see," making her heart thump. The purple-haired young Duke Agla, smiling, invites Velati to talk and mentions the availability of excellent wine nearby. Two wine glasses clink together, celebrating the return of the socialite, who has finally broken her long silence. Velati internally criticizes Casper's pretentious and archaic way of speaking, admitting she could never get used to it despite his popularity with older nobles. Velati identifies the purple-haired man as Casper Agla, Sion's much older brother and heir, noting his innocent smile hides his true nature. Velati intently questions Casper's motives for approaching her now, remembering they were never close or friendly. Velati thanks Casper for the welcome and asks his purpose, to which he replies he wants her to meet someone arriving shortly. Velati, holding her wine glass, speculates that Casper might be planning to introduce her to royalty, given his ties to the crown prince. Casper suggests Velati start building connections ahead of her coming-of-age ceremony, prompting Velati to internally question his sudden concern. Velati sarcastically asks Casper to introduce Meldor if he's concerned about connections, but he smoothly deflects, saying he'll do it later. Velati notes Casper, a slick political figure, smoothly brushed off her sarcasm, realizing losing her temper would only put her at a disadvantage. Velati observes Casper engaging with the short, dark-haired boy Meldor, realizing Casper typically focused more on the heir than on her. Velati reflects on typical noble power plays, wondering why Casper is suddenly acting as a bridge to the crown prince, especially given Prince Killian's return. Velati recalls being a disregarded eldest daughter with no influence, but now she asserts that such dismissals are in the past. Velati internally observes Casper, still smiling, noting his quick understanding and approach despite her family's recent internal rearrangement. Velati's eye narrows menacingly as she considers the uneasiness left by the William incident, wondering if it's time for a thorough cleanup. The large doors dramatically open, announcing the arrival of their imperial majesties, the Emperor and Empress. The royal family, including the Emperor, Crown Prince, Crown Princess, and another princess, majestically descend the grand staircase, making a soft thump-thump sound. The royal family, led by the adorable red-haired princess, continues their grand descent of the staircase. The royal family greets the assembled nobles from a balcony, with the emperor wishing everyone to enjoy the festivities. The assembled nobles applaud enthusiastically, celebrating the presence of the royal family. Casper urges Velati to approach the newly arrived crown prince, but she mentally expresses her reluctance to be dragged into politics. Casper, looking slightly puzzled, calls out Vladi's name as she pauses, seemingly hesitant. Casper asks Vladi if she's nervous, reassuring her that it's natural to feel unsettled by the Crown Prince's presence and that he is there to help. A formally dressed attendant approaches Vladi and Casper, announcing that His Majesty requests Lady Vladi Alton's presence. Casper looks visibly surprised and admits that His Majesty's request for Vladi is unexpected. Casper tells Vladi to wait for him as he'll follow, but Vladi smirks, noting his true commanding personality hidden beneath fake gentleness. Vladi subtly smiles, asking Casper if he thinks that position suits her, and dismisses him, saying she will send word if she needs him. The attendant directs Vladi to follow him, while a shocked Casper attempts to call out to her. The purple-haired Casper looks visibly frustrated and anxious after Vladi's departure. Vladi Alton formally presents herself to His Majesty, standing gracefully with her hand on her chest. The Emperor recognizes Vladi from the hunting tournament, granting her informal address, to which Vladi expresses immense gratitude for the honor. The adorable red-haired girl, Hera Allerman Deckerdal, waves cheerfully from the Emperor's lap, tapping her hand. The red-haired girl apologizes for staying in the Emperor's arms, explaining she missed her nap while preparing for the banquet. The Emperor tells Hera she can retire after showing her face, but she insists on staying to hear his conversation with Vladi Alton. A blonde woman in a fine blue gown warmly agrees to a request from a small red-haired girl. Watching them, a red-bearded man comments on how adorable and exceptionally mature his daughter is for her age. He finds it curious that at only 7, she still addresses him with such formal respect in public. The Emperor tells a black-haired woman that a sharp princess is a blessing, wishing she and Vladi were closer in age to be friends. The black-haired woman, Vladi, agrees verbally, but thinks to herself that age hardly matters. She recalls the original story, where Princess Hera and a silver-haired girl named Nessia became inseparable friends. Vladi resolves to forge a connection with the virtuous and capable Princess Hera over the Crown Prince. Suspecting the Emperor has ulterior motives, she suddenly remembers a key scene from the original novel. In a flashback, Princess Hera worries her presence is causing conflict, but a silver-haired woman reminds her of Prince Killian's support. Hera explains the Emperor wishes to grant her a title, but her eldest brother vehemently opposes the idea. The silver-haired woman insists Hera has more than earned a noble title and shouldn't just be married off. A grateful Hera says the Emperor regrets not having built a stronger foundation of support for her. Vladi realizes the Emperor has been seeking allies for Hera all along and wonders if she's his next target. The Emperor praises the North's historical support, and Vladi reaffirms House Alton's loyalty to the imperial family. He adds that the late Majesty and Princess Hera also cherish their house as the North's representative. The Emperor laughs, recalling how Empress Grilrika admired the North's spirit, finding the sentiment amusing. Vladi scoffs internally, knowing their true reason for staying in the harsh North is its lucrative iron ore. A brown-haired man with a beard thinks the Emperor must know their secret and is pressuring him to align Vladi with Princess Hera. Speaking to the Emperor, Vladi cleverly asks why he's approaching her directly, while politely stating her house is honored. She cautiously warns him that showing such open favor to the North might be perceived as favoritism by other nobles. Vladi pauses, thoughtfully considering her next move. In the distance, Sion notices Vladi. With a subtle nod, Vladi signals that she has an idea. She suggests to the Emperor that he include heirs from other regions as well, broadening the scope of his plan. Vladi formally introduces her friends Sion Agla and Mostin Fredo. The surprised Emperor questions, talking to them, but Vladi vouches for their remarkable character. She confidently assures him they will be agreeable company for him and may even appeal to the princess. The Emperor laughs at the irony of her introducing friends to him when he intended to introduce the princess to her. Mostin cheerfully promises to be the Emperor's entertainment for the day, calling himself an amusing fellow. Vladi requests a private audience for the three of them, which the Emperor grants, noting their well-known friendship. Intrigued, the Emperor challenges the trio to entertain him, eager to hear the thoughts of the Empire's youth. The grand palace stands silent and imposing under a starry night sky. The trio sits comfortably, engaged in lively conversation with the Emperor in a private lounge. Mostin eagerly offers to perform a song dedicated to His Majesty, and the amused Emperor agrees. Vladi internally remarks that Mostin's skill at flattery would make him a corporate executive in the modern world. Late in the evening, after the other nobles have left, her long audience with the emperor finally concludes. Standing alone outside in the snow, Volati notes that her carriage is late. A rustle in the snow catches her attention, and she wonders who is there. A figure emerges from the snowy path, and she questions who would be out at this late hour. A red-haired man brushes snow from his shoulder, relieved that he wasn't too late to find her. Volati studies the unfamiliar face, noting that she did not see him at the banquet hall. Recognizing his distinct red hair, she identifies him as Imperial Prince Killian, recently returned from studying abroad. Volati introduces herself, and Prince Killian expresses his surprise that she already knows his name. She smoothly explains that she had heard the news of His Highness's return to the Empire earlier that day. Killian praises her sharp intuition, wishing he had known she would be there so they could have met sooner. Volati asks if he has some business with her, but he demurs, saying it is not that at all. He gently takes her gloved hand in his. Looking at her intently, Prince Killian confesses he has simply wanted to get to know her for some time. Volati smirks, amused by the strange and eventful turn her day has taken. She reflects on her encounters with Emperor Caspar and now Prince Killian, suspecting every new acquaintance wants something from her. She thinks that the red-haired prince is the hardest to read, a challenge even for her mind-reading specialty. Clutching her shawl, she realizes she finally confirms she understood the intent behind his actions. Killian compliments Volati, saying the color red suits her eyes, and that his red scarf matches his hair. The narration describes the wily and intelligent red fox. Prince Killian wonders why it purposely reveals itself to humans. She explains that the fox reveals itself only when it's certain it can drink its target's blood. The cunning fox feigns innocence, appearing cute and ordinary to its unsuspecting victim. Then, with a vicious snap, it bites when their guard is down, causing serious injury, a story Volati finds tragic. Facing Killian in the snow, she ominously continues her thought. Volati smirks, declaring she's very skilled at hunting red foxes and can kill them in a single, clean blow. Prince Killian listens to her veiled threat in silence. He calls her story impressive and expresses a desire to get closer, which she accepts as an honor. As her carriage arrives with a clatter, Killian asks if she is leaving so soon, and she confirms it's getting late. Looking regretful, he says he will feel regretful if he just lets her go like this. Volati recalls the rumors of him being a womanizer and thinks they must be true. She thinks that while his act might have worked on her current self, having tasted power, is unmoved by his charm. Feigning politeness, Volati states she is too busy this winter to get to know him. Killian confirms his interest, but she coolly reminds him that people at her station never approach others without an ulterior motive. She proposes they meet after winter passes, admitting she is also curious about him. Turning to leave, she warns him to be prepared to show his cards next time, but he asks her to wait. He looks genuinely troubled, asking if she feels nothing when she looks at him. Volati dismisses his question, telling him to return to the palace before he catches a cold. Her carriage departs, leaving him behind in the snow. In the carriage, Volati reflects on her unexpected meeting with Prince Killian, finding the rumors of him being a womanizer suspicious. She concludes that while he hid his intentions well, he is not a skilled seducer. She muses that while he is handsome enough to be popular, the prideful Megala nobles would not be swayed by looks alone. She considers the Empire's proud twin princesses, certain they would never fall for a rival prince just because he's handsome. Leaning by her carriage window, she puzzles over his final question, wondering what secret he could be hiding. A few days pass as the scene shifts to a grand estate. Volati reflects that some time has passed since the winter banquet. She enters a storage room with a lantern, ready for spring cleaning and searching for a specific item. Spotting a specific piece of furniture, she declares that she's found it. She examines the dresser, noting that just as the novel said, the middle handle is missing. From within the drawer, she pulls out a worn pink bunny doll, confirming she's found the right one. She firmly grips a small knife. Rip! The knife slices open the stuffed bunny, its cotton inside spilling out. Reaching inside, she finds a hidden object. A beautiful and intricate golden ring is revealed. In a flashback, she remembers her jovial grandfather, who loved pranks unlike her cold father. The pink bunny is shown nestled inside a formal gift box. However, her equally unemotional grandmother found the gesture of hiding a ring in a doll pathetic and illogical. Her grandfather, flustered by his wife's cold reception, could only agree weakly. Her grandfather forgot the doll in a drawer, which was later sent to storage after its handle broke, where Nesha eventually found it. A young Nesia is shown discovering the doll in the basement and showing it to their visitor. Nesia, having found the ring inside, then gifted it to her eldest brother for his birthday. The scene transitions with a sharp, dramatic effect. Vladi mentally claims ownership of the ring, stating its final owner is the eldest sibling and that it is no ordinary ring. Vladi calls for a servant, and a maid enters, asking how she can help. The maid looks startled as Vladi makes a strange request. "Tell me a lie." Vladi smiles kindly, patiently repeating her command. The chapter concludes with a title card featuring Vladi and Prince Killian. Vladi commands her maid to tell her a lie, but the terrified girl can only beg for forgiveness. Wondering if she's been too strict, Vali realizes her demands might seem frightening from a servant's perspective. Changing tactics, Vladi asks the maid if she has a crush on one of Meldor's servants, causing the girl to blush furiously. The maid hastily denies having feelings for anyone, and Vladi internally notes what a terrible liar she is. Vladi pivots again, asking if she has noticed any staff members acting suspiciously lately. The maid closes her eyes in thought, letting out a quiet, After a moment of consideration, the maid shakes her head and reports that she has not seen anyone like that. Vladi smiles and dismisses the maid, who curtsies and leaves the room. Looking at her ring, Vladi thinks with satisfaction that it works, as described in the novel, certain her grandfather's gift was no ordinary jewel. A flashback reveals that in the past, spirits shared treasures with humans, and this specific ring holds the unique power of an earth spirit. The ring's special ability is revealed. It glows green whenever someone tells a lie in conversation. At her desk, Vladi reveals her plan to use the ring to find the spy she believes was hired after her mother's collapse last summer. However, a review of the records shows no new hires during that period, forcing her to conclude the spy is a long-trusted servant. She seethes over the betrayal, while a brown-haired man elsewhere contemplates the crown prince having a spy in the mansion. Vowing to catch the spy, Vladi decides the ring makes it easy, and she already has a suspect in mind. Calling for a maid with brown hair and a bun, Vladi declares she will make use of the observers. Vladi directly asks the maid, Emily, if she has ever leaked information, and Emily cheerfully swears her unwavering loyalty. The ring on Vladi's finger glows green, and she thinks sarcastically that, of course, loyal Emily would never betray her. She instructs Emily to gather a few of the staff, who are known to gossip and talk too much. Emily questions the request, and Vladi confirms she wants the biggest talkers brought to her in secret. With a slight sweat drop, Emily bows and agrees to fulfill the strange order. Later, Vladi sits expectantly, asking Emily if these are the ones she summoned. Emily presents two men and a woman, the mansion's biggest gossips, and Vladi dismisses her. A servant nervously asks why they were summoned, and Vladi cuts to the chase, demanding to know if anyone has leaked House Alton's secrets. The trio panics, vehemently denying they would ever spread gossip about the house. TSK. Vladi tells them to stop the drama, concluding they're too loud to be spies. She gestures for the confused servants to approach her. With a cunning grin, Vladi gives them a new task: spread a rumor that there is a traitor in the mansion and she is searching for them. The blonde-haired servant is stunned by her command. The three servants, however, eagerly accept the mission, declaring that spreading rumors is their specialty. Pleased, Vladi tells them to begin their work the next day and dismisses them. She smirks, thinking that while they are useless as spies, they will make the perfect bait for the real one. An unspoken rule for Alton's staff is established: never speak carelessly outside the mansion's walls. Within the mansion, however, servants were free to talk and share information amongst themselves. Gossiping was a primary form of entertainment, and a bit of exaggeration was always tolerated. The generous master of the house understood it was impossible to suppress every single rumor and chose to overlook it. However, leaking any information outside was an act of betrayal with severe consequences, which kept even the chattiest servants silent. This strict policy is why the household rarely changed staff or hired new people. The brown-haired man from earlier overhears the rumor and dismisses it as nonsense. He clutches his head in distress, wondering what he just heard. Three men in uniform discuss the news of a traitor, finding it unbelievable that someone would talk so much. One of them clarifies that it was not a mere slip of the tongue, but a deliberate leak of information. Hiding behind a tree, the spy realizes, in horror, that there's a spy among them. He stumbles back in shock and disbelief. Panicked, he tells himself not to say such scary things. Elsewhere, maids doing laundry gossip about the spy, noting the harsh punishments for even accidental slips. One maid claims Lady Belati not only knows there's a spy, but also knows who they are and who sent them. The spy is horrified, certain he moved too carefully to be discovered so fast, especially since he only just leaked crucial information. He reveals the intel he leaked, that Belati Alton had chosen Meldor as her successor, giving her full control of the mansion. He realizes the once quiet Belati has finally bared her fangs, and this is no longer a childish squabble, but a true succession battle. A sinister smile graces Velati's face as the narration declares that Belati Alton is dangerous. The red-haired man hopes his information will be put to good use by the other side. He laments the death of a silver-haired woman, believing she died in vain in that household. The brown-haired spy clenches his jaw, vowing to do even worse things for her revenge. Two maids gossip, one asking who the spy is, while the other reveals they are from the imperial side. Hiding nearby, the spy wonders how they could have possibly found out about him and his master. As maids hang laundry, one reveals that Lady Belati told them herself and is preparing to capture the spy with clear evidence. The spy scoffs internally, confident they won't find evidence he erased with magic, but he's puzzled how Belati knew of his imperial connection. He wonders if she discovered something during the winter banquet. Recalling the banquet, he remembers Belati gaining the emperor's favor, but felt safe since he worked for the crown prince's faction. He acknowledges Belati's formidable nature, realizing that, as Duke Theodore's daughter, she is not to be underestimated. Clenching his fist, he recalls trying to gather more intel to earn the crown prince's trust. The spy decides to lay low, relieved that at least his specific identity remains undiscovered for now. He flees through the garden as a blue-haired maid with glasses watches him run. The blue-haired maid adjusts her glasses, her expression cold and calculating. She holds a stack of papers, revealing they were found in the room of the most suspicious person in the mansion. Reporting to Velati, the maid explains they recovered erased documents using magic, but Velati questions if that is their only evidence. Velati asks about the Watchers, and the maid confirms their absolute loyalty to the House of Alton allowed them to follow orders without question. Dismissed with a good work, the maid bows, promising to await Lady Velati's next command. Velati holds the evidence, amused that the spy likely thinks he erased all the traces while her people were already onto him. With a determined glint in her eye, she reflects on the House of Alton's reputation for always finding its traitors. Velati recalls her plan. After sending out decoys, she called for a maid named Stia to utilize the other Watchers. Following her orders, Stia recommended a few individuals from the Watcher group to carry out a specific directive. She instructed them to find a traitor spreading rumors and to secure evidence on anyone acting suspiciously, unsettling the spy. Although she had a suspect in mind, Velati kept his identity secret from the Watchers to test their skills. A few days later, her plan succeeded as the Watchers pinpointed the exact person she had suspected. With Stia's help, they used recovery magic to completely restore the documents the spy had tried to erase. Velati recalls a key detail from the original story. Each Watcher possessed a unique, specialized ability. These Watchers, including a dark-haired man and Stia, would never share their secret skills with anyone. Reviewing the restored documents, Velati is disappointed the leaked information was only about her and Meldor, deeming it dull. She muses that if the spy had caused a real crisis for the house, it might have affected her father and given her more freedom. The narration reveals that the spy would have found it nearly impossible to get close to her powerful father. Tapping the desk, Velati contemplates what to do with the worthless traitor who betrayed both her and the house. The truth is revealed. The spy was one of her mother's personal guards, who was constantly by her side. A flashback shows the guard with her mother, his motive dismissed, as a pathetic knight falling for the woman he was meant to protect. He had hidden his feelings, but according to the novel, he developed a grudge against the Altons after the mother's death. Crying, he had blamed the noble family for failing to save the woman he loved. He then swore new loyalty to a young Nessia, a development Velati now finds suspicious. Velati notes a crucial deviation. In the original story, the knight was a minor character who never became a spy. A split image shows Nessia as a child and as a young woman, highlighting her growth and significance. Velati realizes with a start that this change in the knight's role is likely her own fault. Because of her plans, her father went north, forcing Nessia to stay at the estate instead of the capital. The pieces click into place. Unable to swear loyalty to Nisha in time, the trapped knight-turned-traitor becoming another player acting out of line. Velati feels a headache coming on, lamenting that twisting the original story is never a good thing. She resolves to focus on the immediate problem at hand. As she begins writing a letter, She decides she must report everything to her father, as the spy is too high-ranking to handle alone. She acknowledges that full authority over knights and retainers still rests solely with her father, the head of the house. Crumpling the report, Vladi decides she cannot let this opportunity pass and must use the spy to her own advantage. A sly smile forms on her face as she plots to tie someone else into the spy's predicament. The chapter begins noting that when her father left for the north, he stationed 3 retainers at the mansion. Of the 3 retainers, one was her father's closest advisor, Baron Rickon. The other 2 were from the Brooks and Diomi families, with their target being the latter. Her mark is Act Diomi, who, in the original story, embezzles from the Northern Treasury. She recalls a scene where an older Nessia dramatically uncovered his crimes. Vladi muses that while that event is far off, she can use the information now. With a small push, she believes he'll commit the same crime, so she's deliberately relaxed the mansion's budget review to bait him. She proudly declares that she has created the perfect setup for him to embezzle funds. Just as planned, Act Diomi approaches her, asking about the annex renovations. Internally amused, Vladi confirms that the renovations are nearly finished. He offers his help in deciding on the new furniture for the annex. He boasts of his past business in the capital and his contacts in the furniture trade. Delighted that her plan is working, Vladi agrees that using a specialized company would be perfect. She surprises Actiomi by asking him to handle the purchase directly as her representative. She explains that she is too busy and was planning to delay the decorating until spring. As he beams, she tells him his help would be a huge relief. Vladi's plan unfolds. He'll use a supplier to fake receipts and pocket the difference. He eagerly accepts the task, while she inwardly calls him a sucker. She asks for a financial report when he's done, secretly hoping he doesn't mess up the embezzlement she's arranged. The 2 smiled at each other, both concealing their true intentions from the other. Sometime later, Vladi finally receives the budget report, ready to see how much he skimmed. She opens the ledger, eager to find out just how bold Actiomi really is. Reading the report, she trails off in disbelief at the total amount spent. She is shocked to see he only spent 15,000 gold, a fraction of the 500 million he stole in the original story. With the real cost of furniture being 5,000 gold, he only inflated the price by 10,000. Frustrated, she calls him a coward for such a timid crime after she set up the perfect opportunity. She concludes that both the spy and Act Diomi are pathetic cowards. Vladi recalls that in the novel, the 500 million was stolen over several years, not in one go. Still, she's annoyed he didn't steal more, wondering if he's afraid of his own shadow. She laments that 10,000 gold is barely worth her time, and setting another trap would be a pain. A knock on the door interrupts her thoughts as Stia enters, asking if she was called. With a devious smile, Vladi orders Stia to bring her Zeppelin immediately. The scene shifts to a dark, cobblestone alleyway at night. A hooded man with dark blue hair, Zeppelin, appears with a confident smirk. As Actiomi walks in a cloak, Zeppelin begins the operation, his hand glowing with purple magic. The story pauses for a promotional recruitment notice from the creators. The scene transitions to the inside of a lively tavern at night. The cloaked Ed Demi approaches a dark-haired bartender and gives the paraphrase, "The weather is nice today." He covertly passes a green fountain pen into the bartender's hand. The bartender examines the pen with a pensive expression. Actiomi feels confident, remembering that his actions are just as Lady Vladi planned. Zeppelin recalls Vladi's instructions. The pen is a copy of a special key that, along with a passphrase, grants access to a vault. The bartender questions the weather, and Actiomi notes that, as expected, the man can't tell the difference. It's revealed that a surveillance expert from the Thieves Guild copied the real fountain pen key from Actiomi's pocket. Actiomi tries another passphrase about the sunlight, but the bartender remains unimpressed. The bartender simply tells him to follow, as Zeppelin celebrates Vladi's genius in deducing the location without needing a passphrase. He gestures to a doorway, telling Actiomi that he can go down alone from here. Actiomi cautiously begins his descent down a dark, stone staircase. He continues deeper into the shadowy underground passage. At the bottom of the stairs, a well-dressed man with dark hair, flanked by guards, greets Lord Act. Shaking hands, Actiomi informs the man that he's not there to deposit funds, but to leave something special. The man's curiosity is piqued by the mention of a special item. The well-dressed man adjusts his monocle, noting the box's value and offering to appraise it. With a clack, his eye widens in shock as he stammers Lord Act's name. He stares at a brilliant pearl necklace and earring set, declaring they cannot accept it. Actemy leans in close, asking if the man knows how he makes his money. He explains that the mercenary's private vault is for those with illegally acquired wealth, unlike the central bank. Because the mercenaries don't ask questions, he explains, a certain second son stored his money there before asking the man how much he needs. With a confident look, Actemy states his price, 10 million. The man is stunned by the amount as Actemy coolly asks if he's incapable of handling it. He stammers that they've never handled such a sum, but Actemy insists he knows they have the capability. Showing off the jewelry, Actemy claims the pearls would fetch hundreds of millions from other dealers. A flashback reveals a beautiful silver-haired woman wearing the jewels, which the Duke of Alton once bought for 8,000 gold. The man admits that despite his experience, he has never seen such supreme quality before. Actemy argues that even if he defaults, the man will still profit from these rare, priceless jewels. An image of noble women adorned in finery illustrates that supreme-grade jewels are typically in their possession. He explains that while thieves sometimes steal such items, they and their buyers meet gruesome ends, making such cases rare. Despite the risk, the narration confirms the jewels are irresistible, top-tier treasures. The man nervously asks if he is a thief, but Actemy clarifies he's offering the jewels as collateral to avoid issues. He adds that if he had other options, he would have simply sold them to dealers. The well-dressed man nervously agrees, reasoning they can just claim to be deceived victims if anything goes wrong. As the man drafts the loan agreement, Actemy expresses his approval of such efficient work. Actemy watches him sign, noting the interest rate will be high and laughing as the deal is sealed. The man notes the perfect timing as an associate in the background opens a large suitcase. A click, and the suitcase opens to reveal stacks of glittering gold bars, as Actemy suggests they are no longer strangers. The man hands over the loan agreement, but Actemy instructs him to mail it in 3 days instead. Questioned about the mail, Actemy explains the gold is too heavy, so he'll store it in his own vault. He hands over a green fountain pen, calling it his key. The man accepts the pen with a click, promising to keep the gold bars safe until retrieval. As the two depart, the man reflects that everything is proceeding exactly as Lady Vladi predicted. In a flashback, Zeppelin worries they might arouse suspicion, but Vladi assures him their targets will be too dazzled by the pearls to notice. Now revealed to be Zeppelin in disguise, he admires the necklace, marveling at Lady Vladi's incredible insight into people. The scene transitions to a grand mansion, framed by blooming purple roses. Inside his office, Actemy meticulously reviews the documents, searching for any potential loopholes. After a moment of thought, he calls for someone to enter his office. A maid enters the room, announcing that a letter has arrived for Lord Daomi. He smiles warmly, thanking the maid for bringing it to him. The maid thinks his smile is warm and rustic, like a baker's, before taking her leave. Actemy inwardly smirks, crediting his father for the maid's innocent face, which makes everyone lower their guard. He gloats to himself that her presence allows him to embezzle money without raising any suspicion. He recalls how he scammed the naive young lady, mocking Duke Alton for entrusting household affairs to such an inexperienced girl. He leans back with a greedy smirk, deciding to keep milking the noble girl dry. He examines the letter's wax seal, wondering if it's from the mercenaries, and worrying about trouble with the vault. He shoots up from his desk in a panic, exclaiming that the letter is a loan agreement he never made. Stunned, he processes the unexpected loan agreement, wondering where it came from. His horror grows as he reads the amount, 10 million, and sees his own signature perfectly forged at the bottom. Leaping from his chair, he declares he must go to the mercenaries at once. As Actemy flees, a man watches from the doorway, amazed that Lady Vladi's prediction about his movements was spot on. In a flashback, Vladi instructs a man named Robber to watch for a letter to arrive for Actemy and to inform her when he leaves. Robert questions the reason for monitoring Lord Daomi, but Vladi coldly asks if he is questioning her orders again. He quickly backpedals, and Vladi, revealing she was kidding, tells him to get a good look at Daomi's face as he leaves. She predicts his expression will be twisted with panic, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor, as Robert watches the terrified Daomi flee. A woman calls out to Ms. Vladi, who sits elegantly atop her black horse. A blue-haired man confirms to Vladi that Daomi left with a harsh expression. Just as she predicted, Vladi smiles, certain he panicked over the nonsensical loan certificate she arranged. She calmly orders the blue-haired man to take the soldiers and bring him back. Petting her horse, she tells the man, Alec, not to cause trouble, as he'll be back. Velati turns and orders Robert to follow her, and he readily agrees. Robert hesitantly asks Ms. Velarde why she is so concerned with Lord Diomi. She coldly reveals that he embezzled the estate's budget, leaving Robert in utter shock. Stunned, he exclaims that Act is the son of Baron Diomi. Velati acknowledges his surprise, noting that his father and Baron Rickon also trusted Act Diomi. The narration explains that Baron Diomi is known as a gentle and refined man, making his son's actions unbelievable to Robert. A thought bubble contrasts the unquestioning loyalty of Zeppelin with Robert's obedient yet curious nature. With a clack, a grand door swings open. Velati confidently walks with Robert into the office, heading toward the desk. She slams her hands down on the desk, startling Robert, who calls her name. With a tap, she discovers a hidden compartment. Thinking she's found the original information she was looking for, she pulls out a document, revealing it contains the Mercenary Corps' private vault key, code, and hidden papers. She hands the document to Robert, who asks if this is the proof of embezzlement. He gasps in shock as he reads it, enraged at how the bastard dared to deceive Ms. Velati. Robert angrily wonders if Baron Diomi was also involved, but Velati confirms he was not. She recalls how the pitiful father spent his final years in misery, desperately trying to save his foolish son after his arrest. She asks about Baron Rickon's whereabouts, and Robert offers to bring him from his rest with Lord Brooks. With a sly smile, Velati declines, stating she'll go see him herself soon. She stands confidently with Robert before a set of ornate doors. Alec enters, announcing he's brought Baron Diomi and the Mercenary Vault officer as witnesses, while his men drag in the bound men. Alec whispers that the officer is the one who handled the pearls and the loan, prompting Velati to ask about the jewels. With a swish, he presents a blue box, and Velati praises him for a job well done. She opens the box to reveal a flawless pearl and sapphire set, remarking what a shame it is that it wasn't scratched. Closing the box, she orders Act Diomi moved aside for later and instructs them to bring the witness forward. The bound and gagged mercenary officer and Act Diomi are brought before her. Thump! The mercenary officer is forced to kneel directly in front of Velati's white boot. As his gag is removed, the terrified man stammers, asking who his captor is. Velati looms over him with a book, coldly asking if he wants to live as his eyes widen in terror. He immediately prostrates himself, apologizing for his greed and begging for his life. Velati observes how quickly he confessed without her needing to say another word. She inwardly notes that he's better than the still defiant second son, Act Diomi, who struggles against his captors. Presenting the jewelry box, she asks if he truly thought he could escape by just storing the pearls after lending the money. The kneeling man flinches, trembling with fear. Velati offers him a chance to live if he tells her exactly what he saw. Under her intense gaze, the man confirms that Act Diomi personally deposited the pearls and demanded 10 million gold. Velati muses that he should have known the risk of dealing with high nobility, but then admits she nudged him towards greed. She gestures toward the defiant Act Diomi and orders him to be released. A guard rips the gag from Act Diomi's mouth. Freed, Act Diomi furiously demands an explanation, declaring he is a noble of the Northern Empire. Kneeling on the floor, he fumes that this treatment is disgraceful and orders the soldiers to release him at once. He calls Velati an ignorant youth for arresting a noble improperly, but a sharp slap cuts him off as she grabs his face. Her eyes glow with menace as she seethes. "How dare you try to lecture me?" In the background, Alec and Robert look on, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Grasping his face tightly, she reminds him that her father and Baron Rickon trusted his family, allowing him to stay in the manor. Her grip intensifies as she accuses him of disgracing that honor by embezzling funds, while he stammers that it's all a misunderstanding. Velati coolly informs Act Diomi that his embezzlement ledger has been found. She asks if he knew the consequences of betrayal, and he brokenly admits he was wrong. With tears in his eyes, Act Diomi begs for forgiveness, blaming his own greed. Restraining a struggling Act Diomi, Velati announces she's taking him to see her father. As the soldier holds him down, she orders Act Diomi brought along, and the man agrees. Velati orders a blue-haired man named Zeppelin to the Night Order to prevent the spy's escape, and he asks about her timeline. Zeppelin bows his head and accepts her command. Two concerned men warn Ms. Velati to be careful, telling her she is too valuable to risk harm. Declaring this is something she must do, she asks for a gag for the brat, which a guard confirms he has. Her hand closes around Diomi's neck as she orders him restrained more tightly if needed. Leading Diomi away with her men, Vladi announces it's time for the day's main event. With a burst of motion, Vladi and her aide drag the captured Diomi through a set of doors. They enter an office, startling two noblemen who question Ms. Vladi's unannounced visit and her captive guest. With a thud, Vladi shoves Diomi to the floor, and he lets out a pained grunt. The two nobles rush to his side, shocked by his treatment and demanding to know what's happening. Vladi turns to them with a wry smile, questioning if they find her shameless. She reveals Diomi embezzled from the estate's budget, leaving the silver-haired nobleman utterly stunned. Vladi calmly orders her aide to bring the ledger and necklace, and he quickly complies. The silver-haired Baron Rickon opens the jewelry box, aghast that planned to steal the necklace and embezzle 10 million gold. As the blonde nobleman presents the ledger, Baron Rickon glares at the disgraced Diomi with pure fury. Whack! Baron Rickon strikes with the papers, condemning the ungrateful wretch for his vile actions. A panicked Diomi pleads his innocence, frantically claiming the evidence is fake and he's been framed. His internal monologue continues, insisting that someone is trying to set him up. Vladi calmly confirms his suspicions. He was the one who framed him, but the evidence is still overwhelming. Demio turns to Baron Rickon and Lord Brooks, desperately begging them to believe he knew nothing of the pearls. The blonde man watches as Vladi stands silently with her arms crossed, unmoved by the pleas. MMPH Diomi struggles as he is gagged and restrained by two men. The silver-haired man suggests they hear him out, but Valerity counters, proposing they use magic to find the truth. She presents her ring, explaining that the spirit treasure glows green when someone lies. The gagged Diomi's eyes widen, believing this is his chance to prove his innocence. Vladi scoffs at the idea of using it on him, declaring she will question the witness her knight brought instead. She stands before a bound man, instructing him to speak only the truth, and he nervously agrees. When asked about the loan, the man confirms he wrote the certificate for 10 million gold using the pearls as collateral. Vladi accuses him of planning to create a replica of the pearls once he had them. The man flinches and vehemently denies her accusation. Baron Rickon and the blonde nobleman watch the interrogation, completely shocked. For her last question, Vladi holds up her ring and asks who gave him the pearls for the loan. The witness points a shaking finger at Diomi, shouting that he was the one who brought the pearls and demanded the gold. Vladi smirks, recalling the ring's greatest weakness. It only detects what the target believes is a lie. She muses that if the speaker truly believes their own lie, the ring will not glow. MMH, the gagged Demi thrashes, trying desperately to protest his innocence. Vladi glares at him, thinking how despicable he is for trying to fool the others with his innocent face. With the testimony secured, she dismisses the witness and orders him escorted from the estate. Diomi watches helplessly, still gagged, as the witness is dragged away. Vladi's expression turns deadly serious, her eyes glowing with intensity. She stands menacingly over the bound and kneeling Diomi. She silently reflects on how pathetic he looks now, after always looking down on her. Baron Rickon anxiously asks what to do next, pointing out they can't just keep Lord Diomi bound. Both Baron Rickon and the blonde nobleman stare in disbelief, unsure of how to proceed. When Baron Rickon objects that the vision orb is for dire emergencies only, Vladi coldly orders him to activate it. Vladi declares that with war averted, the definition of an emergency must change. She gestures toward the bound Diomi, stating the emergency is their inability to imprison a clear culprit. Vladi accuses the two men of failing to manage their subordinates, casting doubt on all vassals and demanding to know if they still see no emergency. Thump, a defeated Baron Rickon bows his head, admitting he was short-sighted. The Baron confirms the vision orb's activation, and Vladi tells him well done as they await a response. The narration explains that the glowing gemstone projects a screen for magical video calls with a matching stone. These incredibly expensive, single-use items were entrusted to Baron Rickon by her father before he went north. Velity waits in quiet anticipation, hoping her father answers the call. With a flash, a handsome, dark-haired man appears on the holographic screen, asking what's happened. Vladi greets her father, privately observing that caring for Nessia has clearly taken a toll on him. As her surprised father questions the call, she coldly orders Doni brought into view. Her father instantly recognizes the struggling captive, as Baron Diomi's second son. Vladi formally apologizes for acting without his permission, explaining she had to arrest Lord Diomi before evidence was destroyed. When questioned, she reveals that Lord Diomi has shamelessly embezzled funds from the estate. Her father reacts with shock, and she calmly remarks that children don't always follow in their parents' footsteps. She continues her report, detailing how he resisted arrest using his noble status and insulted her authority. Her father seethes with rage, furiously declaring the fool must have a death wish for daring to insult his daughter. Vladi is inwardly stunned by his fierce reaction, realizing he is deeply protective of her. A memory of her father holding a small, white-haired girl surfaces as she wonders if he feels guilty for leaving Nisha with her. A sly smile crosses her face as she resolves to use her father's guilt to her full advantage. Her father sentences Act Diomi to the underground prison, but Vladi quickly interjects. She argues that since she was the one insulted, she should be the one to determine his punishment. She then declares her intent to personally oversee everyone in the estate from now on. Her father gravely asks if she understands the implications, and she confidently confirms that she does. Vladi stands confidently amidst a backdrop of yellow roses. She strikes a poised pose against a delicate floral background. Claiming she is the right person for the job since no one else noticed the crime, she mentions there is another criminal she cannot punish. When her father demands a full report, she reveals there was a traitor in the mansion spying for the crown prince. She then names the traitor, the guard knight, who, mad with grief over her mother's death, betrayed their family. Pow! Her father's fist slams down, shattering the magical communication device in a fit of pure rage. The connection is severed, but Vladi calmly orders her aide to reconnect it immediately. His furious, distorted face reappears as he demands to know where the traitor is now. She calmly replies he's at the night order, prompting her father to ask if she knowingly let a spy operate freely. Vladi vows to deal with all the vermin at House Alton, including the guard knight. After a moment of consideration, her father relents, granting her permission to do as she wishes. Baron Rickon and the blonde nobleman applaud, congratulating her, and now addressing her as Lady Vladi. Clenching her fist, Vladi celebrates internally, knowing the capital mansion is now entirely under her control. She muses that her father's guilt made him surprisingly easy to persuade. Now, planning to exploit this, she decides to summon the vassals and announce her appointment as temporary family head. With a bright smile, she silently thanks her father for his trust, vowing not to let him down. A quick flashback shows her father's shocked face as he says her name. A baby's voice suddenly exclaims, "Wow!" Her father cries out in alarm, amnesia. The shattered remnants of the purple communication crystal lie on the floor. The two nobles look at each other, startled after both hearing a child's voice. Vladi dismisses the interruption about Nisya and crisply orders the vassals to be summoned immediately. She instructs the two men to act as witnesses to her appointment, and they bow in agreement. Standing before them, she feels a surge of satisfaction, thinking she was made for this. The scene shifts to a large, snow-covered castle under a crescent moon. In an office, a guard apologizes for a noise as Vladi's father holds Nessia, who murmurs that her big sister is a hero. The little silver-haired girl, Nisya, smiles brightly, saying she wanted to sleep alone. Her father holds her, telling her he'll put her to bed, but a voice calls out to him. While carrying her, he answers the voice, explaining that the woman who looks like him is his daughter. He confirms her name is Vladi Alton as Nisya beams happily. He smiles, lost in a memory of when he first met Nisya. A flashback shows a tiny Nisya held by a beautiful white-haired woman in a snowy landscape. He recalls his past coldness, always telling Vladi not to be spoiled. He thinks about all the things he couldn't do for her, and admits he was happy she asked for power. Holding Nesha close, he reflects that this feeling of regret is unlike him. Nisha thinks Vladi's name over and over, finding it so cool. She muses that Vladi looks just like the Duke, but is even cooler, and she wants to see her again. She resolves to say hello the next time they meet. Nessia recalls an elf-like woman named Seyon telling her to greet people to get close to them. A determined glint appears in Nishia's eyes. She vows to herself that she will definitely become friends with Vladi. A few days later, the scene shifts to the grand Alton mansion. Baron Riken addresses a gathering, announcing he has an important proclamation. The assembled vassals murmur in confusion, wondering why they've been summoned on a non-meeting day. A man with a mustache notices Vladi and questions her presence in the family head's seat. Veiley sits with her arms crossed, confidently occupying the head of the table. Baron Riken unfurls a scroll, announcing it's an appointment letter from Duke Theodore Alton. He formally declares Lady Valadi Alton the temporary family head, whose words are now law. The vassals erupt in shock and disbelief at the sudden announcement. Two men shout in protest, questioning how an untrained woman can act as the family head. In contrast, another faction smiles, pleased that Lady Valeri has finally been appointed. Valadi watches the dissenters, thinking their fuss is pointless. One of the protesting nobles demands that Baron Riken contact the family head immediately. Others agree, arguing that a woman leading the family will make the northern nobles a laughingstock. The blonde nobleman, Sir Brooks, counters that, by their logic, the late empress made the whole empire a laughingstock. Pow! Valadi slams her fist on the table, silencing the room. Looming over them, she coldly asks if they are done talking. A mustached nobleman looks up in shock, demanding to know the meaning of this. Valadi announces the time for petty complaints is over. Now it's time to hear her threats. Stunned, she asks if they cannot accept her as the acting family head. The mustache man confirms, citing that no duke's daughter has ever held the position. Valadi delivers her ultimatum, then leave the Northern Nobles alliance. Her expression is deadly serious as she awaits their response. The narration explains the empire's nobles are split into 4 alliances based on their domains. The eastern, western, and southern regions are rich with fertile land, trade, and iron ore respectively. The Northern Alliance, however, has a clear hierarchy rooted in its history. The North was once an undeveloped border region next to a hostile empire. While the people suffered, an ancestor of Duke Alton discovered an enormous iron ore vein. The generous Alton ancestors shared the profits, supporting the other northern nobles. This wealth gradually developed the north, but made the vassals economically dependent on House Alton. Back in the meeting, Valadi reminds the mustached Viscount Sirocco of his place. She declares that a disobedient vassal is not needed and tells them to survive without the Duke's support. Viscount Sirocco is left stammering, at a complete loss for words. Valadi asks if he really didn't expect her to go this far, reminding him his domain is in danger without her family's support. The Viscount appeals to his family's loyalty, insisting she cannot expel them, and the Duke would forbid it. Leaning back in her chair, Valadi asks if he truly doesn't understand the power of the position she now holds. Valadi coolly delivers her threat, daring any of the lords to stand against her. The dissenting nobles sweat in silence, completely intimidated by her display of power. She internally scoffs at their incompetence, reaffirming her belief that only she can lead House Alton. With her authority established, Valadi rises and abruptly concludes the meeting. She stops the dissenters, offering to forgive their insolence if they offer her some flattery. The 3 nobles stare in stunned silence, caught completely off guard by her demand. After a moment of hesitation, Viscount Sirocco forces a smile, ready to grovel. Sirocco pledges undying loyalty to Lord Valadi, proclaiming he will serve her more devotedly than his own parents. The other nobles quickly follow suit, showering Valadi with praise and promising to follow her orders above all others. Valadi accepts their submission with a satisfied smile, warning them against future insolence as they eagerly agree. A thought bubble notes that while the old men burn with rage inside, they are masters of social survival. Baron Riken approaches Valadi, advising that Akdayomi's father is a man of decent character. Riken suggests she decide the punishment carefully, but Valadi questions if he's asking for mercy. Finding the suggestion to show mercy rather amusing, Valadi smirks slightly. Baron Riken humbly explains that offering such counsel is all he can do for her at his age. Valadi demands the reasoning behind his counsel, as the scene focuses on the Diome family's eastern territory. The narration explains that the Duke's investigation of a magic gem cave makes the Diome's teleport circle vital for transporting the goods, as other methods are inefficient. A glowing teleport circle is shown as the narration details their limited number, with very few in the north and west. The narration continues, explaining that Western nobles are currying favor with the magic tower to install more teleport circles. It's revealed that Baron Diome's domain, adjoining the east, is one of the few northern territories with a teleport circle. To ensure the safe transport of the excavated magic gems, Baron Diome must be won over. Valadi considers that Riken's advice stems from concern for her inexperience as he asks for her thoughts. She tells Baron Riken she understands his point, and he gratefully thanks her for her consideration. An aide rushes in to announce the unexpected arrival of Baron Diome himself. Sir Brooks expresses his surprise, Noting the Baron had claimed to have other important matters to attend to, Volati wryly notes that saving his son is a more important matter, as Brooks asks if she summoned the Baron beforehand. With a sly smile, she confirms that she did summon him, but on a certain condition. Baron Diomi appears in the doorway, his face a mask of pure shock and terror. He rushes forward and falls to his knees, desperately begging Lord Volati to show his son leniency. Volati calmly instructs Baron Diomi to sit and speak, and he scrambles to obey her command. The Baron presents the joint ownership contract for the teleport circle, approved by the Magic Tower, just as she requested. Volati carefully reads the contract, noting that a specific phrase at the end is particularly important. The contract legally makes Volati Alton the co-owner of the teleport circle, a guarantee backed by the Magic Tower. As she signs the document, she internally declares that the teleport circle has now fallen into her hands. Volati announces that Act Diomi's crimes are grave, but she will alter the punishment due to his father's sincerity. Baron Diomi reads the verdict. His son is stripped of his position and confined to his domain under House Alton's supervision. Volati concludes that all of Act's ill-gotten wealth will be seized by House Alton and asks for objections. The Baron has none. Baron Diomi thanks her profusely, a look of immense relief on his face. Volati muses that his extreme reaction isn't due to the average punishment, but because of the threatening letter she sent. She recalls her ultimatum: share ownership of the teleport circle, or she would have his son's arms cut off. She admits to herself she didn't truly expect the Baron to give up his domain's most vital source of income so easily. Baron Diomi asks why the ownership is shared with her personally and not House Alton, worried it will cause rumors. Volati provides a clever excuse, claiming individual ownership prevents misunderstandings that could arise from rumors about the whole house. She asks if he understands her reasoning, and the Baron expresses his awe at her supposed foresight. In a chess-themed inner monologue, Volati reveals she doesn't care about rumors. She orchestrated the son's downfall, so the reward is hers alone. She decides to use the circle for the family for now, thinking that the more material she has for threats, the better. As the criminal is brought in, Baron Diomi cries out in alarm, recognizing his son, Act. The Baron confronts his son, furiously asking how he could have been so foolish as to cause this disaster. Act begins to protest his innocence, but Volati cuts him off, reminding him he's lucky someone paid his bail. She coldly informs the terrified Act that his father's intervention saved him from being locked in the prison alone with her. Baron Diomi promises to watch over his son, as Volati coldly tells Act to value the life he barely kept. As Valerius departs, she considers what to do with the spy and the insolent night guard still in the prison. A young man with black hair nervously greets her as sister, and Volati wonders what brought the magic-obsessed boy out of his room. The boy confirms that his father's letter of appointment arrived that day. Volati asks if he's bothered that she took the successor's position, which was originally his. Looking down nervously, the boy hears her ask if he even wants to be the successor. The young man remains silent, his expression filled with anxiety. She presses him, asking if he would willingly step aside. He admits he doesn't know. Volati accuses him of being happy about the situation, which leaves him stunned. She claims he always found the title too heavy a burden, but he quickly denies it. He insists he was born the heir, but Volati finishes his thought, suggesting he felt he never had a chance to run away. Volati declares that she has opened a path of escape for him, and, now that their mother is gone, he should be honest with himself. In a complex inner monologue, the boy, Meldor Alton, insists he isn't crushed by his titles and asks his sister what she plans to do now. Meldor tells Volati that while she may be arrogant, he doesn't believe she's foolish enough to do that. Volati reflects that she only ever planned to strengthen her standing, not become the successor, and was even prepared to leave and build her own house. She realizes her father and Meldor are more powerless against her than expected, making it advantageous to stay and claim everything in House Alton. The narration explains that Empress Girika was accepted as sovereign, primarily because she was a powerful mage. A portrait of Empress Girika shows her power, as being a mage allowed her to overcome discrimination and seize the imperial throne. She was beloved by the people for dedicating her life to the weak, and the narration highlights two of her groundbreaking policies. Her key reforms were revealed: compulsory education for commoners, and the official recognition of women's income. A set of scales illustrates the old belief that women should be devoted solely to the household and could not earn their own money. The law dictated that any money a woman earned would pass directly to the male head of the household. Women could only possess wealth through gifts or inheritance, a law that bound even Princess Girika before she became empress. Once on the throne, Empress Girika amended the property laws, though her ultimate goal, allowing a woman to become a family head, remained unfulfilled. Tragically, Empress Girika never achieved her final goal due to the unyielding opposition she faced. Her will was inherited by her only son, the current emperor, Otius Wenin Dekerdal. Emperor Otius now holds the power, suggesting a high chance the succession law may finally be revised. The emperor wishes to grant Princess Hera an official rank, but the crown prince stands in opposition. Vladi realizes the emperor was watching her at the banquet. Because Princess Hera, who isn't a mage, needs a firm political foundation. With 3 years left until her coming-of-age ceremony, she resolves to have everything prepared. The following day, the scene shifts to the castle's training grounds. Vladi, dressed for training, addresses a group of knights and tells them to get to their business. A knight with gray hair steps forward, introducing himself as Durnus Logan of the First Knight Order, paying his respects. Vladi watches him approach, thinking to herself that she knew he would come. The narration reveals Durnus is the respected leader of the First Order and was a close friend of the captured spy. Durnus tells Lady Vladi he must speak with her, just as she predicted he would if she left an opening. Durnus passionately defends the imprisoned Sir Dantio and begs for a reinvestigation, but Vladi questions if he's doubting her judgment. He insists his loyalty has never wavered, but Vladi dismisses his plea, stating that questioning a case with decisive evidence is doubt. He continues to argue that Dantio served faithfully and it must be a mistake, prompting Vladi to ask if he wants her to clear it. Durnus bows his head, pleading with her, as Vladi privately admits the spy was indeed very good at his job. She recalls how the spy mimicked the perfect knight so well he fooled everyone, especially loyal men like Durnus. Vladi decides that although she could ignore him, she needs him, or more specifically, she needs the House of Count Logan. The Logan's domain is revealed to be the westernmost lands of the north. Due to their location, the Logan family deals frequently with the western nobility. Vladi decides there will be no reinvestigation. A spy must pay the price for betrayal, according to principle. She coldly warns Durnus not to lose himself in friendship and to remember his place. In response, Durnus calls her name and drops to one knee. A faint smile crosses Vladi's lips. She knew her words would provoke his blind faith and drive him to challenge her. In the north, knights often settle matters through duels, with the victor having the right to demand anything from the loser. Though she intended this outcome, Vladi feels filthy, knowing a truly loyal subordinate would have simply obeyed. Other knights try to stop Lord Logan, scolding him for letting his emotions challenge Lady Vladi so recklessly. The knights murmur among themselves, worried Vladi will be harmed as she is not yet of age. Vladi scoffs at the pathetic fools, deciding to use this opportunity to purge the entire knightly order. She firmly grips her sword hilt and commands the knights to stand aside. Vladi accepts the duel with Durnus Logan, declaring they will use real swords according to tradition. The knights are shocked by her declaration, exclaiming that a duel with real swords could be truly dangerous. Durnus Logan, still on one knee, nervously thanks Lady Vladi for accepting his challenge. Vladi sets the stakes. If she wins, he will live the rest of his life as her servant. He agrees to face her with all his strength. She charges forward with a determined stomp of her boot. Their swords clash in a brilliant flash of light. Vladi thinks that a single match will be enough, as he will realize he cannot win the moment their blades meet. With a confident smile and a glowing blue aura, she warns him that he won't last long just by defending. The watching knights are amazed that her sword isn't fragile at all, having expected some kind of flashy magic from a spirit sword. As their swords clash again, the narration explains a spirit sword's true power is its devotion to the basics. It is a blade that never dulls and never breaks, which allowed the first wielder to reign as one of the strongest. As their swords lock, a powerful energy builds between the blades. With a shattering sound, Vladi breaks Durnus' sword and declares his powerful position will soon belong to her. The watching knights can't believe a woman could defeat Lord Logan, speculating that her spirit sword must have hidden magic. Vladi tells the defeated Lord Logan to set his priorities straight, stating that she has no intention of indulging him like her father might have. She rebukes him for raising his sword against his master, asking if such an act can be called knighthood, and he apologizes profusely. Vladi issues a chilling warning to all present. If anyone invokes a northern duel against her again, there will be no mercy. She further declares that anyone who doubts her victory will no longer be considered a knight of their house. With a menacing glare, she decrees that the knights of House Alton have only two choices: absolute obedience or death. The defeated Durnus bows his head and quietly submits to her command. A young man with dark hair watches the scene unfold from afar, his mind in turmoil. He clenches his fist, unable to believe what he's seeing and wondering if he's gone mad. He thinks it's impossible that he would find the demon so magnificent. Alone in a grand room, the boy sits on his bed, lost in thought. A flashback shows Vladi in formal attire, as the boy reflects on the pressure of being the successor to House Alton. He's flustered, denying that he feels such emotion toward the devil, and questioning how Valdi could change so suddenly. He recalls Vladi sending a letter to their father, suggesting a reduction in his swordsmanship lessons because she noticed he felt burdened. The boy furiously declares he isn't grateful for her actions at all. Arriving at the training grounds, the young man with dark hair looks around in confusion. A knight greets the young duke as he asks why so many people are gathered there. He sees Vladi and Durnus locked in combat and exclaims in shock, asking what's happening. Flustered, he demands an explanation for a mere knight daring to raise a real sword against the direct line of House Alton. Another knight explains Sir Logan was fighting for a reinvestigation. The knight adds that it wasn't just a reinvestigation on the line. The duel ends as Vladi stands victoriously over the defeated Durnus. The young man stares in disbelief, finding it impossible that she so overwhelmingly defeated Sir Logan. The knights around him are equally stunned, remarking that her movements aren't human, and questioning how a woman could be so strong. He denies his own thoughts, refusing to believe what he's seeing. He finds it impossible that the devil could look so magnificent, yet he can't deny the feeling. He realizes she looks just like the hero from the novels he's always admired. Vladi prepares to leave, telling Sir Logan she'll inform him of the price of his defeat later. He meekly agrees. Her brother Meldor runs up and calls out to his sister, questioning why she would risk a real sword duel over trash like that. He worriedly asks what would have happened if she had gotten hurt, but she remains silent. Vladi coldly asks Meldor Alton, since when he ever worried about her, telling him to act as he usually does. Meldor is stunned by her dismissal and yells that he won't care about her from now on as she walks away. The scene shifts to a grand mansion a few days later. After their brief encounter at the training grounds, the narration states that Meldor began to act in ways that were hard to understand. Vladi notes that her brother now hovers around her, running away flustered whenever they make eye contact. He awkwardly asks where she is training, then quickly insists he doesn't want to watch. Walking through the manor, Vladi wonders what her brother, who used to hate her, is plotting. She enters her father's grand office, an acting head's privilege when the lord is away. Having finished her training with Baron Rickon, she has now officially taken over her father's duties. She takes a determined step into the office, ready to begin her search. She approaches a specific bookshelf, recalling precise instructions to find a certain book. Following the directions, she selects the 5th book from the specified shelf. The bookshelf clicks open, revealing a secret passage she knew her father would never expect her to find. She descends the hidden staircase into the darkness below. She enters a secret room filled with various items and furniture. Finding a small box, she opens it to reveal 3 glowing red garnets, the very life force of the Watchers. The narration explains the Watchers handle House Alton's dirty work, but become a grave threat upon betrayal. To control them, the Alton ancestors bound them with magic jewels, creating collars unique to each Watcher. Vladi holds a jewel, wondering how Durnus will react to this gift, whether he will see it as protection or a shackle. She reaffirms her resolve, knowing she always keeps her promises. Durnus enters the office and greets Vladi, the acting head, with a formal bow. She presents the red gem, asking if he knows what it is. He nervously identifies it as a garnet. Vladi explains the garnet contains magic and reminds him of the price for losing their duel. He recalls her vow to make him her slave for life, and she confirms she meant every word. With a chilling smile, she clarifies this makes him a servant of House Alton, not hers personally. As Durnus looks on in shock, she declares she is invoking the contract magic. The garnet in her hand erupts with a brilliant orange light. Vladi commands Durnus to swear eternal obedience, reminding him he has no right to refuse. She presses the glowing jewel onto the back of his hand, searing the magical contract into his skin. With a grim look, Durnus accepts his fate, as Vladi tells him she's counting on him. She hands him back his sword, telling him to show a knight's courtesy. Durnus kneels, declaring that from now on, he is not a knight of House Alton, but her knight. Standing over him, she warns that breaking the garnet's contract leads to a fate far worse than death. Looking up with resolve, Durnas pledges his entire life to Lord Velati. Velati smiles, accepting his vow while thinking that he won't be the only one. Her true ambition is revealed, to make the entire Logan family dedicate itself to her. The scene shifts back to Velati working diligently at her new desk. Suddenly, Meldor bursts in, demanding to know if the rumors about the knight are true. He asks if she's truly making the knight who dueled her a close aid, but she calmly tells him it's her decision. Meldor passionately argues that if she can keep an enemy close, she should keep him close too. He declares that he's her younger brother, leaving Velati momentarily speechless. Velati bursts into laughter, much to Meldor's flustered embarrassment. Amused, she questions his sudden change of heart and asks what his real motive is. He defensively asks what was so disgusting about his past behavior, and she reminds him of his resentment. She reveals they both suffered, as she was forced into bridal lessons while he was denied magic for swordsmanship. A painful memory shows their parents doting on Meldor while she stood alone. From a distance, a young Velati watched, seeing her parents' favoritism clearly. Meldor argues their mother said Velati would accept it, but Velati rebukes him for blaming others. He finally admits he treated her badly and begs her to move on, pleading that they're still family. Velati coldly dismisses his plea, reminding him she views him as an obstacle to becoming the heir. Heartbroken, Meldor asks why she helped him learn magic if she felt that way. She replies it was just to shut him up. She coldly banishes him, telling Meldor Alton not to bother her anymore. As she forbids him from ever barging in again, Meldor clutches his chest in pain. After the door slams, Velati reflects on how a single sword technique has changed her brother so much. Velati muses that winning Meldor's heart was easy, though she has no need for it. The story pauses to showcase other tales. A few days later, Velati settles into handling her father's duties at the Grand Estate. She officially appoints Zeppelin her closest knight, assigns Durnas to train as a watcher, and gives a secret order to Stia. Velati instructs her aide, Stia, to investigate Prince Killian II, focusing on his time in the Megala Empire. She decides that digging into the past of the charming Prince Killian is the best course of action. A carriage departs, clattering down the cobblestone path. An older gentleman invites her to go, and Velati agrees. Anticipating an interesting trip, they arrive at a magnificent estate for the annual Grand Family Head meeting. The narration clarifies that today's gathering is the more periodic small family head meeting. As acting heads are permitted to attend, Velati takes her seat among the many heirs present. The meeting is presided over by the Crown Prince, serving as a rehearsal for the larger event. Duke Fredo, a blonde-haired man, greets Velati and asks if she is attending in Theodore's place. A woman with long purple hair remarks that she is surprised to see Velati in attendance. A man with long purple hair then offers to explain anything that might confuse her. Velati internally scoffs at his early morning mockery, knowing incompetence is a fatal flaw in their society. She reflects on the strict standard that one must always appear perfect to be respected. His condescending offer irks her, as she is present not as a novice, but as the representative of the North. The purple-haired man, Casper, smugly doubts an uneducated woman can achieve anything, dismissing the North's power. Two nobles gossip nearby, suggesting her father must be worried about entrusting his young heir with such responsibility. Suddenly, an older nobleman with glasses slams his hand down, shouting about the outrageous discourtesy. Velati's eyes narrow as she realizes they are openly looking down on her, and Casper is baring his fangs. She recalls Casper acting like a gentleman before, realizing he can no longer tolerate her being on the same level. Meanwhile, the vassals from the north remain seated and silent. She mentally calls them sly old foxes, knowing they are letting others test her. Emanating a cold aura, Velati thinks that though winter is over, their mouths are still frozen shut. She coldly asks her vassals of what use they are, threatening to send them back north after the meeting. Pang. Her threat works, as a vassal erupts in anger, defending Lady Velati from the insolent southern brats. The other northern vassals quickly join in, warning the southerners not to cross the line with their reckless words. Velati observes coolly, knowing her ambitious vassals only listen when threatened with a demotion back to the north. A northern lord declares that insulting Vela Dei is insulting all of them, which flusters a southern noble. The southern lord nervously backtracks, offering a dismissive apology if they were offended. Velati watches the chaos, thinking that this is supposed to be a social gathering, but things are escalating. She seethes inwardly at the sight of Casper, the instigator, still smiling smugly, an insult her pride won't permit. She resolves to push the confrontation further. Her vassals press their advantage, accusing the southerners of chronic disrespect and an insincere apology. The southerners retort, calling the Northerners ignorant for twisting their words. The argument devolves into shouting, with insults of cowardice and ignorance being hurled back and forth. As the Southerners rage, Velati notes with satisfaction that her vassal's feigned anger has become genuine. Annoyed by the chaos, Casper interrupts, telling everyone to calm down. He exchanges a flustered look with Duke Fredo, who watches with a smug smile. Casper sighs in exasperation, realizing he's lost control of the situation. Pang! A fist slams down on the table, demanding silence. Velati breaks the tension, looking at her opponents and calling their words dull. With a confident smirk, she expresses disappointment that those who started the fight tucked their tails so quickly. Casper weakly insists they meant their words for her own good, and tells her not to twist them. Velati rebuffs him, stating that her generosity is a privilege reserved only for her people. With a dark aura, she smiles and asks if this means the South wishes to submit to her rule. Casper warns her not to cross the line, but Velati coolly replies that he crossed it first. She scathingly asks why a coward who runs from a fight would dare to provoke people so carelessly. Velati thinks that Northerners never avoid a fight and vows to never let those who look down on her go unpunished. She warns the assembly to be careful with their words, as she won't let mockery disguised as concern slide. Casper calls her undignified for causing chaos, but she retorts that elegant dueling is for those on her level. "Are you insulting me right now?" a furious Casper exclaims. Velati smiles, finding Casper's loss of composure satisfying and telling him not to sulk. She dismisses her previous words as a simple joke. "Thanks to it," she explains, "I got to see exactly how much generosity you possess," leaving Casper speechless. Duke Fredo laughs heartily, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. He commends Velati on the rare scene, remarking that it's no wonder Theodore chose her as his stand-in. Recovering, Casper condescendingly advises Velati that if she starts a fight, she must be able to handle the aftermath. A gray-haired vassal remarks on her skill at toying with a sly fox like Casper, noting she's a step above even the Duke. Velati confidently states she's never lost a fight like this, though she admits to some concern about antagonizing the South. Her gray-haired vassal expresses surprise at her lack of worry and asks if she already has a plan in mind. A pink-haired man arrives with his entourage, announcing that he seems to be the last to arrive. The narration introduces him as Marquis Tivan, representative of the Eastern Alliance families. A flashback shows Marquis Tivan with a pink-haired woman in a crown, explaining he refrains from all but state banquets. A handsome, red-haired man in a formal military uniform strides confidently into the hall. Velati's eyes widen slightly in recognition. "Killian," she thinks to herself. She recalls a memory of Killian smiling warmly. The assembled nobles pay their respects to the Crown Prince, the little master of the Empire. The Crown Prince gives a slight wave, then announces that Killian will also be attending today's assembly. Velati formally introduces herself to Killian as the acting head of House Alton, here in place of the Duke. Killian looks back at her, a flicker of surprise on his face. The Crown Prince announces that the assembly will now begin. Casper stands and announces that they have opened a new trade route toward the Megala Empire's newly acquired territory. He explains his plan to maximize ships and expand trade volume, earning praise from the Crown Prince for his impressive proposal. Velati considers the immense scale of the Megala Empire. Even after the war, the former enemy territory remains a prosperous land. Two unnamed nobles appear, representing the other regions. The narration explains House Agla's strategy of linking new regions by sea. The Crown Prince asks Casper if the investors are the same as before. With a sinister smile, Casper declares that the South will not accept any investment from the northern houses. The northern lords murmur in despair, realizing that without the trade deal, their territory cannot survive. Velati calmly interjects, stating there is no need for that, as the North will cease all investments from now on. The Crown Prince states that since the North is refusing on its own, the imperial family will not interfere. Velati smirks, realizing the imperial family is openly siding with the South. She announces that the North has a special matter to present as well. As congratulations, she presents a gift, revealing the discovery of a magical gemstone mine. A magical projection of her father, Theodore Alton, appears, explaining he's speaking through magic and has confirmed a large deposit of magical ruby ore. The northern vassals react in shock, repeating, "Ruby?" in disbelief. Theodore confirms that a portion of the processed rubies have already been sent to Vladi for the assembly to witness. The other lords clamor in excitement, demanding to know if it's true and when the rubies will be distributed. Theodore says he cannot answer every question and states that all authority concerning the rubies has been entrusted to the acting head. Ha ha ha, Vladi laughs, thinking her father is a man of great generosity. Her hand trembles slightly as she mentally challenges her opponents to react. The other nobles praise Duke Alton for his bold decision, which is why everyone now recognizes Lady Vladi, marveling at the first discovery of magical rubies on the continent. Vladi inwardly acknowledges her father's generosity was thanks to her foresight. A flashback shows Vladi suggesting to her father that they use the rubies to record and deliver a message. She explains this would prove the rubies' effectiveness and silence any suspicions by being a one-sided message. A final image shows the shining ruby in its box, next to a quill and sealed letters. Vladi announces she will take full responsibility for all excavated rubies. This is only the second magical gemstone mine ever discovered on the continent. Since magical rubies are a new discovery, their value is exceptional, warranting focused resources. She declares her intent to recruit investors for the entire mining and distribution process. The assembled southern lords look on in stunned silence. Casper inwardly scoffs, wondering why anyone would invest in risky rubies over the South's stable new trade route. She inwardly admits that prejudice against her as an untrained woman will cause investors to hesitate. Vladi resolves to end their doubts, knowing a mass distribution would devalue the rubies anyway. The other nobles grasp her plan. By selling only to investors, she will leverage their greed for the exclusive and powerful gems. She announces that all potential investors must undergo a screening process and, pointedly, that the North will reject all investments from the South. With a confident smile, Vladi dares them to challenge the screening process. Ha 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 ha! The Crown Prince erupts in hearty laughter. A furious Casper forces a weak, strained chuckle. The amused Crown Prince apologizes for laughing and invites the assembly to continue. Killian begins to make a cryptic comment about someone's past in the Magala Empire. He then offers Vladi his sincere congratulations, noting she will be very busy. The Crown Prince asks if he too should be screened, prompting an outraged Casper to remind him of his promise to the South. The prince laments that imperial law restricts him to funding only one side. He vows to amend the law once he is emperor, asking for their future support. Vladi scoffs inwardly, knowing imperial investments are a political tool, not about money. The narration explains that royals are limited to one investment per quarter as a test of their discernment. The Crown Prince has always invested in House Agla, forging an exceptionally strong bond with the South. His unwavering support for the South has resulted in a string of great successes. An emperor, however, is expected to remain impartial to all citizens. The imperial law was created to stand above the emperor himself, preventing a ruler's arrogance from shaking the nation. Originally, this law didn't apply to royal women, who were expected to focus on household duties. As perceptions changed, Princess Hera tried to establish her own faction through investments but failed. Her failure was due to the Crown Prince's interference, who also blocked his mother, the Empress, from expanding her own influence. He had argued that changing the law again so soon after, including princesses, would only create chaos. The emperor sided with him. Soon after, the empress fell ill and died. Vladi realizes the prince opposed the princess simply because she was a woman, his mindset steeped in patriarchy. She understands he is a man who would suppress even his own family for ambition and will surely oppose her. She knows that even with the emperor's blessing, the Crown Prince will try to interfere with her succession. The Crown Prince gives a knowing smirk. He silently gives a signal used by noble ladies, poking his cheek 3 times to indicate he has something to say. Surprised that he knows such a signal, she wonders what he is trying to communicate. Across the table, a southern lord expresses his distaste for the tense situation. Vladi considers the close relationship between her childhood friend Casper and the Crown Prince. She finds their alliance deeply unsettling and resigns herself to a long meeting. Announcing it is time to wrap things up, the Crown Prince declares the meeting over. He wishes her luck with the ruby development and asks if all the gems she brought are magical. When she confirms they are, he asks if she plans to present them to the Emperor. He smirks, realizing the rubies don't have an owner yet. She recalls that the original story described the Crown Prince as having a violent and capricious nature. He is only holding back his true nature because he is wary of the Emperor's presence. She realizes he is waiting for her to offer him a ruby first. She sees through their coordinated act, wondering if their friendship is purely political. She thanks him for his concern, but reveals the rubies have already been assigned to their new owners. Marquis Tevin points to himself in disbelief as Vladi confirms the ruby is for him. As a vassal steps forward to deliver the gift, she instructs him to handle it carefully. Marquis Tevin admires the beautiful ruby. As Vladi explains, she entrusted it to him for his family's famed aesthetic sense. In a past conversation, a black-haired man informs a silver-haired man that the Tevin family's gem mines and jeweler connections are crucial for processing the rubies. Marquis Tevin thanks Vladi for her praise and expresses keen interest in her new northern venture, to which she replies she is glad they are on the same page. Her expression hardens as she thinks, and next, she turns her attention to a smirking, blonde-haired man, addressing him as Duke Fredo, who asks if she has a gift for him as well. Vladi smiles warmly, assuring him she would look out for him as he is Moston's father, and mentions having business to attend to in the West. Haha, Duke Fredo laughs, appreciating her bold attitude and readily accepting the ruby. With only one ruby left, Vladi's thoughts clarify that receiving one makes the recipient a direct investor in the mines. She reflects that while she had planned for a quiet gifting, she will now take advantage of the stage the Crown Prince has set for her. Looking at the confident Crown Prince, she thinks he seems certain he will receive the final ruby. She mentally observes that he is aiming for something he shouldn't have. With a determined smile, she resolves not to give the precious ruby to a non-investor and prepares for her final announcement. She declares the final ruby is for Prince Killian, whose face registers complete shock. As the nobles murmur, one asks if Vladi has a personal connection to Killian. She curtly replies, no. The narration reveals that while the Crown Prince acted like a loving brother to Killian, his demeanor held a subtle disdain. At Killian's first meeting, the Crown Prince had silenced him and openly insulted his time in the Magala Empire. Vladi observes Killian's pained expression, concluding the Crown Prince's affection is a facade. However, she also notes that Killian is playing along, deliberately acting flippant and slouching in his seat. Vladi sees the tension between them and explains her simple reason for the gift. She believes Killian can help the North break into the Magala Empire. The other nobles agree that the Magala Empire loves rubies, and Vladi concludes that Killian's time studying abroad makes him the perfect connection. A loud bang sounds as the infuriated Crown Prince slams his hand down. He scoffs at her plan, calling it dull. The Crown Prince storms out of the hall as a purple-haired noble calls out to him in alarm. Vladi watches his exit, noting his genuine annoyance, and decides to seek a private chat with Prince Killian to build rapport. Prince Killian smiles faintly and invites her to join him. As their carriage approaches a grand palace, Killian asks Vladi if she has been well. Seated inside, Killian mentions his decent winter, while Vladi states she spent hers reflecting on something he said. He asks what she said, and she recalls telling him that people like them must show their important cards to get close. Vladi remembers the conversation, recalling how she found his awkward attempts to charm her amusing. Killian nervously asks if she is ready, and Vladi confirms that the meeting was very enlightening. She calls it a wise decision as their carriage comes to a stop. Her elegant boot steps down from the carriage onto the palace grounds. Killian extends his hand, earnestly declaring his desire to get closer to her than she can imagine. She remains unmoved by his offer, coolly remarking that his smooth talk is unchanged. Walking side by side down a grand corridor, she notes with suspicion that the palace is completely empty of servants. The long, silent hallway confirms her observation. Besides the coachman, there is no one else in the entire palace. Growing wary, she wonders what he is planning, thinking it is the quietest invitation she has ever received. Killian explains with a sly smile that he sent everyone away to privately show her his card. She asks what kind of card he is building up so much expectation for, and he promises to show her now. A swirling pink energy suddenly appears around his boots, making her wonder what it is. A powerful red aura now crackles around Killian as he smiles with confidence. He struggles to summon something, yelling for it to come out, as Vladi watches in stunned confusion. Yahoo! A small, fox-like creature with huge ears and a fluffy tail bursts forth with a cheerful cry. Vladi stares in utter shock, unable to believe what she is seeing. The creature cuddles with Killian, happily announcing that he calls it the cutest thing in the world. Killian proudly holds up the little creature and introduces it as the fire spirit, Aning. Pointing in disbelief, Velati asks if it is truly a spirit. Killian explains Aning is from a desert in the far east of Megala and is unlike anything she knows. Aning happily chirps that the desert is its home, as Valerdi cautiously reaches out to the strange creature. A sudden realization dawns on her, and she states that he is the first spirit master to appear in 400 years. The narration explains the continent's history was marked by 200 years of bloody war, followed by 200 years of forced peace mediated by the spirits. The narration reveals spirits and humans had no contracts for 400 years. A woman named Nicia was celebrated for reviving the spirit master lineage. Velati realizes Killian could have stolen Nessia's glory and questions why he kept his power secret. Killian gently chides his spirit, Aning for being rude, but Aning cheekily replies it doesn't know human manners. Aning complains that Velati has zero nature affinity and can't even sense it, much to Killian's dismay. Velati smiles coolly and asks Killian if she ever mentioned being a good hunter, making him pause. She menacingly offers to take care of the spirit, promising to teach it some manners. Killian nervously laughs, trying to placate her, while a terrified Aning trembles in his arms. He offers to serve her tea, and when she questions the lack of servants, he says he often brewed it himself in Megala. He turns with a soft smile and asks her to follow him. As they walk, Velati is shocked to realize Killian being a spirit summoner is a major deviation from the original story. She recalls that in the novel, he never studied abroad and led a quiet life, making his current abilities a complete mystery. She turns to him and asks what affinity with nature actually is. The narration explains that affinity with nature is the essential power needed to summon spirits, just as mana is for magic. Killian explains it's a forgotten term he only learned after contracting Aning. She asks about past spirit summoners, and he explains affinity is an innate gift that they likely sensed without naming. Killian reveals he knew her mother summoned a spirit and assumed Velati inherited the affinity as it runs in bloodlines. The horrifying truth dawns on Velati. Her inability to sense Aning means she has no affinity with nature. She despairs, realizing even Nesha had the affinity, but she, her mother's own daughter, does not. Her mind reels, admitting she'd never considered a special talent was necessary for summoning. She had always believed that a perfect circle and incantations were all she needed. Panicked, she wonders why this crucial detail was missing from the original story and fears all her plans are now useless. She takes a heavy step into the room. Killian turns back to her with a knowing smile. As he prepares tea, he reveals there is a way for even someone without affinity to summon a spirit, and she listens intently. Holding her cup, she realizes he noticed her agitation despite her efforts to remain composed. Killian explains that an existing spirit can compensate for a lack of affinity, meaning Aning could help her summon one. Velati looks at Killian and asks if his desire to get closer to her still holds true. He confirms it will never change. She reflects that his big reveal has not only surpassed her expectations, but has also exposed her own hidden intentions. She concludes that Killian's knowledge and indispensable abilities have given him the upper hand. A memory from the novel recalls that Nicia summons Shinon, the ice spirit, much later in the timeline. Velati looks at an image of the ice spirit and resolves that she cannot afford to wait for Nessia. Setting her tea down, she decides she cannot trust his words at face value without knowing his true goal. She demands he state his true purpose, insisting a trustworthy relationship requires mutually agreed upon terms. Her thoughts demand that he lay his conditions on the table first. She addresses him directly as he comforts his spirit, telling Aning not to be afraid. Killian smiles, ready to reveal the real reason he approached her. A flashback begins, introducing Ferdal Alarmin Deckardal, the first emperor of the empire. The story shifts to the two brothers, Ferdal and his younger brother Killian, who were 12 years apart. An old family portrait shows that nobles in the empire preferred large age gaps between siblings. This tradition was meant to prevent succession disputes from intensifying between brothers who were too close in age. However, the two brothers got along well, with the older Ferdal doting on his younger brother. However, conflict between the Empress and her son Ferdal grew due to the influence of her authoritarian father, Marquis Tivin. After marrying, the Empress broke free from her oppressive father and built her own power base. Displeased, Marquis Tivin doted on his grandson Ferdal, frequently summoning him to his side. The Marquis made no secret of his patriarchal authority and violent temper in front of the young Ferdal. Already coercive by nature, Ferdel inherited his grandfather's toxic attitude, all without his mother's knowledge. The Empress remained unaware because her own doted-upon younger brother had grown up to be a gentle man. Unfortunately, her son's path turned out very differently. The flashback reveals Marquis Tiven's poisonous lesson to a young Ferdel: crush anyone who dares to oppose you. Ferdel put these words into action, becoming arrogant yet proving his exceptional abilities through successful policies. The Emperor was proud of his capable son, but the Empress grew concerned as Ferdel became more like her father, Marquis Tiven, and advocated for regressive policies. In a fiery speech, Ferdel demands that women be barred from society and commoners denied education, infuriating the Empress. While the Emperor also opposed him, it was his mother's interference that Ferdel resented the most. He decided that he would not tolerate anyone, not even his own mother, standing in his way. In a flashback, a young Ferdel tells a younger Killian that he will be studying abroad in the Megala Empire, much to Killian's surprise. Ferdel explains the academy is accepting students, and his enrollment will strengthen relations with the Megala Empire, but Killian protests that he doesn't want to go. With a tight grip, Ferdel shouts, "Killian!" Grabbing his younger brother, a furious Ferdel reveals the true motive. Sending Killian away will grant their empire trade rights and solidify his own position. Ferdel emotionally manipulates Killian, asking if he has forgotten his oath to help him become a great emperor. A terrified Killian reluctantly agrees, and Ferdel reminds him that a royal promise must never be broken. Ferdel softens his tone, reassuring a hesitant Killian that he can return for vacations, graduate early, and will do just fine because he is a smart boy. The arrangements were made quickly, and the day soon came for Killian to leave the imperial palace. Standing before the grand palace, the Emperor calls out to Killian, his proud son. The Emperor adds that he never thought Killian would be the one to ask to study in the Megala Empire. Killian internally screams that he never wanted to go, unable to speak, as Ferdel smugly tells him he can always come back. The Empress embraces her son, calling his name as she hugs him tightly. As they hug, she whispers a dire warning. Ferdel cannot be trusted to become emperor and must always be doubted, leaving a confused Killian to depart without understanding. He arrives in the grand capital of the Megala Empire, a nation that still harbored resentment toward his home. At the academy, Killian was completely ostracized by his fellow students and forced to endure a life of isolation. He eagerly counted the days until he could return home for vacation, writing letters in anticipation. But 3 years pass, and Killian holds a letter in despair, realizing his brother has abandoned him. He wonders if his mother's warning was about this, as he had sent countless letters to his brother with no reply. He couldn't write to his parents, knowing he was a semi-hostage for a trade deal, and a prince who had to uphold his duty. Crushed, he feared the unbearable humiliation of sending a letter home only for nothing to change. However, through the Empress's letters, Killian was able to piece together the events happening back home. He reads that a cure for a tuberculosis outbreak was discovered, and he reflects that at least Ferdel is useful to the Empire in some way. The letter continues, with his mother mentioning she took the treatment herself due to similar symptoms and urging him to stay healthy. She writes again, revealing Ferdel interfered with her attempts to bring him home and warns him to stay in Megala for his own safety. In a final, urgent letter, she reveals her health is declining, and Ferdel is now crown prince, sending him a jewel imbued with teleportation magic to see her in secret. He holds one of only 3 magic diamonds on the continent, capable of withstanding such powerful teleportation magic. Realizing she sent the priceless treasure without any safeguards, Killian understands just how desperate the situation has become. That evening, he teleports back to the imperial palace under the cover of night. Whoosh! He rushes into his mother's chambers. The Empress, pale and weak in her bed, is relieved to see he has come. Killian sits by her bedside as she sadly remarks on how much he has grown. With tears in his eyes, he asks why she never told him she was so sick. Holding his hand, she confesses she does not have much time left, and that her death will be blamed on the cure's side effects. She laments, realizing too late what her own son had become, leaving Killian stunned by the implication. His mother warns him that the greedy Ferdel will not leave him alone, and that he must gain the strength to protect himself, as returning home will be dangerous. Trembling, Killian comes to the horrifying realization that his brother is killing his mother and whispers that he is scared. She cautions him against telling the Emperor, who is not clever enough to see the truth, and would only punish Killian for baseless accusations. Crying, Killian agrees as she gives him the diamond, telling him to use it when he must. She has already made arrangements, so that when Ferdel asks about the diamond, Killian can pretend he knows nothing. Her expression fills with sorrow as she offers him a heartfelt apology. She confesses that in her rebellion against her own father, she was an indifferent parent and feels she doesn't deserve his tears. Sobbing, Killian tells her she was the only one in the family who ever cared enough to ask how he was doing. They share a final, tight embrace as she begs him to stay healthy. She then tells him to go, reminding him of the time difference between their empires. As he leaves, tears stream down his face, his heart broken. His mother gives him one last, sorrowful smile. With their final goodbyes said, the mother and son part ways forever. Returning to his dormitory, Killian collapses, sobbing that his brother couldn't possibly be a murderer. Crying out in confusion, he resolves that he cannot let his mother's death be in vain. While vowing revenge on Ferdel, news of the Empress's passing reaches the Megala Empire, along with several letters from his brother. In his letters, Ferdel manipulatively asks if Killian will ignore his own mother's death and pointedly inquires about her diamond. Heeding his mother's warning, Killian remained in the Megala Empire, dedicating himself to becoming stronger. At the academy, excellent teachers and peers helped him focus on his swordsmanship and magic training. However, as time went on, he grew impatient, wondering what more he could do to gain the power he needed. A fellow student, who came from a family of spirit summoners, suggests that Killian seems to have the right qualities. Killian is stunned by the idea of summoning a spirit, suddenly recalling a summoner once existed in his mother's family line. Clenching his fist, he decides he needs an extraordinary power for his revenge, and will develop an ability no one can foresee. From then on, Killian studied at the academy by day. By night, he researched spirit summoning while exploring every remote corner of the Megala Empire. Without a spirit stone to summon a spirit instantly, he was forced to rely solely on his own body and effort. He knew his desperate quest was insane, aware of how absurd it was to try and contract a spirit. The Megala Empire had studied summoning for generations, but all their efforts failed as spirits would appear only to return to nature without forming a contract. But then, a small, adorable spirit appears, chirping, "Hi!" Dirty and exhausted, Killian looks up in disbelief, having finally succeeded in his long and desperate search. The spirit eagerly asks if he wants to make a contract, but a stunned Killian can only ask why. He presses further, asking why it wants a contract with him when it has never made one with anyone before. The narration notes that this spirit and another shadowy one were representative examples of their kind. He had wandered the desert specifically to summon that spirit, Aining, but couldn't believe it when she actually appeared. Aining offers to comfort the pitiful soul, promising he won't be sad and alone anymore. Her words make him emotional, forcing him to wonder if he is pitiful and if he truly needed comfort. He clutches her tightly, finally admitting to himself that all he ever wanted was for someone to ask if he was okay. Through his tears, he confesses he needs someone on his side, and Aining promises to be that person for him. He introduces himself as Killian Allerman Deckerdal and asks Aining to stay with him, and she happily agrees. Surrounded by a warm aura, Killian... Back in the present, Vladi massages her forehead, summarizing the story she just heard. The Crown Prince forcibly sent him away. She continues her recap. Ferdel murdered the Empress, prompting Killian to make a contract with a spirit to seek revenge. Killian smiles and pets Aining, who praises him for telling his story so well. Vladi is deeply troubled, realizing that his story completely contradicts the original novel she knows. She recalls that in the original story, the Empress died of cardiac arrest immediately after taking the cure, not from lingering side effects. Killian confirms his mother continued sending letters for a year after taking the medicine, making Vladi realize the Crown Prince is behind every change from the original timeline. She concludes that the Crown Prince is already shaping up to be a major obstacle and a complete gift set of trouble. Killian asks if his explanation went smoothly. He reveals his spirit's power is to make others feel a fond nostalgia for a loved one. He clarifies that this ability makes anyone feel affection for him, even if it's their first time meeting. Vladi now understands the rumors about his history with women, but questions why he stayed in the Megala Empire with such a power. He explains he couldn't reveal his status as a spirit summoner, or build his own faction yet. When Valerius suggests he could have used his power on the Emperor, Killian replies that it's impossible. Aining chimes in, revealing her charm magic doesn't work on humans who are connected to spirit magic. Vladi is shocked, realizing his power has no effect on her, and that this has happened before. A memory flashes of the Crown Prince, asking her if she felt nothing when looking at him. Killian leans forward, admitting her immunity is the reason he suddenly approached her. He laughs, recalling how flustered he was, and adds that his ability also failed to work on Lady Alton. He explains that his mother, Lady Alton, cast a spirit spell on him when he was a baby. Velati realizes his charm only fails against those connected to spirit magic, but Aining clarifies that even having a contract doesn't grant immunity. Killian notes his brother's natural affinity is faint, forcing Velati to conclude that the Crown Prince must be connected to spirit magic somehow. Velati muses on the Crown Prince's motives for twisting the story and his connection to spirit magic. Flinch, a startled Killian, looks up, simply saying, "So," with her arms crossed. Velati demands to know why he used his charm on her when she already understood his situation. He apologizes, explaining he only used his ability to create a slight sense of familiarity since they hadn't been properly acquainted. Velati gives him a sharp, unimpressed stare. Hiding behind Killian's leg, Aining timidly squeaks, "Scary." He bows his head in a sincere apology, admitting he feared he couldn't stay by her side without his power. He confesses that he truly needed Lady Alton's help. Velati questions his choice, asking why he approached her instead of more established houses like Tivin or Fredo. He explains that while he secured Marquis Tivin's cooperation, the house's influence is weakened and lacks the power of a ducal family. Velati silently agrees, acknowledging that the Tivin family's position has been delicate since the first Empress's death. Killian adds that they weren't the right choice for recruiting allies without his brother noticing. He explains he deemed her family's power the most suitable to secretly win over to his side. Velati lists the direct members of her family: her grandfather, the former head, and her father, the current duke. She points out that he approached her before she was even acting head, questioning why he chose her over the other three members. Killian admits that he approached her specifically because she's a woman. Velati's eyes narrow with suspicion. He explains that men like her grandfather and father, who hold established power, were not what he needed. He continues, stating he needed someone who felt their current position was insufficient. Killian resolves that to get revenge, he must overthrow the Crown Prince, and needed an ally willing to join him. He says he was certain that as the eldest daughter unable to become a successor, she would be dissatisfied and take his side. Velati pointedly asks if he tried using his looks to lure her, and a flustered Killian apologizes once again. She internally observes that it's uncommon for royalty to bow so sincerely as he looks down in shame. She accepts his apology but warns him to be more careful, and he gratefully thanks her. Velati presses him, asking what his plan would have been if she were content, but he reveals he had already researched her. He reveals his mother took an interest in her long ago, even considering an engagement between them. Velati internally considers the logic. An engagement would have solidified his position, and her family was neutral toward the throne. She muses that if the first empress were still alive, there was a high chance they would have been engaged. He continues, explaining he received news about her even after his mother's death, prompting her to ask about his contacts. He explains that he couldn't remain idle and observed her role in high society to understand her disposition. Killian offers her a confident, knowing smile. Velati asks if his plan is to become emperor, reminding him of his sister, Princess Hera. Killian smirks, stating that putting Princess Hera on the throne would be the most amusing outcome. Velati points out her limited power as temporary head, but he expresses his belief that she will one day become the Duchess. She reminds him that becoming Duchess would require changing imperial law, a complicated process. The narration explains that changing the law requires the emperor's approval at a great heads of family assembly, which is not easily done. Killian states he is confident he can persuade the open-minded Duke Fredo, aided by his father's guilt. He adds that the Southern Dukes are friendly, and Casper's influence in the Southern Alliance is significant. As for the final piece of the puzzle, he confidently promises he can secure the approval of the Eastern Alliance. Velati laughs, agreeing they're in the same boat now, but then asks what else he can promise her. He looks taken aback as she presses him, asking what other benefits she stands to gain from helping him. She smirks, questioning if the promise of the Eastern Alliance is enough to satisfy her for helping overthrow an emperor. Killian offers Aining's cooperation whenever she needs it, and the spirit excitedly agrees to help. Aining asks if helping will make her smile again, explaining that while she was scary before, her smile made it feel better. As she pets the spirit, Aining declares its love for kind people. Killian asks if his offer is enough, but Velati shrewdly observes his acting skills and the Crown Prince's wariness of him. He admits his brother ordered him to assist him with the promise of an Archduke title, seeing him as a naive younger sibling. Velati deduces his plan to feign loyalty and asks him to gather any information he can on the South. She requests all information, no matter how trivial, so she can combine it with her knowledge to set up an interesting game. With a cunning smile, she thinks to herself that this game will benefit them both and help her secure the South's approval. Volati smiles, petting Aining as she reveals her hobby is hunting. A red-haired man smiles warmly, agreeing with Volati. The story's title card is elegantly displayed against a floral background. Stomp! Someone crushes a bed of flowers in annoyance, muttering that this is so annoying. A young, black-haired man complains that even when he offers to apologize, she makes a fuss, leaving him wondering what to do. He recalls her rejection being so cold that it left him sick in bed for days, while she didn't care at all. Standing outside a gate, he anxiously wonders when Volati Alton will arrive before catching himself and questioning his own actions. Panicked that he looks like he's waiting for her, he frantically calls out for anyone to appear and break the illusion. A servant appears, and the young lord immediately orders the carriage prepared for his departure. He journeys to a quaint village, wondering if people think he's simply stuck there. Inside a shop, a kindly proprietor with a mustache asks if he is looking for anything specific. The young lord asks about new arrivals, and the shopkeeper confirms they have several rare and fascinating items. The shopkeeper presents an ornate book, specifically recommending the newly arrived research text. He explains that the book is the sole existing copy of a dissertation on magical gemstones, personally analyzed by the Tower Master. The young lord curtly tells him to wrap it up, along with the other items he's chosen. He stands with his arms crossed, wondering why he still feels off when a visit here usually lifts his mood. His gaze lands on a pair of brilliant red gloves adorned with purple gems, and he quietly thinks, red. He recalls Volati's sharp words, questioning if he thought she'd leave him alone when he's her greatest obstacle for the successor's seat. Shaken by the memory, he clutches his chest, wondering why the sight of the gloves brought back her chilling words. Wham! He grabs the red glove as his name, Meldor, comes to the forefront of his mind. Holding the glove, he seems to have an idea about that person. A man with long, light purple hair and glasses greets him with a friendly wave, asking how he has been. They exchange pleasantries, with Meldor confirming that he has been doing fine. Meldor internally observes that he would normally ignore the smirking Moston Fredo, but Scion is a skilled mage worth acknowledging. A list of potential allies appears, showing a charismatic knight, a steadfast one, and any skilled knight as options. The list concludes with the fourth and final option, a fairly competent mage. Based on those standards, the scene focuses on a man in a magic circle. The narration confirms that Scion, holding a glowing book, still ranks around fourth place. Back in the present, Meldor stands before Scion, thinking to himself that he's not in the mood to socialize. He hands the red gloves to his attendant, telling him to take them as well. Now seated together, Scion correctly guesses the gloves are a gift for Volati, but Meldor defensively denies it. The elegant red gloves with their teardrop-shaped purple gems are shown in detail. Scion suggests the color would perfectly suit her, but Meldor dismisses the idea, stating it's not a special occasion. Cian points out that Volati often gives gifts to her family without needing an occasion, simply buying things she likes for them. As he holds his teacup, Meldor begins to realize something. He remembers how Volati would always return from outings with thoughtful gifts, chosen specifically for each family member. The memory leaves Meldor looking flustered and touching his neck in thought. Cian encourages him to give her a present, but Meldor refuses, convinced she will only find it annoying. Cian replies that he can't blame her, considering Meldor's past actions, which causes Meldor to snap back at Prince Agla. Cian apologizes, explaining he assumed Meldor knew he had always acted selfishly, regardless of Volati's feelings. Meldor looks away, silently admitting to himself that his companion is right. He reflects that because their parents overlooked his behavior, he never realized it was wrong, which must be why Volati hates him now. Noticing his silence, Cian offers to listen if something is bothering him. Meldor confesses that he tried to apologize recently, but she refused to even hear him out. With a knowing smile, Cian thinks to himself that Meldor likely fumbled the apology, prompting Volati to cut him off cold. Cian muses on Meldor, maturing with time, but worries about the negative influence he might have on Volati. Pushing away extreme thoughts, Cian gets to the point and asks Meldor why he wanted to apologize in the first place. Meldor sadly admits he simply wanted to get along with her, which makes Cian feel a bit of sympathy. Smiling slyly, Cian thinks Volati would scold him for this, before asking Meldor to describe exactly how he apologized. Meldor's flustered silence is answer enough, prompting an exasperated sigh from Cian. A purple-haired man asks the younger Meldor if he has ever apologized to anyone before. He then asks if anyone has ever apologized to him, and Meldor confirms they have. Meldor recalls people tearfully admitting their mistakes, stating he forgave some but not others. When asked his criteria, Meldor explains that he forgave those who seemed truly remorseful. The purple-haired man thinks his point is made, but Meldor looks confused and asks if the conversation is over. Realizing his subtlety failed, the purple-haired man decides a more direct explanation is needed. Whisk. He picks up his teacup to illustrate a point about what a bad apology looks like. He continues his example, describing a hypothetical scenario where he soaks Meldor's clothes by mistake. Meldor reacts in disbelief, exclaiming that such an act wouldn't be an apology or even funny. As understanding dawns on Meldor, a small chibi of the purple-haired man asks if he gets it now. Crestfallen, Meldor fears it's too late, certain that she already hates him and will never see him again. The purple-haired man asks what Vladi last said to him, and Meldor admits she told him not to bother her. He suggests that approaching her with genuine remorse this time might earn her forgiveness. He excitedly suggests giving her gloves as a gift, then catches himself, wondering just how cold Vladi can be. The scene shifts as a voice declares their ambition to be at the top of any group they belong to. Vladi appears with a confident and knowing smile. The narration reveals that with this mindset, Valdi quickly became a leading figure in high society. The purple-haired man worries that with Vladi's new ambitions, Meldor's apology might not even be heard. He earnestly asks if Meldor truly wants Vladi's forgiveness, and a startled Meldor confirms he does. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny day outside a large, stately mansion. Inside, Vladi reflects on her new alliance with Killian, finding it reasonable to expect synergy between them. She smiles, pleased that his choice shows his good judgment, before her thoughts turn to the Crown Prince. Vladi recalls asking her aide to investigate the Crown Prince, noting that royalty was difficult to look into. The investigation revealed a former chief butler named William, who was a traitor dealt with after she was born. She learns that the Crown Prince's faction had long been trying to plant an informant in her family. Holding a spirit sword, Vladi suspects William was acting on the Crown Prince's orders and resolves to investigate further. She then examines a piece of parchment, identifying it as the Spirit Aining's personal summoning circle. Whoosh! The circle erupts in a swirl of red energy as Aining appears with a cheerful yahoo. Riddling the fox-like spirit, Vladi asks if the summoning circle was successfully imprinted on her sword. Aining confirms it was. Aining looks up at Vladi with wide, innocent eyes, asking if she was helpful. Vladi muses on Aining's complete lack of wariness, remembering the spirit likes kind people. She asks Aining why she likes kind people, and the spirit happily replies it's because Killian does. Vladi considers her next move, realizing she has several things to ask Killian, but can't simply order him around as a partner. She decides to adapt, confident in her ability to win favor by being gentle, and intends to be just as helpful in return. Imagining a future partnership, Vladi vows to ensure Killian never regrets their alliance. Aining looks on with a bright and happy expression. Vladi holds her new spirit sword, realizing the quick summoning was possible only because of Killian's affinity in the sword's magic. She recalls Killian explaining that a summoning circle on a magic item creates a path for a spirit to travel through. She considers the plan's drawbacks. Aining's time is limited, she can't summon her in an emergency, and there's the Empress's diamond. The magic diamond gleams as Vladi remembers that using it would leave a record due to the Imperial Palace's mana detection system. She concludes the Crown Prince is still suspicious about the diamond, making it safest to rely on Aining for now. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden knock, leaving her to wonder who has arrived. After instructing her staff to lead him in, she finds a nervous Meldor waiting for her in the parlor. Vladi sits across from him and asks what's the matter, and he states he has something to say. She eyes him suspiciously, unwilling to engage in another meaningless conversation. Shaking his head, Meldor insists that this time is different from before. She correctly guesses he's here to apologize and coolly asks what he wants to say. With a deep bow, Meldor sincerely apologizes to his sister. Startled by his genuine bow, Vladi admits it's a better apology, but she remains hesitant. She reflects on their past, questioning whether she still needs brotherly love and considering just sending him away. Meldor begins his apology, admitting he has been rude and disrespectful to his sister. Vladi coolly asks if he's being humble this time, and he confesses he was wrong to take his anger out on others. She cynically questions his motives, asking if he's only apologizing because she learned swordsmanship and he likes knights. Meldor clarifies that he only likes knights who are overwhelmingly skilled and can crush everyone else. Vladi notes his predictable tastes and asks if he would have ever apologized had she not learned to use a sword. He honestly admits he can't deny it, saying he saw her differently after she began training but now recognizes her superior potential. Meldor recalls her duel with Durnus Logan, confessing it made him realize she would one day become the head of their house. A vision of Velati on a throne flashes, as Meldor admits he'd always seen himself as the heir, but can now picture her in that role. He clenches his fist, gathering his resolve to say more. With a burst of conviction, Meldor declares he wants to stand by her side and support her, admitting she is more suited to lead. Genuinely surprised, Velati finds his confession completely unexpected. Overcome with embarrassment, Meldor hides his face and begs her not to say anything. Velati smirks, impressed by his bravery and surprised that he would speak his heart so honestly. She reflects that she never thought Meldor would say such a thing, expecting him to always look down on her. Her thoughts drift to his earlier, imperfect apology, which she had turned down. She considers that her rejection must have deeply wounded his pride. While the memory of his past arrogance still annoys her, she finds herself hesitating. Peeking through his fingers, Meldor anxiously asks for her answer, hoping she will forgive him. She's puzzled by his change, thinking the old Meldor would have been begging and clinging to her for forgiveness. Instead of just asking for forgiveness, he bows deeply and tells her to use him. He pledges his full support, offering to help with swordsmanship, magic, or anything she needs. Velati immediately realizes the idea wasn't his own, knowing he's always been served, not the one serving. She deduces someone coached him, likely assuming she'd discard anyone useless, but she thinks she's not quite that heartless. She reflects that she's only harsh with foolish adults, and has compassion for children who show genuine remorse. Velati mentally runs through the short list of people who could have given him advice, including Zeppelin and Stia. She also considers her friends Mostin and Sion, quickly concluding that Sion Agla is the most likely culprit. In a flashback, the purple-haired Sion advises Meldor to ask Velati for a chance to prove his worth. Velati smirks, acknowledging Sion's meddling and assuming he's ready for her questions later. She sees a new resolve in Meldor's eyes, realizing he's reaching for something he truly wants beyond simple forgiveness. She was about to forgive him, but decides to accept his offer, needing allies she can trust. Beaming with joy, Meldor eagerly promises to become her right-hand man. Amused by his confidence, Velati agrees to give him a chance, citing his decision to seek Sion's counsel. Flustered, Meldor quickly denies that Lord Agla had anything to do with his decision. Velati sees right through him, knowing Sion must have told him to keep it secret and musing that he can't hide things from her. He then presents her with a red gift box tied with a dark ribbon. Velati questions the gift, but he insists he just remembered it and didn't forget her birthday. Blushing, he explains he bought it at the Magic Tower because it reminded him of her, just as she always brought gifts. Velati internally credits Sion for that detail, knowing Meldor wouldn't remember such a thing on his own. She recalls giving gifts to her family as a way to protect herself from the pain of their indifference. She opens the box, revealing a pair of fine red gloves. Meldor excitedly explains they are magic amethyst gloves that can be infused with spells, and Velati finds the gift interesting. She remembers that in the original novel, Meldor gave the protagonist red gloves that were invaluable during a hunt, surprised to receive them herself. Having planned to buy them anyway, she slips one on and offers Meldor a genuine thank you. Her expression turns serious as she warns him never to betray her. The narration notes that while the story has diverged, some elements are now falling back into place, with Meldor's loyalty now secured. Just as it was in the original story, her plans can move forward even faster. As acting head, she must achieve something tangible to solidify her position as the successor. A vision of her as a queen appears, as she accepts the difficult path she must walk. She reaffirms her destiny. The eldest of House Alton will become its head, just as the original story foretold. Following the novel's timeline for discovering magic rubies has proven successful, and an unexpected problem was also neatly resolved. A man with long purple hair, Casper, offers a sincere apology to Lady Alton for his past remarks. Velati recalls Casper requesting this private meeting to invest in her magic ruby business, noting that she had already anticipated his apology. She knows Casper isn't an arrogant fool. His pragmatism and willingness to bow his head are what built the South's business empire. Considering it rude to reject a sincere apology, she decides having the South as an ally is better than not. Because abandoning their teleport distribution network was not an option, she accepted Casper's apology, at least on the surface. However, she reveals she never intended to choose House Agla as an investor, a fact Casper likely realized before leaving politely. She has no regrets, as the Agla family has its own new trade routes to manage at their bustling industrial port. A group of nobles appears shocked and distraught. Vladi reflects that the ruby venture was so promising that Casper had to intervene, ensuring the southern nobles weren't completely excluded. By mending ties, she smoothed out her distribution network and was even introduced to talented jewel craftsmen by Marquis Tivin. With her business secured, she finalized the list of investors for her Ruby project at a large meeting table. She reveals this business expansion is why she visited the grand estate of House Fredo yesterday. The blonde-haired head of the house seemed quite receptive to her proposal. Just as they agreed to work out the details, she fumes. She didn't expect someone to ruin her plans so suddenly. The scene shifts to a smirking, red-haired man on a throne who asks the acting head of the North for her thoughts on his proposal. An emergency imperial meeting had been called by the Crown Prince just 2 hours ago at the Grand Palace. Reserved for matters of great importance, these emergency meetings are a rare and serious event. Vladi recalls that in the original story, the first such meeting was called after Nisia, a girl with white hair, formed a contract with the spirit. What truly bothers her now is that this meeting was convened by the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince announces the purpose of the meeting is to revise an existing law instructing everyone to read the report. Holding the document, an attendee recognizes it as the Child Labor Act created by the late Emperor Gririka. The narration explains that the Decadal Empire's shift to magical engineering led to the rise of factory-based industrial regions. This industrialization prompted nobles to hire children for their cheap wages. To counter this, Emperor Gririka sought to ensure children had time for both rest and study. A vision shows the benevolent, red-haired Emperor Gririka surrounded by adoring children. The resulting Child Labor Act limited children's working hours and improved their labor conditions. Back in the present, Vladi thoughtfully questions why the Crown Prince is bringing up this particular law now. Her eyes widen in sudden realization. They are extending the scope of the act to all children in the Empire, not just commoners. She concludes this revision is a calculated move to severely restrict her actions and is a direct attack targeting her. While laws are normally revised only once a year during the Grand Lord's Assembly, there is an exception. An emergency meeting can establish a provisional law that, after a 3-year trial period, faces final approval. For the Crown Prince and Casper, however, the eventual outcome doesn't matter. Vladi realizes their plan is to chain her feet for precisely 3 years, the exact time until her coming-of-age ceremony. An older noble questions the revision, pointing out it prohibits all profit-making activities for noble children besides education. Another group of nobles agrees, seeing it as a way to curb reckless young heirs who start businesses and fail. Tisk, Casper smirks from his seat, calling the revision perfectly timely. Vladi knows the nobles who support the revision are unaffected, suspecting they've struck deals with the Crown Prince. An elderly noble with glasses stands to question if His Majesty the Emperor truly agreed to amend the late Emperor Gririka's honored law. Vladi notes that the Emperor holds the power to nullify a provisional law, which could provide an escape route. However, she knows the well-prepared Crown Prince would not have overlooked such a possibility. The Crown Prince cheerfully confirms the Emperor's approval, leading the other nobles to accept the temporary measure. Vladi correctly anticipates their reaction, realizing the revision was carefully crafted not to offend the broader nobility. The law's wording creates a loophole. Since it only restricts non-educational profit-making, parents can justify any activity. The narration notes that noble heirs typically begin inheriting family businesses around her age. The nobles conclude that with business ventures becoming a fad among the youth, the revision is a reasonable precaution. Vladi's goals are far greater than just inheriting the family business. She must prove her own capability, but this law now blocks her from getting her work appraised. With the mood of the meeting leaning entirely toward the Crown Prince, she fears she won't be able to push forward with her plans. She considers her deal with Duke Fredo, thankful that it was meant to progress slowly anyway and doesn't need to be cancelled. After vowing to confront a smirking Casper for his betrayal, she reveals her trump card. She's already finalized investors and sent communications, leaving no room to turn back. The purple-haired Crown Prince muses that his opponents have allied against him, finding it unbelievable that he is being targeted simply for being a minor. Vladi realizes their true aim is to suppress the North's influence, and is surprised they would single her out so directly. A smirking, red-haired man asks to hear the proposal's opinion from the acting Lord of the North. Vladi confirms that the late Emperor Griga's policy will be broadened, stating that the North gratefully accepts it. The red-haired man clarifies that he wants her personal opinion, addressing her directly as Vladi Altin. With a graceful smile, Vladi places a hand on her chest and declares that she, too, agrees with the proposal. Both the red-haired man and the crown prince smirk, each confident they will be the one laughing when this temporary measure expires in 3 years. From a high vantage point, the now empty assembly hall is shown as the emergency meeting is officially declared adjourned. While walking outside, a nobleman expresses his disbelief that His Majesty approved the revision, calling him an otherwise rational and efficient man. A blonde-haired man suggests the Emperor's great trust in the Crown Prince was the deciding factor, and asks Vladi if their plans are now on hold. The man points out that the law only restricts for-profit activities, which his request isn't, and Vladi cautiously agrees for the time being. Vladi keeps her true intentions hidden, but senses the man, Duke Fredo, suspects something. However, she trusts he won't leak any information. Duke Fredo admits his curiosity is piqued, but Vladi coyly tells him he'll have to wait 3 years for the answer. Teasing him, Vladi playfully wonders if his son Mostin would agree, prompting the Duke to laugh and admit his son is still inexperienced. As she prepares to depart, Duke Fredo tells Vladi he will be waiting. Vladi smiles, noting his shift to formal speech signifies he's treating her as an equal business partner. Back at her grand estate, she reflects on his shrewdness, calling him an experienced man. Yahoo, Aining the Spirit, suddenly appears, cheerfully asking Vladi if she missed her. Vladi asks Aining for Killian's message, and the spirit explains he wants her to send some lavender candles. Opening a drawer full of candles, Vladi wonders why Killian needs her to send something so easily found in the palace. Aining adds that Killian also heard about the emergency meeting, and wanted to check if she was alright. Vladi confirms she is fine. A menacing glint appears in Vladi's eyes, as she says she's thrilled at the thought of getting revenge, scaring Aining with her expression. Vladi asks what Killian said about sending written information, and Aining replies that it's impossible because of the Crown Prince. Aining reveals the Crown Prince regularly has servants search Killian's room, suspecting he is hiding the magic diamond. She explains that since everyone in Killian's palace works for the Crown Prince, he can't trust anyone. Gently petting Aining, Vladi muses that simple affection isn't enough to make servants defy a direct royal order. She realizes that without her intervention, Killian would have been isolated, and the palace completely under the Crown Prince's control. After Aining suggests Killian could write the info down, Vladi agrees and says she has 3 things to ask of him. Her first request is a list of the Crown Prince's closest aides, needing only their names and titles. Her second request is for information on Killian's own habits and daily patterns, which Aining excitedly offers to help with. Before Vladi whispers her third request, Vladi smiles deviously, already imagining the look of surprise on Killian's face. The scene shifts to Killian, holding Aining and a candle, as he hears the message and thinks to himself that this is going to be fun. A flashback begins, introducing a red-haired empress who reformed countless unjust laws and introduced new legislation. The narration explains one of her final devotions was a law to establish welfare facilities for commoners, funded by taxes on the nobility. Despite fierce opposition from the nobles, the late emperor never backed down, fighting tirelessly against them. She is shown confronting the other factions, ultimately succeeding in passing the groundbreaking law. This led to the creation of many welfare institutions, including the iconic Kanubi School for Commoners, which later became the site of a tragic bombing. The story recounts how Vladi, Mostin, and Sion survived the bombing, which brought the school immense publicity and turned it into a symbol of hope. In the present, a grand carriage pulls up to the stately Kanubi School. The school's second principal, a distinguished man with glasses and a goatee, is introduced. Vladi greets the principal, who compliments her appearance. He jokes that he looks well because of the many outstanding students enrolling this year. Walking through the grounds, Vladi encourages him to educate the students well, and he promises she can count on him. She observes the large school building, deducing that the capital's commoners place a higher value on education. The narration explains that because capital residents had more opportunities to encounter nobles, they longed for social mobility for their children. Recognizing this, the late emperor spared no expense on the school, which saw admissions exceed capacity every year. And there was another key aspect to her plan. Its educators were a priority, as the emperor sought to create jobs for women, whose opportunities remained limited despite her reforms. Passion and dedication were valued over expensive expertise for teaching young children, and a certain group fit the criteria perfectly. This group was the home teachers of noble children, often women from fallen noble households, a respectable but limited occupation. Seeing that the demand for these teachers was far greater than the supply, the late emperor decided to hire all of them for the new schools. As expected, her bold and sweeping decision was met with strong opposition. The current emperor honors his late mother's will, ensuring her reforms are upheld. In a formal parlor, Veladi asks the school's principal if the preparations are complete, and he confirms everything is ready. A knock sounds as someone announces Ellen Dantillo, and the principal, identified as Dantillo, invites her in. A young woman with brown hair enters, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Principal Dantillo reassures Miss Elin that it's fine and excuses himself, so she and Veladi can speak privately. The principal explains that Lord Veladi has something important to discuss, noting that Elin is free this period. Veladi watches with a calm, discerning gaze as the introduction is made. With a hand to her chest, the young woman introduces herself as Aelin Dantillo, honored to meet Lord Veladi. Seated opposite each other, Veladi states that she came to ask for a favor, which makes Elin nervous and doubtful of her own abilities. Realization dawns on Elin as she hesitantly asks if the favor involves playing the piano. Veladi confirms she's heard of Elin's exceptional skill, and Elin humbly agrees to help in any way she can. Pleased, Veladi reveals the venue for her performance, the private salon of Duchess Agla. Elin is shocked, unable to believe she could perform in such an exclusive and prestigious setting. Veladi acknowledges that Ellen's status wouldn't permit her entry as a guest, clarifying she will attend as a performer for the ladies. In a vision of a lavish gathering, the narration explains that the noble ladies of the salon adore talented artists. Elin's refined manners, noble upbringing, and extraordinary piano skills are highlighted as key assets. Her true role is revealed: to lower the guard of the noblewomen and act as a social bridge. This bridge will, in turn, provide support for the informants Veladi has already planted among them. When asked if the task is too burdensome, Elin nervously admits that it is, but she feels she cannot refuse. Veladi coldly thinks to herself that as the sister of a criminal, Elin has no right to defy her. The narrative reveals Elin's brother was the spy who betrayed House Alton, and is now sentenced to forced labor in the ruby mines. Since the spy's father was a baron, the title could not be passed down to his children. A flashback shows the spy's family. He was once treated as a noble due to his knighthood under House Alton. But after his betrayal, all their property was seized, and the entire family was punished under the guilt by association law. Within that fallen family was a hidden gem, Elin, a piano prodigy overshadowed by her brother and burdened with household duties. To feed her hungry younger twin siblings, she worked tirelessly at any job she could find. The situation was worsened by her grandparents, who clung to their outdated, noble pride while their family starved. Just then, the principal of Kanubi's school offered her a position playing the piano in place of the school bells. While the invitation felt like a miracle to Elin, Veladi reveals it was she who secretly instructed the principal to hire the talented girl. Unable to openly help a criminal's family, Veladi arranged the job indirectly, a position her grandparents couldn't refuse. Back in the present, Veladi places a sealed letter on the table, stating she won't make Elin work for free and tells her to open it. Elin's hands tremble as she opens the envelope, shocked by the generous contents. Veladi gives Elin the choice to refuse, but warns such an opportunity won't come again, knowing she's in no position to decline. It is revealed that Elin's younger twin siblings possess an extraordinary talent for magic, but their family could never afford the necessary training. The document is an invitation to the Magic Tower, the most prestigious magical institution in the Empire. Veladi muses that the once proud Magic Tower now fawns over her, desperate for her magical rubies. With her current allies, she doesn't need the tower's power, but she decides to leverage their goodwill anyway. Veladi explains that the invitation will secure her siblings' future, allowing them to be trained as proper magicians at the tower. She reminds Elin that being a magician is one of the highest professions a woman can attain, and she knows Elin desires that for them. With tears in her eyes, Elin gratefully accepts the invitation, which Veladi calls an advance payment for her performance. Veladi dismisses her, and Elin stands to leave, promising to await the schedule. Alone, Veladi admits she didn't have to help so much, but felt a bit of sympathy for Elin's similar situation. She acknowledges that while she is using her, she also genuinely wanted to see Elin's circumstances improve. Looking outside, she sees Killian and his entourage arriving and thinks to herself that they're right on cue. With a poised smile, Velati greets the red-haired man, saying, "It's been a long time, Your Highness Killian." A flustered Killian looks back at her, surprised, and simply says her name. Velati recalls the 3 favors she asked of Aining: information on the Crown Prince's aides, and on Killian himself. Her third and final request was for Killian to accept an invitation from the headmaster of Kanubi School. Cradling Aining, she remembers giving Killian no detailed explanation for this seemingly random request. She thinks about how Killian usually maintains a poker face, even when smiling. Prince Killian looks flustered by her teasing. Deciding to stop, Velati asks if her sudden appearance surprised him. He admits he was a little surprised, explaining the headmaster invited him for advice. The narration explains the pretext for his visit is plausible due to his experience abroad. Velati notes the unusually high number of surveillance agents at a commoner school. She declares the Kanubi school will be her stage, knowing the headmaster is not what he seems. With a smirk, she decides it's time to eliminate the spies following them. The headmaster invites Prince Killian for tea, realizing he and Lady Velata already know each other. Leading the way upstairs, the headmaster invites the prince to continue their talk. Killian grins, calling it an honor. The headmaster turns and walks away from Prince Killian. He stops the prince's attendants, stating unfamiliar faces may confuse the children. Prince Killian orders his men to wait in the carriage, and they reluctantly agree. What? A blonde knight protests as the headmaster announces that even knights cannot enter the building. The headmaster explains knights may enter without their swords, but the knight roars that a sword is a knight's life. Velati expected this reaction, knowing the ancient rule. For an imperial royal guard, the rule against surrendering their sword is absolute. The knight refuses to put down his sword, but Killian grants him permission to do so. The knights refuse, explaining their true master is the crown prince, not him. Killian instructs his knights to wait outside, but the lead knight declares that is also unacceptable. The knight explains the crown prince ordered them to protect Killian at all costs. He bows, insisting on staying for the prince's safety, though Killian notes there's no danger. Velati realizes their goal is surveillance, not safety, and identifies the lead knight as the captain. From a balcony, Velati challenges the knight captain, asking if he thinks she'll harm the prince. The captain denies it, claiming it's his duty, but Velati points out her own guard is following the rules. She questions if his knights are neglecting their duty, but he retorts that her knights follow her rules. Velati asks if he, an imperial royal knight, will follow his order's rules. He affirms he will. She corners him, asking if he'll obey the crown prince's orders over his duty to guard Killian. She mocks the imperial knights for being used as personal guards by the crown prince. As the captain stammers, the headmaster intervenes, suggesting a compromise. The headmaster permits one knight to enter as an exception, much to the captain's surprise. Turning to Velati, he asks for her opinion. She declares she'll summon her guard and maid. Her decision to also call her maid surprises everyone, but she quips the headmaster is bad at brewing tea. The knight captain volunteers to be the one to escort Prince Killian, who agrees. Velati smiles, knowing she provoked the captain enough to make him wary of her. Inside, Velati welcomes her 2 subordinates, who have arrived sooner than expected. Ooh-ah! A group of children suddenly start crying in the hallway. The children swarm the knight captain, accusing the mean knight of trying to hit them. As the captain denies their claims, Killian tells him to comfort the children he made cry and walks off. Killian leaves the chaotic scene with a satisfied smirk. Velati smiles, pleased her plan to distract Killian's watcher is working perfectly. In a flashback, her plan is revealed. An entertaining little play starring the school's young students. The headmaster instructs the children to grab onto the knight and cry if needed. The narration explains the headmaster's true duty is to identify children with exceptional potential. These handpicked students are later scouted into her family and prove highly capable. Back in the present, Killian's aide reports that everything went exactly as Velati instructed. Velati introduces her 2 subordinates to Killian, vouching for their trustworthiness. He asks what task required such secrecy. She promises to show him something truly shocking. Urging him to hurry before the night returns, Velati gestures toward a changing area. She tells him to change his clothes, and he agrees, though slightly puzzled. The knight captain frantically searches the halls, calling out for Prince Killian. While sipping tea, Velati listens as Killian explains the hectic situation with the children. A flustered blonde man apologizes. After calming the children, the blonde man apologizes to the seated red-haired man, who says it's fine since they were intruders. Velati asks about someone's condition, and the brown-haired woman confirms he still has some time, much to Veladi's relief. Veladi brings up the fact that the Tower Master vanished almost 5 years ago. She recalls hearing he's searching for his grandson, who suspiciously disappeared during the carriage accident that killed his parents. Taking a sip of tea, Veladi thinks to herself that this distraction should be enough. A pair of lace-up boots walks away with purpose. The red-haired man announces his departure, and after a polite exchange, he invites Veladi to his mansion to see a book on the Magala Empire. The blonde man realizes Veladi deliberately leaked the information about the invitation, knowing he would report it directly to the crown prince. The red-haired man gratefully accepts her invitation and departs with his aide. Veladi smirks, asking someone how it felt to see their own face from another's perspective. A man with dark blue hair admits he was truly shocked by the experience, and Veladi asks if it was fun. The blue-haired man smiles mischievously. Now appearing as the red-haired prince, the man remarks that Veladi is always meaner than he expects. Veladi's plan is revealed. Win over Elin as a usable card, then secretly take Killian away using Stia's and Zeppelin's abilities. A flashback shows Veladi issuing orders to her subordinates, Stia and Zeppelin, the moment her plan was drafted. In the flashback, Veladi orders Zeppelin to infiltrate the palace and impersonate Prince Killian for a few days, handing him a detailed profile of Killian's habits. The narration explains that Killian's independent life at the academy made him a perfect subject for impersonation. Veladi tasks Stia with maintaining Zeppelin's transformation magic without being detected by the palace's wards or staff. Stia, maid with glasses, accepts the mission, promising to see it through without fail. Veladi recalls how she set her plan in motion by first luring Killian to Kennewick School. The plan involved shaking off the Crown Prince's watchdog, swapping Killian and Zeppelin's clothes, and using magic to alter their appearances. Veladi thinks about how Zeppelin, disguised as Killian, just left her to return to the palace. Stia reports back to Veladi, who instructs her to focus on maintaining the spell on Zeppelin. The narration clarifies that Stia has reverted to her original look, but changed her face before arriving. The next phase of the plan requires Stia to disguise herself as the woman Killian is supposedly seeing and visit the palace. To periodically check the spell on Zeppelin, Stia will use Killian's playboy reputation as her reason for entering the palace. Veladi knew Stia had to change her appearance to avoid being recognized by the royal guard, as Zeppelin's impersonation must last at least a week. Veladi stares ahead with a look of intense focus. She reflects that she wouldn't have gone to such trouble for an operation that only needed a few hours. While her agents are busy, Veladi's role is to make Killian memorize all the information she's gathered, since he can't keep written records. A flashback shows Killian agreeing to the operation and offering to write an invitation for her maid to use a private backroad to his palace. Veladi feels the information she got from Aining was worth it, admitting the plan wasn't just to entertain Killian. Aining, the spirit, reveals that Killian loves it when she plays tricks on him. Aining continues, telling Veldi that Killian also enjoys playing with other kids his age. The small spirit sadly adds that it is Killian's only friend, before continuing to share more details about him. Veladi summarizes Killian's personality. He's timid but admires bold and reckless schemes. She recalls Aining's final point. Killian struggles to distinguish his own likes and dislikes. Veladi muses that spirits can see truths their contractors haven't even realized about themselves. She considers Killian's isolated childhood, concluding he lacks experience interacting with his peers. With a cunning smile, Veladi thinks that's precisely why she prepared this mischievous event for him. Stia asks when they should proceed to the imperial palace. Veladi invites the real Killian to her estate, telling him her invitation will grant him free access and that Zeppelin is ready. Killian smiles, admitting he's excited to finally visit the famed Alton ducal house. A carriage carries them away through a path lined with blooming flowers. Inside the carriage, Killian asks if the people they met know everything. Veladi clarifies they only know the two have joined forces. Killian clasps his hands, sheepishly preparing to say something that might sound unreliable. He confesses that he has yet to find a subordinate he can trust, and has been forced to rely solely on her. Veladi reflects on their contrasting situations. She is surrounded by loyal allies, while he struggles completely alone. Sensing his exhaustion, she listens as he admits that he thought contracting with Aining would solve his problems quickly. Killian reflects on gaining favor and changing the Magala Empire. He admits feeling like he faces an insurmountable wall. Realization dawns on his face. He sheepishly apologizes to Veladi for his nonsensical talk. Veladi realizes the anxiety she saw was a glimpse of Killian's true feelings. She acknowledges the Crown Prince's immense power and wealth. Velati muses that Killian wouldn't have understood the full situation until returning home. She concludes his true feelings must have slipped out unconsciously. Velati advises Killian not to think about climbing the wall. She declares that walls like that are meant to be broken. As Killian questions her, Velati begins to share her own story about facing walls. She recounts living within the walls of family, system, and gender. Killian asks her why she did. Velati explains she loved her family, the very ones who blocked her path. She recalls realizing she had to either break or be broken by that suffocating wall. Velati explains she chose to attack and create openings in the walls around her. As others followed, she became the acting head of her family. Velati asks if Killian can coexist with his wall. He admits he would break first. She tells him all he needs to do is create one large hole using the Crown Prince's sin. The Crown Prince's unforgivable sin is revealed, murdering his own mother. Velati asks Killian how he plans to break the other walls. She coolly suggests using blackmail, managing the aftermath, and public manipulation. She clenches her fist, declaring that she is a weapon specialized for such tasks. Velati confidently assures Killian she's ready to strike at his enemy's weaknesses. Killian nervously expresses doubt that anyone could wield her as a weapon. Laughing, Velati reveals he is her weapon too, as she never makes a losing deal. Killian smiles, and Velati realizes she needs to manage his mental state. Velati thinks of Elin and Killian, breaking her promise to only care for herself. She acknowledges feeling sympathy for Killian, sarcastically calling herself warm-hearted. She muses that while her methods are harsh, she always has a reason. Killian admits his initial plan to defeat the Crown Prince was arrogant and over-enthusiastic. Velati teases him about his popularity with women, much to his embarrassment. She smiles, realizing it's been a while since she talked so comfortably without scheming. As their carriage travels on, she admits the feeling is quite enjoyable.